Chapter 1051. For some reason, the black mud that Wu Ming had left in his body had fused with the source power in Wu Ming's body. Because the fusion was slow and Wu Ming was focused on fighting Gita, he did not notice this. However, most importantly, the black mud that had fused with the source power did not pose a threat to Wu Ming. On the contrary, the fused energy even helped Wu Ming get through his current predicament. The black mud was still rioting, but it did not harm Wu Ming anymore. Instead, it even replenished Wu Ming's energy. Although it was slow, this was the truth. So it's only starting now. Wu Ming finally understood that this was the result of Wu Ming's previous attempt to use the black origin mud to summon power. At that time, it was probably because there was too little black origin mud. Now, Wu Ming was directly soaking in the black origin mud. In addition, the black origin mud in Wu Ming's body, which had fused with the power of origin, had a stimulating effect. With these two factors working together, it successfully caused a phenomenon that Wu Ming had never seen before. This power seems to be the source power. Wu Ming sensed the power after the black mud fused with the source power and found that this power seemed to be the source power. It is indeed the source power, but it's different from my source power. After the fusion, Wu Ming felt that the new power was the source power, and it was almost the same as before. However, if one had to compare it to the source power of the past, then the source power of the past was still underage, while the source power of the current source power could be considered adult. Could this be the secret of adulthood? No, it was definitely not that simple. After all, apart from the source power of the adult version in Wu Ming's body, there were no other changes. Could it be because there wasn't enough of it? After all, this had happened before, so Wu Ming's guess was not wrong. Wu Ming let go of his body and mind. He closed his eyes and allowed the black mud to enter his body. Under the guidance of the new power, it continuously produced new source power. Afterwards, he used this source power to cleanse his body again and again. Wu Ming's goal was very simple. Since the source power was adult and Wu Ming's body was underage, would using the adult source power to cleanse Wu Ming's underage body be able to allow Wu Ming to transform? That was what Wu Ming guessed. No matter what, he had to give it a try. However, most of the time, the truth was just that simple. After being continuously baptized by origin power, Wu Ming's body had indeed changed slightly. Wu Ming opened his eyes and sensed his body. No matter how he looked at it, nothing had changed, but Wu Ming could feel in his heart that the current him and the him a few minutes ago were on two completely different levels. Is this the power of the great origin? Wu Ming's pupils had turned golden, and the center of his pupils was still red, but it was no longer wine red. Instead, it was a fiery red that was full of vitality. At this moment, Wu Ming felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. Many things seemed to automatically appear in Wu Ming's mind. It was about the origin dragon, the origin black soil, and the great origin. If the type moon world's origin was the origin of everything that gave birth to the type moon world, then the great origin was the origin of all the worlds that gave birth to it. Regardless of whether it was the world that Wu Ming had first stayed in, the type moon world, or the other worlds that Wu Ming had experienced, they were all born from the great origin. They took root and sprouted between the worlds, becoming powerful worlds that gave birth to life and flourished. The origin dragon was actually a guardian deity that protected and complemented the great origin. At the same time, it was also a guardian deity that protected the worlds that were born from the great origin. This was why the two great restraints of the type moon world had so generously allowed Wu Ming to cheat, open a backdoor, and even form a contract with him. It was because the two great restraints knew about Wu Ming's identity. If Wu Ming was in the two great restraints' shoes, he would have done the same thing. Although it was a cliché, the origin dragon was truly an existence that protected the stable development of each world. It was responsible for resolving the apocalyptic crisis of each world, and it had unparalleled power that could easily resolve a world's crisis. Although the type moon world had given birth to parallel worlds and used this method to escape the apocalypse, it wouldn't be a loss to curry favor with Wuming, so it had done so. As for worlds without parallel worlds, the origin dragon wouldn't take action when species changed or went extinct, because the world wouldn't be destroyed as a result, and new species would be born. It was only when an irreversible apocalyptic crisis occurred that the origin dragon would either appear with a certain identity to save the world, or it would directly take action. In short, the apocalyptic crisis of the world would always be resolved. To put it simply, the origin dragon was a so-called god to each world. From a certain perspective, it could be considered a god in the truest sense. After all, the origin dragon and the great origin dragon complemented each other. It represented the great origin, and the great origin represented it. However, even if it was the origin of all worlds, even if it was the great origin that transcended all existences, there would still be death. Existence was the embodiment of a life, and this existence would definitely experience death. However, the great origin's death wasn't the usual way of death. The great origin's death was to enter a deep slumber, after which it would restart after a certain period of time. If there was a word to describe this, it would be reincarnation. After a reincarnation was complete, the great origin would continue to give birth to new worlds, while the origin dragon would continue to carry out its duties and protect the world. By the way, the origin dragon that complemented the great origin would also die, as a result, and it would recover its strength as the great origin restarted. As for Wuming, what he experienced was the process of the origin dragon restarting after its death. In any case, even if Wuming didn't work hard, he would still recover his strength after a certain period of time. Therefore, the origin dragons weren't a single species. Since ancient times, there had only been one origin dragon living in the great origin, and that was the current Wuming. This explained why Wuming hadn't seen a single origin dragon when he first came to the great origin. The origin dragon's aura that Wuming sensed back then was also left behind by him. After all, this was his home. In that case, the origin dragon that White Yiksha saw might very well be my past self. At that time, Wuming might very well have been on his way to resolve an apocalyptic crisis in a certain world, and White Yiksha saw him along the way. Although he knew the truth, Wuming was still worried. There was only one origin dragon in existence. What if something happened to the origin dragon while it was still in hibernation? What would they do? Could it be that the root of origin would create another one? In that case, the origin dragon in the past might not have been Wuming. Wuming was destined to not get an answer at the moment. Also, what was up with the black origin mud, the natural enemy of the origin dragons? Moreover, the black origin mud was currently fusing with the origin power in Wuming's body, stimulating Wuming's growth and giving Wuming new strength. Was this a natural enemy or a boost? Unfortunately, that was all the information that appeared in Wuming's mind. It was probably because Wuming hadn't fully matured yet. Either that, or he would only know the rest after returning to the great origin. Call us, and Wuming called out. Master. Lord Wuming. A golden heaven lock vaguely appeared on Wuming's arm, while the crown on Wuming's head glowed. The two were responding to Wuming. Although they didn't know what had happened, they knew that Wuming had survived the danger. That was all they needed to know. It's time to go out and end this. Chapter 1052. In the outside world, Gideon, who had rested for a while, sat down on a random spot in the time god's palace. Gideon had paid a price for creating a situation where he could kill Wuming completely. He had been injured by Wuming several times. After all, he had put on a good show. But fortunately, the plan had succeeded. When Gideon thought about how he could get rid of all future troubles, the pain on his body did not hurt as much. Next, we'll reach the root and achieve our great cause. Although Gideon was Wuming's enemy, his thoughts were also based on the great cause. That was why Gideon did not think that he had done anything wrong. At this moment, he only felt slightly emotional and perplexed because the great cause was about to be achieved. He was emotional that after thousands of years of hard work, he had finally achieved his goal. He was perplexed about what he should do next after achieving his goal. When anyone's final goal was about to be achieved, if he did not die, he would definitely feel perplexed about the future. Moreover, Gidea was someone who had no friends, relatives, family, or hobbies. He only had the ultimate goal of saving the world through the burning of human principles. I missed the king a little. Gidea used the burning of human principles after all. It was just a magic technique. Although he called himself the demon god king, he did not have many subordinates under him. Although the 72 demon god pillars were Gidea's subordinates in name and treated Gidea as their king, Gidea was an amalgamation of the 72 demon god pillars' consciousnesses. When Gidea spoke to different people, he would show different personalities. This was also because Gidea was an amalgamation of the 72 demon god pillars' consciousnesses. Gidea could be said to be a loner. It could only be said that Gidea's relationship with the 72 demon god pillars was rather strange. Gidea was one of the 72 demon god pillars, but not the 72 demon god pillars. Gidea was an individual, but also a whole like the 72 demon god pillars. As a result, once Gidea died, the 72 demon god pillars as a whole would collapse and cease to exist. But as long as Gidea was still alive, even if the 72 demon god pillars all died at once, with Gidea's current strength, he would be able to summon them back. At the same time, Gidea was an amalgamation of the consciousness of the 72 demon god pillars. This meant that the demon god pillars were actually a kind of technique. The 72 demon god pillars were the same as Gidea's, both of them burning the principles of humanity. As tactics, once they achieved the goal they had set a long time ago, they would definitely fall into emptiness. This was because they were the ones being used, not the ones dominating. Even if they won, it would not change the fact that they were tactics. That was why Gidea said, "I missed the king." As for the king that Gidea mentioned, it was naturally King Solomon. If that's the case, why don't you go and see him yourself? Hearing this, Gidea was shocked. The demon god pillar Floros also shook violently. However, Floros was not shocked. It was because Wuming was cutting open its stomach. Pucci, after the sound, a hole suddenly appeared on the huge demon god pillar. It was open from the inside. The demon god pillar, Floros, was like a deflated balloon or a frosted eggplant. The entire demon god pillar shrank because of this hole, and withered. And from the hole that suddenly appeared on the demon god pillar Floros, a stream of light instantly flew out. It floated in the sky and revealed a figure. It was Wuming. "You're actually still alive." Gidea was in disbelief. This feeling was like, you clearly soaked a mosquito in insecticide, but after a while, the mosquito reappeared in front of you alive and kicking. It even changed from a centimeter in size into a monster. Who wouldn't be shocked? And after being shocked, Gidea became angry. The existence that you thought you could kill didn't die, but was still alive and kicking. Who wouldn't be angry? As for Floros, it was already too busy to care about itself. It didn't have time to be angry or shocked. Floros was like a fish out of water. Its whole body struggled in pain. Then, after struggling a few times, it stopped moving. In the next second, Floros melted and turned into a pool of black matter floating in the air. Wuming waved his hand and attracted the black matter. It integrated into his body, and a lot of new origin power was generated. That's right, the black matter after Floros melted was the origin black mud. Wuming used it and absorbed it into his body. You actually assimilated with the origin black mud. Did you reverse it? No matter how stupid Gidea was, he could see that this was Wuming's trick. At this moment, in Gidea's understanding, Wuming was now in a reverse state, which was quite popular among the servants. The so-called altar. Wuming's pupils were now golden, and his pupils were fiery red, which was probably the characteristic of his altar. Otherwise, how could he turn fluoros into the origin black mud and absorb it? One must know that the origin black mud was like poison to Wuming. I just happened to get a new power. For Gidea's guess, Wuming did not give a positive answer. Although it was not a secret, Wuming also knew that his change was not something worth telling the enemy. However, Wuming's ambiguous words, in Gidea's ears, was admitting that Wuming had been altered. Come and try my new power, Gidea. Wuming shouted and waved his hand. Countless origin black mud-like monstrous waves appeared out of thin air behind Wuming, raised high, and rushed toward Gidea. This posture was bound to cover Gidea in an instant. Now, Gidea also realized that he may no longer be Wuming's opponent, but even so, Gidea would not give up. My great cause, my ideals, the meaning of my birth, will never end with being destroyed by you. Gidea seemed to be going all out, his body trembled violently, and then began to burn. This was Gaia, the burning of human principles style, using all the power of the burning of human principles. My name is Gidea. Humanity burning humanity. Demonic King Gidea. Gidea's muscles were tight, as if all of his energy was about to explode. Then, Gidea hugged his chest and clenched his fists. The muzzle-like thing on Gidea's chest began to gather purple energy that was so red that it was black. Gaia had gathered so much energy that her entire body was cracking. She suddenly spread out her arms, and the purple energy that had gathered in front of her chest, which was so purple that it was turning black and red, suddenly shot out. Third relic, activate. The time of birth has come, use this to correct everything, this is my everything. Ars. Almadel. Salamonis. Gidea's relic was released at a scale that had never been seen before on Wuming. Gidea's body was cracking at an accelerated speed. Such an enormous amount of energy was not something that Gidea could release in one go. Perhaps, even if Gidea won, it would be overloaded and cause its body to collapse. Gidea was going for broke. This was a battle where there was no victory, and it was a battle where one's life was at stake. This was Gidea's farewell, and at the same time, it was Gidea's unwillingness. All of this ended as the unimaginable giant pillar of black-red aurora collided with the black mud that was like a monstrous wave. There was no explosion as expected. There was only a white light that was produced when the two collided. The white light seemed to have covered the entire world in an instant. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. However, the most important thing was that everything had ended. Chapter 1053. An unknown amount of time had passed. Inside the root of origin, on the central platform. Wuming, who had transformed into his human form, was squatting on the giant dragon head of his backup machine. He placed one hand on the machine as if he was inspecting it. Magic circles appeared around Wuming's backup machine. Not long after, the magic circles disappeared. Wuming's hand left the backup machine as he stood up. That should do it. Wuming patted his dust-free hands. Master, is that all you need to do with the backup machine? Colossus' voice came from the side. There's no problem. Now, this backup machine of mine can replace me to protect the world between worlds. All of this started from, Wuming did not pay attention to the time. In short, it started from when Wuming ended his battle with Gidea. Just as Gidea said, Wuming had assimilated with the black origin mud, and Wuming's new moves were related to the new origin power. Whether it was turning fluoros into the black origin mud, or summoning a terrifying amount of black origin mud to defeat Gidea, who almost killed himself, it was all because of the fusion of the black origin mud and the origin power. Wuming's new origin power. Although he did not understand the theory behind it, Wuming was not someone who was easily confused. Everything would be clear when he returned to the root of origin. However, after Wuming defeated Gidea, he did not kill it. Instead, he kept it alive. As for why he saved Gydia, it was not because of Wu Ming's kindness, but because Roman suddenly appeared in front of Wu Ming. Gydia, who had lost all its energy and almost died, was no different from before, or even worse. Roman used his connection with Gydia to successfully escape from Chaldea. Roman's words were simple. "Spare his life, please." As for the reason, Roman did not say. According to Roman, he seemed to have obtained information about Gydia when Floros was persuading him to surrender in Chaldea. After that, after Gydia was defeated by Wu Ming, he used the power of the 10th ring, which was the ring that Gydia was missing, to walk out of Chaldea and meet with Wu Ming. Wu Ming gave Roman a lot of face. He immediately agreed to Roman's request, or rather, he agreed to King Solomon's request. However, Roman's appearance was no longer that of Roman Aikman, but that of King Solomon, whom Wu Ming had seen at the Singularity in London. After all, Roman had used the power of King Solomon's ring. Naturally, Solomon, which was Roman's original appearance, was revealed. This also meant that Roman had exposed the secret that he was King Solomon in Chaldea. When Wu Ming asked Solomon about the expressions of the people in Chaldea when he transformed, Solomon's face was subtle. Wu Ming, who did not expose Solomon's secret, ended the questioning and sent Chaldea back to the original world. The world's people also recovered because of Gydia's loss of power. Chaldea could be said to have succeeded in saving the world. Although it was not direct, it could be regarded as saving the world indirectly. After that, Wu Ming did not rush to return to the Great Root. Instead, he stayed in Chaldea to help Chaldea deal with the remaining problems. After all, in that world, people's perception was that they just slept for a year. Not to mention ordinary people, the clock tower would definitely ask about it. What could those magicians do to Chaldea, the hero who saved the world? Even if he used his toes to think, Wu Ming knew what they would do to him. There was no doubt that the servants summoned in Chaldea would be repatriated, and Chaldea would be disintegrated. Chaldea's instruments and components would be preserved, sealed, and even studied by one magic family, organization, and even the clock tower. After all, Chaldea was a dangerous organization that crossed the timeline and had a large number of servants that could be regarded as weapons of war. Even if Chaldea saved the world, the magicians of the clock tower would certainly not allow Chaldea to continue to exist. Moreover, there was no direct evidence to prove that Chaldea saved the world. What about Chaldea's data records? Video records? Sorry, it could also be achieved by using magic. There were also many magicians who believed that something did happen in this blank year, but Chaldea only survived for a year because of the magnetic field, that is, he spent this period of time awake and wanted to take credit for it. In short, Chaldea would face a lot of trouble. Although it was said that Olga Marie, Da Vinci, Roman, and others would not be difficult to solve all the problems, but it was still slightly difficult for them to solve all the problems once and for all. Olga Marie's third method was not yet understood, so she was not the third magician. Although Da Vinci was omnipotent, she was, after all, a weapon recognized by the clock tower. After Roman became Roman and asked Wu Ming to spare Gydia's life, he resumed his identity as Roman. With his temperament, it was impossible for him to let King Solomon appear again. Roman was just a Roman, the highest person in charge of Chaldea's medical department. These three, whether taken out individually or together, were not enough. At least, most of the magicians in the clock tower would not buy it. Therefore, they needed Wu Ming's help. Wu Ming went directly to the clock tower. In a room that Wu Ming often visited in the clock tower, Wu Ming found that person. Second enchanter, gemstone Ankashia Zelrich Subian Ogu. Wu Ming easily met Zelik. Wu Ming even suspected that this guy had already guessed that Wu Ming would go to him for help. That's right, Wu Ming looked for Zelik to let Zelik help Chaldea deal with the aftermath. As the second magician, there would always be people who would give him face. Even if they did not give him face, Zelik also had a lot of connections. It would be quite easy for him to help deal with the aftermath. And Wu Ming also asked Zelik for a list of magicians and magician families who would definitely make a move against Chaldea. That night, he turned into something terrifying and visited these magicians. He bluntly told them that if they still wanted to reach out to Chaldea, the next time they would be annihilated. Finally, Wu Ming also tampered with the magic seals that had been passed down in their families in front of these magicians. This was a naked conspiracy. Those magicians who could not resist Wu Ming at all could only choose to compromise in fear. Now, Chaldea had a very long buffer. As long as Olga Marie mastered the third magician, at that time, coupled with Olga Marie's status as one of the 12 monarchs, she would definitely have the right to speak no less than Zelik. The third magician was one of the 5 remaining magicians in the world. The other magician also had the help of a powerful magician who could travel through time and summon servants. There was also a powerful existence who could tamper with the magic seals of the Clock Tower magician family. With these, there was no doubt that Chaldea would not be in any danger. Speaking of danger, Wu Ming thought of another thing. Kalas, I remember that there was an alien existence outside Chaldea, right? Chapter 1054. Wu Ming turned to look at Kalas. Master, don't worry, Enkidu is basically done, he's taking care of the aftermath. When Wu Ming put Chaldea back in place, he accidentally discovered an existence that could be called an alien. This existence was paying attention to Chaldea, who had returned to the Type Moon world. Ignoring whether or not the other party had bad intentions, they definitely didn't have any good intentions for sneaking around. Wu Ming even suspected that Gidia took Chaldea out of the Type Moon world to protect Chaldea. In short, Enkidu, who didn't think he was of much help, volunteered to take care of this matter. After figuring out the other party's identity, it was easy to let them go if they were harmless. As the Heavenlock, Enkidu was the most powerful weapon in human history. Adding on the fact that Enkidu had been by Wu Ming's side for so long, he had absorbed a lot of origin power, which made Enkidu extraordinary. Wu Ming even personally injected new origin power into Enkidu just in case. It could be said that Enkidu could go to the Type Moon world and call himself a god, because no one was a match for the current Enkidu. Any attack that Enkidu casually released now could be considered an attack against Su Jing. As for the alien that Wu Ming sensed, Enkidu wouldn't be afraid of it at all. That was indeed the case. Kalas had already said that Enkidu had already taken care of those matters and was taking care of the aftermath. Since that was the case, Chaldea had nothing to worry about. However, speaking of worry, Wu Ming felt that the one he should be worried about was Kalas. Wu Ming secretly glanced at Kalas, who was floating beside him. The current Kalas was no longer wearing a dragon horn headdress, but she was still not human. The current Kalas was somewhat similar to rubies and sapphires, but the rubies and sapphires were pentagrams and hexagons with wings and bows in the middle. On the other hand, Alice was a transparent hollow sphere with sharp dragon wings. In the center of the sphere, there were 3 metal rings that rotated irregularly. In the center of the 3 rings, there was a little light, like a star. It had to be said that the current Kalas was very similar to Ruby and Sapphire. However, they were sisters, so it was normal for them to be similar. After all, Kalas' full name was Kalas Balit, or Lapis Lazuli. Like Ruby and Sapphire Saphia, Kalas was just Wu Ming's abbreviation for her. As for whether or not Kalas could become a wand like the Ruby and Sapphire, this question was temporarily ignored. By the way, Kalas, I've always had a question. Looking at the current appearance of Kalas, Wu Ming finally asked the question that had been in his heart. Now that I clearly have a way to turn you into a human, why don't you agree and instead choose this appearance? Wu Ming revealed a helpless expression, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Compared to the appearance of a human, I still prefer the style of my sister's phone. Kelly replied in a serious tone. However, Wu Ming revealed an expression of, I knew you would say that. It must be Ruby who bewitched you. Wu Ming responded to Kalas with a gaze that saw through everything. And Kalas fell into a rare silence. It seems that I guessed right. Wu Ming sighed. It couldn't be helped. Who told Wu Ming to pick up Mei Yu in the past 2 days? More than once he saw Ruby give up on accompanying Ilya and secretly follow him instead. Wu Ming glanced at Collis again. He had no intention of blaming her. I actually wanted you to experience the life of a human, but since you like this appearance, we'll leave it at that for now. After all, when Collis thought things through one day, Wu Ming could use the power of the Great Origin to turn Collis into a human at any time. Let's go. The arrangements here have been completed. After some time, come back and check on it. We can proceed with the next step of the plan. Wu Ming patted Collis, who seemed to be thinking about something. Yes, Master. Wu Ming opened a golden teleportation door and directly went in. Meanwhile, Collis was still absent-minded. She was thinking about what Ruby had said about bewitching her. Magical girl, Collis thought as she floated and also entered the teleportation door. In Ilya's world, Shuoyu residence. A golden ripple appeared, and Wu Ming emerged from it. After Wu Ming came out of the teleportation door, the first thing he did was to look at the clock on the table. At this time, Mei Yu should be done with school soon. Master, I'll go and prepare to welcome Lady Mei Yu. After flying out of the golden ripple, Collis directly flew toward the door, out of the door, and out of the door. At the door, there was a surge of magic, and a rather expensive red convertible car appeared there. This was a transformation of Collis. She had the ability to mimic. As for the size of the object she mimicked, she could do so with magic. Wu Ming, who was standing in front of the window and watching this scene, did not know what to say. Ever since Collis transformed into a ruby or sapphire, Collis had become even stranger. If it was in the past, Collis would definitely not have transformed into a car for Wu Ming to pick up Mei Yu. However, now, Collis would transform into a different car almost every time Wu Ming went to pick up Mei Yu. Classic, expensive, ordinary. There were all kinds of cars. This even caused Mei Yu's friends in school to be amazed. It could only be said that Collis was now supporting Wu Ming and paying more attention to daily life. She was no longer focused on combat. Forget it. I can only blame myself. Wu Ming sighed. Collis' change might have been caused by Wu Ming's words back then. Wu Ming's original intention was to let Collis live alone. Collis probably thought that Wu Ming no longer needed Collis. Although that was indeed the case, after all, the secret of the black soil and the root of everything was completely understood when Wu Ming returned to the root of everything after resolving the matter with Chaldea. Wu Ming had also entered the stage of adulthood. After Wu Ming returned to the root of everything, the root of everything became a little enthusiastic as though it was welcoming a blood-related relative. That's right, it was enthusiastic. After that, Wu Ming also received the information and secrets that he needed to know from the root of everything. There was only one root dragon. If one had to describe it, the root dragon was the materialization of the root of everything. It did not mean that the root of everything could create a new one after the root dragon died. Therefore, the root dragon that White Yiksha had seen back then was Wu Ming. As for the problem of the root dragon's reincarnation, becoming weak, the root dragon would actually fall into a deep slumber with the root of everything and would recover after a certain period of time after the root of everything's reincarnation. It would not fall into a certain world when it was extremely weak. In other words, Wu Ming's situation was just an accident. Chapter 1055. When Wu Ming was weakened from his slumber, he accidentally wandered into a certain world. As for the reason, it was naturally the origin black soil. The origin black soil was the dust of a dead world while the origin black soil was in slumber. When the origin reincarnated, its origin power would naturally fall into slumber as well. During this period, there would definitely be worlds that were unable to save themselves and were destroyed, which was why most worlds perished. Since the origin had a lifespan, worlds naturally had a lifespan as well. The origin could reincarnate, but worlds couldn't, and worlds would eventually reach their end, which was why a small number of worlds perished. These dead worlds would then turn into dust and return to the origin. The dust produced by these worlds that had reached the end of their lifespan and died naturally wouldn't affect the origin at all, and could even replenish the origin's energy, just like how fallen leaves return to their roots. As for the destroyed worlds, they were much more troublesome. The origin was like a mother who unconditionally spoiled her child, fully accepting and taking care of the dust of these worlds. Firstly, the origin felt guilty for not being able to save its child as a mother. After the dust entered the origin, it would fuse with the origin power, and the resulting product would be the origin black soil. Secondly, the origin wanted to use the origin black soil to recreate new worlds, which could also be considered as compensation for the destroyed worlds. As for why the origin black soil was able to counter woming, it was because the origin black soil contained negative origin power, which was also why woming was able to counter the origin black soil. The negative emotions of a dead world were left behind in the dust, which fused with the origin power and naturally became negative origin power. The reason why woming was able to escape from the origin and wander into a certain world was also due to the increase of the origin black soil. As more and more origin black soil was absorbed, the origin couldn't contain it anymore. Worlds weren't something that could be created at will, and even the origin needed time to recreate the origin black soil into a new world. Furthermore, the worlds between worlds were so vast that there was no end to them. The number of worlds that existed between worlds was probably more than 1 trillion, and as the root of origin and the root of origin slept and reincarnated, countless worlds that were heading towards destruction would turn into dust and passively be drawn into the root of origin, fusing with the root of origin and becoming origin black mud. Whether it was a few cycles or a dozen, the black origin soil was indeed being consumed and reforged into one world after another. However, as the great origin cycles became frequent, more and more black origin soil accumulated in the great origin, eventually causing the great origin to overload itself. Woming and most of the black origin soil hence flowed out, leaving only a little bit of black origin soil in the great origin, the black origin soil that Woming had seen when he first entered the great origin. The reason for the frequent reincarnation cycles of the great origin was actually very simple. It was caused by too much dust from the death of a world. The great origin would produce root of origin power to fuse with the dust, but as the world died faster, the great origin would have to produce root of origin power faster. This would put a burden on the great origin, causing the great origin's reincarnation cycle to accelerate, causing woming and the black origin soil to flow out. It was like a sealed water bag that was filled to the brim, and if more water was poured in, the bag would explode and all the water would flow out. This was how the black origin soil flowed between worlds, and some even accidentally entered them. It was also because of this that Woming entered a certain world and was adopted as a normal infant. Although Woming now knew everything, this was still a difficult problem that had no solution. The only solution was to start with the creatures that lived in each world. The creatures that lived in each world would develop, be it through technology or magic, but once they reached a certain level of development, these creatures would seek to reach even higher heights, which was why they had already faced the threat of destruction. In other words, they would destroy themselves as well as the world they lived in, which was the cause of the destruction of most worlds. For example, Mayo's world was destroyed because of the Ainsworth family. However, because the M-shaped moon world had evolved into a parallel world, it indirectly resolved the threat of destruction. Even if Mayo's world was destroyed, the M-shaped moon world would still be fine. But in the end, Mayo's world was still saved by Woming. Most worlds didn't evolve into parallel worlds, which meant that if the intelligent creatures that lived in those worlds caused a world crisis like the Ainsworth family did, the only outcome for that world would be destruction. However, it was extremely difficult to start from this aspect. Once an intelligent creature reached a certain level of development, it was unavoidable for them to explore even higher heights. This was a necessity for any creature that lived in this world. But the key was whether or not these intelligent creatures could adapt to the next height and control it. If they could adapt and control it well, the world would continue to operate as usual, and the intelligent creatures would continue to live. But if they couldn't adapt and control it well, the world would very likely be destroyed. So, how could one change the creatures of a world and make them give up on exploring higher heights when they weren't confident enough? Wu Ming could only think of one way, which was to become the god of that world. However, there were so many worlds, and Wu Ming naturally couldn't do them one by one. Wu Ming was testing the backup machine in preparation for this plan. This was the plan that Wu Ming and Collis had discussed before leaving the route. However, this was still a big plan, and the route wasn't omnipotent. The details of the plan still needed Wu Ming to prepare, and only then could they rely on the route to complete the plan. Let's go pick up Mayu first. Wu Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Wu Ming jumped out of the window, walked to the door, opened the door, and got in. Your sunglasses. Collis spoke like an intelligent voice, and a pair of sunglasses popped out from the steering wheel. Wu Ming grabbed it and put it on his eyes. After all, it was a convertible. Wu Ming had requested that Collis provide sunglasses when driving such a car. Then, let's go. However, before the car started, the door to the front passenger seat opened, and a beautiful lady got in. It wasn't winter, but she was still wearing a white fox fur coat, and it was the kind that covered her whole body tightly. The lady flipped her pink waist-length hair and smiled at Wu Ming. Although the lady was wrapped up tightly, it was as if she wasn't wearing anything. Her charm was completely reflected on her face. Maeve? Why are you here? Wu Ming was shocked and quickly looked around to see if there were any passers-by. That's right, it was Maeve. Chapter 1056. Why was Maeve here? Of course, it was because Wu Ming had discussed with the suppression force and asked the suppression force to bring the Maeve Wu Ming knew from the moment before her death to this era. This way, it would not destroy history, and it would allow Wu Ming to see the original her. Although it would be better to directly ask the suppression force to take over history, Wu Ming felt that it was unfair to Maeve. That history, that story, were all created by Maeve herself, and Wu Ming had no right to take it away. In short, Maeve came to the modern era, and it was the modern era of Ilya's parallel world, and settled down and survived. And Maeve's wish, in fact, as long as Wu Ming was here, Maeve had nothing to be dissatisfied with. Perhaps the only thing that Maeve was dissatisfied with was that Wu Ming could not be with her all the time. Maeve rested her body, tilted her head, leaned forward, and lay directly on Wu Ming's shoulder. The familiar body fragrance entered Wu Ming's nose. Of course I'm here to look for my dear. As soon as Maeve spoke, the surrounding air was filled with charm. Don't worry, I've already set up a spell to disperse idlers around. No one will come after all. Maeve was also a druid. Maeve's charm could be called forced hypnosis for ordinary men. Even if Maeve was wrapped up so tightly, once a passerby passed by, it would be easy to attract them. Wu Ming, who had experienced such an incident once, did not want to experience it again. Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, then looked directly into Maeve's eyes. Didn't I tell you to stay at home obediently? You didn't listen to me again. Although it was a reproach, it was more or less flirting. However, immediately after, Maeve showed a hint of jealousy. You still know that we have a family, then why do you always come to look for your little sister? Could it be that you like her? At that moment, Wu Ming directly gave Maeve a knock on the head. Mayu is just my little sister. As her only relative in this world, I have to take care of her, don't I? There was nothing wrong with this. After all, Shiro in Mayo's world was still in Mayo's world. In Ilya's world, Mayu indeed only had Wu Ming as a relative. Wu Ming felt a little helpless as he reached out to rub Maeve's tearful little head. Besides, I've already explained Mayo's situation to you. Leah and Jihan can understand, and even Master Skaha agrees with my actions. Besides, how old is Mayu? Why are you jealous? Artoria and Joan of Arc were also brought to the modern world by wombing through the same method. After the Battle of Cameron, Artoria was brought to this world on the ship to the Land of Ideals, while Joan of Arc was brought to this world a second before she was burned to death. Whether it was Maeve, Artoria, or Joan of Arc's injuries at that time, they were all healed instantly by the power of suppression, which could be considered as doing wombing a favor. After Artoria and Joan of Arc came to this era, they were very well behaved and didn't ask anything. Because of wombing, Artoria wasn't so obsessed with the country. As for Joan of Arc, she was just taking advantage of the situation to save the country. The current France was no longer the France of hundreds of years ago. Without obsession, the two of them listened to wombing and lived in Winterwood City peacefully. As for Skaha, wombing personally went to the country of shadows to invite her out and even fought her because of it. However, Skaha wasn't surprised that wombing could find her, nor was she surprised that wombing would come to her. After all, Skaha was the first person to know about wombing's identity as the source of power. The fight also dispelled Skaha's thoughts of suicide. The reason why a person would seek death wasn't because she couldn't die, but because she couldn't find the meaning to continue living on this basis. That was why she sought death. Wombing found meaning for Skaha, so she didn't want to die anymore. When he first met wombing, Skaha had pinned all his hopes on him. As for the people he taught later, like Cuchulainn and the others, they were just for fun while Skaha was waiting for wombing. Skaha hoped that one day wombing could kill her, so she had high hopes for wombing. She taught wombing everything she knew and even threw herself at him emotionally. Not only did wombing treat Skaha as his older sister, but Skaha also treated wombing as her younger brother. As for why they weren't mother and son, well, after all, their ages didn't match. Speaking of mother, wombing thought of Tiamat. Tiamat also came to this era. However, because he still couldn't let go, wombing arranged for Enkidu and Tiamat to live on the other side of Winterwood City, one city away from Artoria, Jean, and Maeve. That's right, he didn't want them to see each other. In fact, wombing didn't want Mayu, Ilya, and Tiamat to see each other for the time being. The main reason was that wombing wasn't used to having Tiamat as his mother. Wombing couldn't imagine what it would be like if Tiamat called him a child in front of everyone, but it would be terrible. Wombing couldn't help but shudder, and the hand that was massaging Maeve's head became heavier. Maeve's expression became more comfortable after being massaged by wombing, but wombing's action made Maeve break out of her comfort. Looking at wombing's unnatural face, Maeve was a little worried. What's wrong? Nothing. Wombing must be hiding something from Maeve. No matter how stupid Maeve was, she could see it. However, she still chose to respect this man, and she led the conversation back to the previous topic. Although we have a family, if you don't accompany me, I'll be unhappy. Artoria, Jean, and Maeve lived together in a big house in the suburbs. However, because the house was very big and there were many rooms, Maeve could only barely share a room with Artoria and Jean. It couldn't be helped, Maeve's temperament was slightly disliked by the two. On the contrary, Artoria and Jean were very happy to talk to each other, and they even called each other sisters. Although the two of them did look very similar, only their faces were similar. At least, the difference in their breasts was sometimes very big. However, Maeve had changed a lot during this period in Winterwood City. She wrapped herself up tightly when she went out, but at home, Maeve was still slutty. According to Maeve, in order to change a little in front of wombing, and at the same time, it was also a foundation to build a good relationship with Artoria and Jean. And Artoria and Jean also saw that Maeve had indeed changed, so the relationship between the three of them had eased during this period of time. However, wombing basically didn't see her. As Maeve said, wombing basically lived in Mayu's house. After all, it was to take care of Mayu. It was understandable that Maeve sneaked out to wombing. Knowing Maeve's temperament, wombing didn't want to reason with Maeve. Anyway, he was not in the right, so he just let Maeve do whatever she wanted. It is indeed my fault. Then how do you want me to make it up to you? I will definitely do it. Wuming's hand touched Maeve's head again. Really? Maeve gently grabbed Wuming's hand and put it on her face. Her expression was quite charming. Of course it's true. Wuming replied righteously. Then, I want to do it 10 times tonight. Maeve's expression became more and more charming. Wuming even felt a little bit. Turning his head, Wuming's cheeks were a little bit red. Are you serious? The number of times the two talked about was naturally the number of times they should do it at night. On the night Maeve came to this era, because she experienced the intertwining of life and death, plus meeting Wuming, Maeve, who couldn't bear the loneliness, successfully took the first spot of Wuming. In a sense, Wuming had matured. And coincidentally, that day was also the day Wuming crossed the inexplicable threshold inside the root and became an adult root dragon. By the way, Maeve was the same as Wuming. That was also the reason why Artoria and Jean started to accept Maeve. No matter how promiscuous a woman was, if she kept her purity for the man she loved, Artoria and Jean couldn't say anything. By the way, because Maeve took the first spot of Wuming, Artoria and Jean finally decided to attack Wuming at night on the second and third night respectively. Although Wuming was a little regretful that he didn't have 3, for Wuming and Maeve, who already had sex, Maeve's request was nothing to Wuming. Okay then. Wuming agreed. After all, 10 times didn't sound like much. And Maeve also smiled. Wuming, who didn't have much experience, didn't know what 10 times was. But he would know tonight. Master, at this time, Master Mayu should be out of school. Oh no, I'm late. Forget it, call us, I'll go first. Wait for me here. Wuming urged Collis anxiously and then opened the golden ripple outside the car door. You too. Be good and don't run around. After Wuming said that, he jumped out of the car in a panic and directly jumped into the portal. Maeve, on the other hand, rested her chin on her hands and looked at the place where Wuming left with a happy smile. What, as expected, my sister is the most important. Although Maeve's tone was full of blame, her happiness overflowed. And Maeve's smile was still charming, but it was also full of happiness. Chapter 1057. At the entrance of the private Suigunhara Academy's primary school. At this moment, it had been some time since school ended. Other than the primary school students who stayed behind to participate in club activities, there was almost no one at the school entrance. As for why it was almost, it was because there were still a few primary school students pacing back and forth at the entrance of the primary school. That. Mayut-chan, is your brother not here yet? Gue Mimi, who had a gentle personality, looked around cautiously as if she was looking for someone. Beside Gue Mimi, Mayu carried her little backpack obediently and waited as if she wasn't in a hurry at all. She was quite calm. It's fine. Actually, you don't have to wait with me. Although Mayu's tone was still cold, compared to how Mayu treated Gue Mimi and the others in the beginning, it was a huge improvement. What are you saying? How can we leave you here alone to wait? Yujinza Ryuko beside Gue Mimi shouted as if he was willing to die for Mayu. Alright, I know that Ryuko cares about Mayu-chan. Stop shouting. Ryuko is very conspicuous like this. Who knows when he will be targeted by human traffickers and be kidnapped. Moriyama Nanakuru beside Yujinza Ryuko narrowed her eyes and smiled as she spoke to Yujinza Ryuko. Human traffickers. I'm not afraid. Although that was what he said, Ryuko's legs were already trembling. Standing beside Ilya, Kurihara Tarika, who was silently complaining in her heart, sighed helplessly. By the way, with Mayu and Ilya's relationship, can't you let Mayu stay at Ilya's place for a while? Kurihara Tarika suggested. This. Ilya, who was beside Mayu, didn't know what to do. After all, she couldn't say that she actually wanted to be picked up by Wuming like Meiyu. Brother Wuming said that he would come back to pick me up every day. I believe in Brother Wuming. Meiyu's words helped Ilya out of her predicament. But, if Meiyu-chan's brother is really delayed by something, will Meiyu-chan really have to wait here forever? Gue Mimi was right. Waiting like this was not a solution. Why don't we go to the arcade and play for a while? Play my ass. Kurihara Keihua clenched her fist and pretended to hit Yujinza Ryuko. Yujinza Ryuko quickly hid behind Gue Mimi. Gue Mimi was at a loss, while Moriyama Nanao Tortoise was watching with a smile. This was the daily life of the four little ones, and Ilya did not find it strange. However, Ilya turned to look at Meiyu, who was silently waiting for her. Did Big Brother really run into some trouble today? Could it be Ruby's doing? Ilya recalled that Ruby seemed to be following Wuming and couldn't help but worry. I'll have to ask Ruby later. Ilya thought so. Just as the four little ones were fooling around and Ilya's thoughts were flying, Meiyu saw something, and her eyes lit up. Then, she moved. Meiyu. Ilya was the first to notice Meiyu's movement, and then the four little ones also noticed it. Looking in the direction Meiyu ran, Wuming saw the person who moved Meiyu. It's Big Brother. It's Meiyu's brother. That's right, it was Wuming who lost track of time while chatting with my Fu. Wuming hugged Meiyu, who threw herself into his arms. Sorry, Meiyu, I was delayed by something. Although Wuming's words were somewhat insincere, Meiyu didn't care. As long as Wuming could come, she was already very happy. It's okay, Brother Wuming. Then, Meiyu left Wuming's arms and stood beside Wuming. Big Brother, did anything happen? Ilya also walked over and asked cautiously. Ilya always felt that Ruby would do something. Even if she didn't do it now, she would do it in the future. Ilya expressed that she didn't believe in Ruby's character. It's okay, I just met an acquaintance and chatted for a while. Wuming shook his head, indicating that it was okay. Meiyu, Ilya, and the others didn't know about my Fu and the others, so Wuming could only explain it this way. Ah. So Meiyu's brother made us wait with Meiyu for so long because he likes the new and hates the old. Yujinza, who was the most lively, jumped out first. Don't be like this, Ryuko, it's very rude. Gue Mimi pulled Yujinza's sleeve, looking a little embarrassed. Ryuko has indeed said too much. Kurihara Takika pushed her glasses, then looked at Moriyama Nanao. Moriyama Nanao, who understood, continued to smile with squinted eyes. But Meiyu-chan's brother did forget about Meiyu because he was chatting with others, so we waited with Meiyu for a long time. Wuming smiled helplessly as he watched the four little ones singing one another's tune. In that case, I'll compensate you. Immediately, the four children's eyes lit up. Children were naturally interested in compensation, rewards, and other things. Only Ilya waved her hand awkwardly. Big Brother, actually, there's no need. Ugh, Ilya, who was speaking halfway, was glared at by Kurihara Takika and Moriyama Nanao, and immediately shut her mouth in fear. Meiyu's brother is so rich, why don't he treat us to an arcade? As expected of Yujinza Ryuko's choice, she couldn't forget about the arcade. Meiyu's brother has been picking up Meiyu in a different luxury car every day. Kurihara Takika saw it clearly. Wuming, who had returned from a business trip abroad, Meiyu told the four children, drove different cars to pick up Meiyu. Kurihara Takika, who was considered mature among the four children, couldn't recognize all of them, but she could tell that they weren't ordinary cars. The four children and Ilya also took a few rides, and Kurihara Takika could feel that these cars were very luxurious. However, it was very likely that Wuming rented them. After all, who would buy so many cars for no reason? In other words, Meiyu-chan's brother is treating us to an amusement park, so what? Moriyama Nanao successfully cooperated with Kurihara Takika. As a qualified elementary school student, the two of them wanted to see how Wuming would respond. Would he force himself to treat them to an amusement park, or would he find an excuse to avoid it? This was a big test for Mayu-chan. Amusement park. Gue Mimi was shocked. This isn't good. Gue Mimi, who didn't have the same thoughts as Kurihara Takika and Moriyama Nanao, was worried that this request was too rude. Yes, actually, we just need to go to an arcade. Yujinza Ryuko, who wasn't as smart as Gue Mimi, was also worried. They were just classmates with Mayu, and they weren't related. How could they ask her brother to take them to an amusement park after accompanying Mayu for a while? Ilya-chan, say something. Gue Mimi looked at Ilya for help. This. Ilya, who knew Wuming's background, didn't know what to say. Wuming definitely didn't lack money. Although she also wanted to go to the amusement park, he was Mayu's brother, not her brother. Then let's go. Mayu made the final decision. Mayu's words stunned the four little ones. Since Mayu has said so, then today, I will take you to the amusement park to play. I hope it's not too late. After all, this is related to how long you can play in the amusement park. Wuming also made up his mind. Moreover, Wuming's expression didn't have the slightest hint of pain or anything to hide. It was as if he was deciding on something as normal as eating and drinking. Hey. The four little ones were stunned. Gue Mimi and Yujinza Ryuko didn't expect Mayo's brother to actually agree to such a rude request. What surprised Kurihara Tarika and Moriyama Nanakura was that Wuming didn't have any problems agreeing to it. Could it be that Mayo's brother was actually really rich? Paw! Wuming snapped his fingers, and two luxury cars instantly appeared at the intersection. With a turn, they arrived in front of everyone. This scene caused a commotion in the surroundings. After all, this was the entrance of an elementary school, and next to it was the entrance of a middle school. Moreover, the location of the private Suihara Academy wasn't remote, and there were many passers-by. In the next second, two drivers wearing black suits and sunglasses got down from the car. They looked like bodyguards. They elegantly and luxuriously opened the doors of the luxury cars. They bowed and extended their hands, inviting everyone to get in. The four little ones were stunned. Even Ilya, who had never seen such a scene before, was stunned on the spot. Let's go, everyone. Wuming elegantly bowed to the four little ones, dragging them back to reality from their stupor. Oh! However, the exclamations of the elementary school students instantly resounded throughout the entire private Suihara Academy. Chapter 1058. After the four little ones spoke to their families on the phone, they got into the car behind. As for Ilya, Wuming personally called Scylla. Then, she got into the car in front with Mayu and Wuming and went to the amusement park. Because they had indeed wasted a lot of time, and the elementary school students still had to go to school tomorrow, they did not play at the amusement park for long. Near the end of the night, Wuming got a limousine out of nowhere and drove it back to the four little ones and Ilya, who still wanted to have more fun. When they finally sent Ilya home, Scylla chatted with Wuming for a while. Scylla even wanted to ask Wuming to stay for dinner, but in the end, she was rejected by Wuming. After bidding farewell to the reluctant Ilya, Wuming drove the ordinary car that had become normal at some point and drove back to the Shuiwea residence with Mayu. The two cars and the bodyguard-like driver from before were all caused by Wuming using the rights he had obtained during his time in Winterwood City. Wuming had a lot of rights in Winterwood City in Mayu's world, but in Winterwood City in Ilya's world, Wuming still had rights. However, these rights had just been obtained not long ago. He got Collis to transfer the dead and black accounts of all the banks in the world to his account through the internet. Through spending money, he set up a company, recruited employees, and provided technology. It was all done by Collis. After that, he went to visit the underworld leaders of Winterwood City. If he could use magic to hypnotize them, he would directly use magic to hypnotize them. Under special circumstances, he would directly place restrictions on those who could not be hypnotized. Wu-Ming did not want these underworld leaders to secretly find people to deal with Wu-Ming in the future. Although he was not afraid, it was indeed troublesome and would affect his mood, so Wu-Ming wanted to end it once and for all. After that, Wu-Ming also suggested to invest heavily in them. The effect of the stick and the carrot was basically very effective. Although these underworld leaders were unwilling, they would not go against money. After all, they also lived in this legal society. As long as they had enough money, they would be happy to let Wu-Ming be the boss, and a boss who basically delegated power. Not to mention, Wu-Ming's strength was also a big thigh for them, so why not do it? On the surface, Wu-Ming was the boss of a big company, but in private, he had become the real ruler of Winterwood City. Although he basically did not care about Winterwood City's affairs, luxury cars, bodyguards, and drivers were basically a piece of cake. Before Wu-Ming came to pick up Mei-Yu, he used the portal to see if Mei-Yu was still waiting at the entrance of the elementary school. When he saw the 4 elementary school students accompanying Mei-Yu and waiting with Mei-Yu, Wu-Ming came up with the idea of inviting this group of elementary school students to play at the amusement park as a way of thanking them for accompanying Mei-Yu. Therefore, all of this was planned by Wu-Ming long ago. The 2 cars were also ordered by Wu-Ming in advance. As for the car that sent the elementary school students home, it was transformed by Collis. After sending off the 4 little ones, in order to not be so eye-catching and exaggerated, Collis became ordinary again on the road. Anyway, Ilya and Mei-Yu knew about Collis' existence, so there was no need to hide it from them. Mei-Yu, are you happy today? Wu-Ming chatted with Mei-Yu, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Yes, I'm very happy. Mei-Yu had a heartfelt smile on her face. Ever since Wu-Ming solved the problem of the black mud, he had been accompanying Mei-Yu during this period of time. He personally sent her to and from school, and the meals she ate were also personally prepared by Wu-Ming. At night, if she was not being coaxed to sleep by Wu-Ming, she would fall asleep with him. It was not the first time he brought Mei-Yu to various places to play. There were even times when Mei-Yu and Wu-Ming went out alone without Ilya's knowledge. In short, she felt that she was about to be spoiled by Wu-Ming. However, Mei-Yu felt that she was quite happy. Glancing at Mei-Yu's smiling face, Wu-Ming tried to speak. Mei-Yu, if someone else wants to participate in our lives, what would you think? Wu-Ming's words were rather vague, and she did not know what he was referring to. However, as a perfect Superman, comparable to a PhD student, Mei-Yu seemed to have realized something, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Wu-Ming, who saw this scene, realized that something was wrong. He immediately changed his tone and changed the topic. After all, we have always been 2 people. The Shuoyu mansion is so big, it's not bad to raise some animals, right? Fortunately, the topic just now was very vague, and Mei-Yu did not immediately see anything. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. Animals. Mei-Yu could not help but be stunned. That's right. After all, I can't always be with you. Raising some animals in our house can also help you relieve your boredom. Although the problem of the black mud was solved, it did not mean that Wu-Ming was free. Wu-Ming's time with Mei-Yu was actually compensation for leaving Mei-Yu. Wu-Ming still had a lot of things to deal with. It was also time for Nizalik to go back and deal with the situation of the big tomb. Although Wu-Ming could move the big tomb now, it would not be easy for all the members of the big tomb to live honestly in Winterwood City. Wu-Ming could not force the members of the big tomb, whose justice points were at least -500, to do good deeds. The only one with high justice points was the old butler, Seabass. Therefore, he had to arrange a place for them to live. There was also Irbiruai. How did she know Wu-Ming's name? Even if she had seen the previous Wu-Ming, he was not known by this name before. In fact, he did not even have a name before, only the name of the dragon of origin, which was both a race and a personal name. Wu Ming had to figure out what was going on. There was also the nameless spellbook that the dragon gave to Wu Ming. Wu Ming had to figure out the relationship between the dragon and himself. He also had to take care of the community in the box court world. After all, Wu Ming was also a member. Whether it was as a member of No Name or for the sake of Black Rabbit, Ren, Letitia, and the others, Wu Ming had to help the community grow. Moreover, he could not use his own power to forcibly improve the community. That would not only spoil the growth by excessive enthusiasm, but it would also be quite disrespectful to the community. Therefore, Wu Ming had to act like Sun Wukong needed to protect Tang Sanzang. This process was not easy. Moreover, Wu Ming had to deal with the conspiracy of the upper echelons of the box court. There was also Pest. Wu Ming had promised to help her, so he had to do it personally. But for better or for worse, No Name did not have to be taken over. No Name only had its meaning in the box court world. Also, Wu Ming had to return to the Godslayer world. Athena, Guinevere, and Lancelot had become the subordinate gods of Wu Ming, the last king. Wu Ming could not just ignore them. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely take over. After all, because of Wu Ming's identity as a Godslayer, he could not stay in the Godslayer world for too long. Wu Ming had a headache just thinking about that. How would the young female version of Guinevere in the Godslayer world meet the young female version of Guinevere in the Model Moon world? That was why Wu Ming did not choose to bring Guinevere and Artoria to the modern world, and only brought Artoria back. It was really difficult. There was also the world of the Star Cup. He had to go back and see what the god of games, Teto, had changed that world into. He was also very concerned about how Rick and Shiobi were doing. Most importantly, there was the problem of the root. A single cycle of reincarnation of the root was a very long time for long-lived species. But that did not mean that Wu Ming did not have to do anything about it. To prevent the black root soil from overloading the root and causing it to leak again, Wu Ming had to solve this problem no matter what. And the only solution now was to let Wu Ming, the god, exist in the many worlds, and let Wu Ming, the god, restrict them. And Wu Ming had been preparing all along. Chapter 1059. Putting that aside for now, Wu Ming needed to pay attention to Mei Yu. Although Wu Ming changed the topic, this wasn't something that Wu Ming thought of casually. He also had the same thought. However, Mei Yu's answer was out of Wu Ming's expectations. Brother Wu Ming, I'm actually not lonely. Angelica has been accompanying me while you weren't around. Wu Ming was taken aback. His foot that was stepping on the accelerator paused, but he immediately recovered. That's right. There's still Angelica. As Angelica was defeated by Wu Ming and picked up, she stayed in the Shuiyue residence. Julian also agreed to it. Wu Ming even made Angelica a maid. During the time that Wu Ming was away, Mei Yu was taken care of by Angelica. Although Angelica was ice cold, it had to be said that once Angelica carried out orders, she was perfect. As a maid, Angelica would clean the Shuiyue residence 3 times a day and tidy it up neatly. At night, she would also read extracurricular books for Mei Yu. During the day, she would prepare 3 meals in bento. Although they weren't top-notch, the taste was still rather delicious. Every time, Elia and the others would exchange meals with Mei Yu so that they could have a taste of Mei Yu's delicious bento. In addition to Wu Ming's performance today, perhaps the 4 primary school students had already treated Mei Yu as a rich missy with a maid, a big family, and a huge business. In short, Angelica could be considered to be responsible for this family. Mei Yu's impression of this former enemy had changed a lot. As for the reason why Wu Ming forgot about Angelica, it was because ever since Wu Ming returned, Angelica basically didn't have a sense of presence. Mei Yu's 3 meals and bento were personally prepared by Wu Ming. When Mei Yu slept, Wu-ming would either accompany her to sleep or read her stories. During the day, Wu-ming would bring Mei Yu out to play when he was free. As for the cleanliness of the Shuiyue residence. In fact, the Shuiyue residence always had an automatic cleaning magic in operation. After all, this was Wu-ming's magic workshop and there was no need for someone to clean it 3 times a day. As for Angelica, because she had nothing to do, she basically sat in her room and stared blankly. She would also wait for Wu-ming and Mei Yu to finish their meals before cooking. When Mei Yu was at home, she would accompany Mei Yu. When Mei Yu wasn't at home, Wu-ming would go out. Gradually, Wu-ming and Angelica met less and less. Until now, Wu-ming had really forgotten about her. If it wasn't for Mei Yu's reminder, Wu-ming didn't know how long it would take for him to realize this problem. Alright, now there was another problem of dealing with Angelica. Although Angelica has always been cold, I'm not lonely, so I don't need any small animals. Then, Mei Yu's tone changed. Or are you saying that Brother Wu-ming, you're going to leave me again? Definitely not. Wu-ming refuted without thinking. This time, it really wasn't. The matter of the root black soil had been dealt with. Wu-ming didn't have anything particularly important to do. Even if he had to deal with the people and things that Wu-ming encountered in other worlds, he wouldn't be as anxious as dealing with Gidia. Moreover, Wu-ming could change the flow of time in this world through the root black soil. He could completely deal with everything in other worlds, but only a few seconds had passed in this world. However, Wu-ming didn't need to do that. After all, he just said that he wasn't in a hurry to deal with things in other worlds, so he could take it slowly. As long as it's not, Mei Yu mumbled softly. Wu-ming stopped the car and rubbed Mei Yu's little head. Don't worry, Big Brother will accompany you. I won't leave you again. I believe in Brother Wu-ming. The 2 siblings chatted in the car for a while before getting out. Wu-ming stopped not to rub Mei Yu's head, but because they had arrived at the entrance of the Shuoyu residence. After getting out of the car, Kalas transformed back into a ball with wings and followed behind Wu-ming. Master, young lady, you're back. A cold voice came from the door. Angelica. Why are you out? Wu-ming ignored the way Angelica addressed him and Mei Yu. Angelica would usually be in a daze in her room at this time. After all, it wasn't time to clean up, and there was still some time before cooking. Today is the fixed day to purchase ingredients. Angelica was like a qualified maid as she answered Wu-ming respectfully. Brother Wu-ming, our family's ingredients and daily necessities are all purchased by Angelica at a fixed time. Today is indeed the day. While Mei Yu and Wu-ming were chatting, Angelica had already walked past them and arrived at the roadside. At this time, a few refrigerated cars arrived at the entrance of the Shuoyu residence. As usual, put down the goods and you can leave. I've already transferred the money to your account. Angelica was as dignified as a boss. Her last sentence was obviously directed at the driver who got off the first car, who was obviously not the driver. The drivers who got out of the cars, including the driver from the first car, all bowed to Angelica. Thank you, big sister. It wasn't the first time they quickly unloaded the goods. After that, the drivers got into the car and left without stopping. What? What's going on? Wu-ming looked at Mei Yu in confusion. I gave the money that Brother Wu-ming you left at the Shuoyu residence to Angelica. Angelica used her brain to earn more money, and she even built a good relationship with the sellers. According to Mei Yu, Angelica had built a good relationship with the sellers in terms of food, clothing, and daily necessities. Every time she needed something, the sellers would deliver it to her door, and Angelica would even give them a tip. Therefore, Angelica was a customer that couldn't be offended. Wu-ming, who knew this, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Wu-ming had a feeling that Angelica didn't just build a good relationship with the sellers with money, she might have even beaten them up. One must know that the company represented by the logo on the refrigerated car that delivered the goods just now, although it was an ordinary company in Winterwood City, it wasn't ordinary at all. The boss of the company had some magic background, and Wu Ming's magic hint was resisted by him. However, it seemed like he used some kind of tool, but it still showed that he wasn't an ordinary person. Although he was still forcibly restrained in the end. The driver who got out of the first car was actually the boss of the company. Wu Ming felt that the guy would definitely make a move on a fat sheep like Angelica. Only after being beaten up and understanding the difference between the two would they say something like, "Big sister." However, this had nothing to do with him. If Angelica was willing, then she could be the big sister. Anyway, the man wasn't a good person, so it didn't matter if she stood on top of him. Wu Ming's mouth twitched when he saw Angelica directly use displacement magic to transfer the ingredients away. These goods were all packed in boxes, but there was a lot of them. If it wasn't for the Shuoyu residence's geographical location near the edge of the city, this would definitely cause a commotion. Angelica and Mei Yu were the same kind of people in some ways. They were people who didn't care about common sense or didn't know much about it. "Angelica, come find me later. I have something to talk to you about." Wu Ming started to deal with Angelica's problem. Chapter 1060. Under Mayo's curious gaze, Wu Ming and Angelica entered a certain room and came out after about half an hour. However, they weren't doing anything indescribable. Wu Ming simply wanted to have a chat with Angelica about whether she should continue staying here. Firstly, Julian had a lot of things to do back then. Angelica was staying in the Shuoyu residence, so it was easier for Julian to have one less person. Secondly, Angelica thought that she had been abandoned and was picked up by Wu Ming, who didn't kill her. Thereafter, she acknowledged Wu Ming as her master. Thirdly, even though Wu Ming didn't realize this problem due to Mayo's excessive independence, Angelica had indeed taken on the role of Wu Ming's nanny when Meiyu wasn't around. These were the three reasons why Wu Ming wanted Angelica to stay. But now that Wu Ming was back and Julian was almost done with his preparations, Angelica could return. Wu Ming knew that Julian still had feelings for his elder sister. Wu Ming wouldn't forcefully separate the siblings. Perhaps after Angelica returned, Julian could instill feelings and memories into her, allowing the emotionless Angelica to truly revive as Julian's elder sister. Although reviving the dead was a taboo in any world and it wasn't a true revival, Wu Ming didn't mind. However, it was still up to Julian and Angelica to decide on their own. Even though Angelica lacked emotions, she wasn't a complete puppet. In the end, Angelica made a decision. "I want to go back and take a look." Wu Ming and Meiyu bid farewell to Angelica, who returned to Meiyo's world. "Meiyu, go do your homework. I'll prepare dinner for you." "Okay." Meiyu nodded lightly and walked into her room. Wu Ming also walked to the kitchen and began his simple but realistic dinner life. Then, Wu Ming saw Maeve, who was wrapped in a towel, walking out of the bathroom. Maeve. Wu Ming hurriedly lowered his voice, afraid that Meiyu would hear him. Wu Ming didn't want to see the scene of Meiyu pointing at my Fu with a face full of resentment and asking Wu Ming who this woman is. "But, my dear, you didn't let me go," Maeve smiled charmingly. Since she didn't let her go, Maeve volunteered to stay. As for why Angelica didn't stop Maeve, it was because Angelica knew about the relationship between Wu Ming and Maeve. Angelica even knew about the existence of Artoria, Joan of Arc, Skaha, and Tiamat. It couldn't be helped. Because of ignoring Angelica, Wu Ming basically didn't hide anything from Angelica. And because of her lack of emotions, Angelica didn't deliberately avoid Wu Ming because her thoughts were different from ordinary people. Therefore, Angelica could be said to be the person who understood Wu Ming the most right now. "My queen, please don't play with me." Wu Ming hurriedly opened the portal and signaled Maeve to leave quickly. "Give me double tonight and I'll leave," Maeve said arrogantly. Okay. I'll promise you anything." Wu Ming pushed Maeve into the portal. Then, Wu Ming let out a long sigh. It seems that the first thing that needs to be dealt with is the issue of Mei Yu and Maeve meeting. After all, it's not a solution to keep hiding it, Brother Wu Ming. Did I just hear a woman's voice? Mei Yu suddenly walked out from the corner. It's nothing. I was just talking to Collis, who is practicing voice changing on what ingredients to use tonight. In an instant, Collis, who was beside Wu Ming, became the scapegoat. Yes. What else could Collis say? She could only help Wu Ming cover it up. Just do as usual. Mei Yu said softly and didn't want to disturb Wu Ming anymore and returned to her room. Wu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shuo Yu's house was big enough. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. However, what Wu Ming didn't know was what kind of disaster he was going to face tonight. It was the next morning in the timeline. In the mansion that Wu Ming bought for Artoria, Jean, and Maeve, Wu Ming walked out of Maeve's room with a pained expression and met the adult version of Artoria. Because of the restraints, Artoria has all the memories of the Middle East singularity, so sometimes Artoria can't help but transform into her adult form. That's why Wu Ming said that Artoria and Jean's breasts were, sometimes, different. However, Artoria's transformation from time to time brought double the joy to Wu Ming. Are you okay? Artoria's face was serious, but her tone was full of concern. I'm okay. However, Wu Ming's slightly pale face betrayed Wu Ming. You can't spoil Maeve all the time. Artoria began to educate Wu Ming. Although Artoria and Jean also had sex with Wu Ming, they were not the kind of people who would get addicted to it. They would only do it with Wu Ming when they were deeply in love, but they were usually like an old married couple. However, Maeve was different. Maeve was born with a perfect body like that of a goddess. It could be said that she was born with the ability to seduce men. And Maeve also acted according to the desire brought by this ability. Otherwise, Maeve's amorous behavior wouldn't be recorded in the historical stories. In addition, the Maeve that Wu Ming knew had always been pure. After having sex with Wu Ming, it was as if the desire that had been suppressed for a lifetime had been released. That was why she kept pestering Wu Ming. This time, it was quite impressive. Artoria didn't think that doing such things was evil, but there were limits. Just like last night, Maeve's screams were so loud that she and Jean couldn't sleep well. Fortunately, when they were brought to Wu Ming's side by the restraining force, their bodies were still at the level of heroic spirits. Otherwise, the dark circles under their eyes would be hanging on their faces. I know. I'll be careful in the future. It was impossible for Wu Ming not to be careful. If they did it every day, even Wu Ming wouldn't be able to take it. It was just like when the dust of a dead world entered the root. If the root's power couldn't supply it, the root would be burdened and forced to supply it. Over time, problems would arise. Knowing this, Wu Ming wouldn't let Maeve do as she pleased anymore. However, indulging like this from time to time was indeed very satisfying. Isn't Jean with you? Wu Ming asked Artoria about Jean. She went to buy some supplements for you, Artoria replied calmly. Although Wu Ming didn't need them, as expected, compared to Artoria and Maeve, Jean was more suitable to be a wife. After all, she was a village girl. By the way, when do you plan to bring Guinevere over? Artoria's question surprised Wu Ming. Then, Wu Ming coughed and straightened his face. I still have to send Mei Yu to school. Let's call it a day. I don't need any supplements. After that, Wu Ming ran away as if he was escaping. Artoria shook her head helplessly. She knew that Wu Ming was hiding something, but more than that, it was because Wu Ming found it hard to accept Artoria and Guinevere's identities. After all, the three of them were a twisted love triangle. Although it was pretentious, Artoria believed that Wu Ming would arrange everything in the end. Now, he just needed some time. Chapter 1061. Artoria was right. Wu Ming really needed time right now. When he thought about how many things he had to deal with, Wu Ming would rather fight another 300 rounds with Gidia. But that was all talk. He couldn't run away from what he had to face. After sending Mei Yu to school, Wu Ming and Collis arrived at the root of everything. The golden portal closed, and Wu Ming and Collis, who had just exited the portal, were now standing on the platform of the root of everything. The original portal was purplish-black, but it was still too dark, so Wu Ming modified it in the root of everything. Not only did it change the color, but its ability was also greatly enhanced. Otherwise, Wu Ming wouldn't have been able to use the portal to directly travel from Meiyou's world to the root of everything. At the center of the platform where Collis and Wu Ming stood, Wu Ming's backup machine had already disappeared. Without a doubt, the backup machine had gone to save the world. Wu Ming waved his hand, and several high-tech screens appeared in front of Wu Ming and Collis. This was the result of Wu Ming using the authority of the root of everything. Wu Ming could directly see the scenes of other worlds, be it the past or the present. What was displayed on the screens was the live broadcast and recording of the backup machine saving the world. On the screens, various worlds were on the verge of destruction. In the next second, a giant white dragon descended from the sky, instantly found the source of the destruction, and stopped it. The survivors of those worlds were all deeply grateful to the giant white dragon. Although there were very few of them, there were still some who held resentment and hatred towards the white dragon for saving the world. Without a doubt, those people were not the masterminds behind the destruction of the world, but they probably had something to do with it. After that, the white dragon automatically retrieved information about that world, understood the cause, and used the root of everything to destroy those who were truly responsible for the destruction of the world and refused to change their ways. Even if they had abilities like substitutes or resurrections, they were useless in front of the root of everything. Wu Ming's backup machine tirelessly went to each world that was about to be destroyed one after another to save them. Looks like the backup machine can also take on my mission. However, there were worlds that had been saved, and there were also worlds that had not been saved. Wu Ming waved his hand again, and the screens in front of him changed instantly. The next thing that appeared on the screen was no longer a white dragon. Not only that, but the worlds on the screen were also on the verge of collapsing. A few seconds later, they completely shattered. Be it people or objects, they were all annihilated. As for the world itself, it would turn into an invisible speck of dust that wandered between worlds, eventually being sucked into the origin and becoming a speck of origin black soil. That's not a good idea. Wu Ming frowned. It was clear that while the origin dragon could quickly save worlds, there were many worlds that could not wait for that world to arrive. After all, there was no telling how many times the origin had reincarnated, how big the world was, or how many worlds there were. Coupled with the fact that the world was being destroyed faster and faster, Wu Ming's backup machine alone would not be able to save them in time. In order for Wu Ming's plan to become God to proceed, he had to ensure that the world would not be destroyed again. Otherwise, they would be like a pool of water that was being filled with water at the same time. Wu Ming raised his hand and began to connect with the origin. An invisible thread connected to Wu Ming's body. Wu Ming wanted to temporarily stop the origin's abilities to create worlds, recycle dust, and produce origin power. Wu Ming wanted the origin to control the time of all worlds. Controlling a few dozen, or even a few hundred worlds could be done easily by borrowing the origin's power. However, if he wanted to control the time of all worlds that were about to be destroyed, the origin would need to stop everything else and fully focus on this aspect. By temporarily stopping or slowing down the flow of time of the worlds that were about to be destroyed, there would be enough time to save those worlds. However, there was no telling when Wu Ming's backup machine alone would be able to save all the worlds that were about to be destroyed. As for having Wu Ming save all the worlds that were about to be destroyed while their time was being controlled, that was even more impossible. After all, Wu Ming still had to accompany Mei Yu, and there were a lot of things that he needed to take care of, so how could he save so many worlds that were about to be destroyed at once? And so, Wu Ming made a decision. I need to find someone to help. As for who to find, it was naturally the people that Wu Ming was familiar with in the worlds that he had experienced. However, they all had their own lives, and not many of them would be able to fully devote themselves to saving a world. And so, Wu Ming made another decision. He wanted to create a system. That's right, a system that gave the host a mission. He did as he said. And so, Wu Ming used the power of the prime origin to create the system. Because it was a drop in the ocean compared to the time needed to control all the worlds, creating this system did not burden the prime origin much. Similarly, it did not take much time and was quickly completed. Wu Ming held a ball of light that was emitting a faint white light in one hand with a satisfied look on his face. By the way, because it was a system, it did not have a fixed shape or size, and what Wu Ming was holding was the concept of a system. Wu Ming had set up a mission cycle in the system, which would issue missions at fixed times, and the missions were naturally to save the world. According to the difficulty and degree of destruction of each world, the missions would be categorized into different types, and those who fit the criteria would be given the corresponding missions. Because this system was connected to the prime origin would personally select the worlds and issue missions, so there was no need to worry about any issues. Normally, when a mission was issued, the default option would be accept the mission, but there were also options to postpone the mission or reject the mission. After all, the real reason why Wu Ming had set up this system was to allow Wu Ming's acquaintances to save the world without affecting their own lives. Completing a mission would grant a required reward, and the reward could be selected by the host. For example, a reward that would increase one's personal strength, or a reward that would strengthen one's group. And these rewards would be directly replicated by the prime origin from each world where such rewards existed, so there was no need to worry about affecting other worlds. Moreover, because it was for acquaintances, there would be no failure penalty even if the reject the mission was chosen, and the rejected mission would not be delayed but transferred to someone else. However, if the postpone the mission option was chosen, the reward would definitely be reduced. Postpone the mission meant that the host would temporarily accept the mission and not do it immediately. And if the host did not accept the mission but did not do it immediately, the reward would naturally be reduced. Of course, if there was enough time, the host could also request the system to accept more missions. In any case, this was a rather good system from all aspects. Master, do you want to give it a name? Kala suggested. A name. After thinking for a second or two, Wu Ming gave an answer. Just call it system. Chapter 1062. Kalas didn't say anything about this. After all, she already knew that her master was terrible at naming things. She was just looking forward to it. Now, let the Great Origin send this system to a designated existence. Then, with that existence as the unit, it can be spread to the surroundings. The system was a concept. Therefore, Wu Ming would split it into several parts and send it to a certain existence in the world that Wu Ming had experienced. Then, that existence would spread it to other people designated by Wu Ming. Wu Ming lightly tossed the system in his hand, and the ball of light instantly disappeared. The system had been sent by the Great Origin to a designated person in the world designated by Wu Ming. In Mayo's world, Artoria, Jean, and Maeve all received the system. Immediately, the three of them gathered together. My dear needs me. Of course, I'll help him. Maeve smiled sweetly. She didn't want to be treated like a vase by Wu Ming. Fortunately, Wu Ming didn't do that. He still chose to let her help. This isn't just helping Wu Ming. It's also saving other worlds. Artoria was King Arthur, after all. She had a strong sense of justice. I'll help as much as I can. Although Jean didn't have much confidence, when it came to saving other worlds, she would definitely not hesitate, just like Artoria. After all, this was indeed helping Wu Ming. Although Enkidu also received the system, her main task was to look after Tiamat. As for Mayu, Ilya, and the others, although they weren't weak, Wuming didn't give them the system. Elementary school students should just obediently go to school. Great Underground Tomb of Nazalik. In the office, the guardian supervisor Yair Bade sat on the high-class sofa that belonged to Wuming's office. He had a serious expression as he went through documents. That is, if you ignore the fact that Yair Bades but was constantly moving against the sofa. If Demiurgos were here, he would definitely ask Yair Bade what he was doing. Then, Yair Bade would reply with an infatuated look on his face that he was trying to taint Wuming's aura. Right at this moment, Yair Bade froze as if he had just received something. Knock knock, there was a knock on the door, and Demiurgos walked in. Seeing the stunned Yair Bade, Demiurgos was puzzled. Demiurgos walked to the desk and put down the document in his hand. What's wrong, Yair Bade? Yair Bade, who had regained his senses after hearing Demiurgos' words, had a serious expression on his face. Sir Wuming sent a message. When it came to Wuming, Demiurgos became serious. Demiurgos, Lord Wuming is going to become a god in another world. I see, so that's why Lord Wuming left this world. Then, we will naturally get what Lord Wuming wants. Both Yair Bade and Demiurgos had a joyful expression. As expected of the Supreme Honorable, even his goal was so great. The two began to imagine, according to the Supreme Honorable's decree, we need to implant the system that Lord Wuming passed to me into everyone in the great underground tomb of Nazalik to help Lord Wuming save the worlds that are about to be destroyed. After all, if those worlds are destroyed, Lord Wuming's goal will not be achieved. Hearing this, Demiurgos pushed up his glasses. Indeed, and we can even win people's hearts through rescue. As expected of Lord Wuming. Neither of them cared about why other worlds were involved. After all, they had come to another world in the great underground tomb of Nazalik. There was nothing wrong with Wuming going to another world. Then, Yair Bade stretched out her hand, and a ball of light appeared in her hand. You can implant this system through contact. Lord Wuming has already put the specific method of use in the system. Arrange it as soon as possible. As she spoke, Yair Bade touched Demiurgos with the ball of light. In the next second, Demiurgos had a thought, and the same ball of light appeared in his hand. So that's how it is. As expected of Lord Wuming, to be able to create such a powerful tool. Then, Demiurgos bowed slightly. Then, I'll take my leave. I'll get everyone in the great underground tomb of Nazalik to implant it as soon as possible. Demiurgos left the room, leaving Yair Bade alone in the room with a look of excitement. Lord Wuming, I will definitely make you a god in another world. The same thing happened in another world. In the world of the god-slayers, Athena, Lancelot, and Guinevere, who were living on a small island in the Pacific Ocean, received the system at the same time. My lord. Lancelot, who was dressed like an older sister, looked very excited. It's Lord Villo. Guinevere, who looked like a young girl, was even more excited. Interesting. Athena, on the other hand, seemed to be very interested in this system. My lord needs us. Lancelot immediately dressed up, as if he was about to go save the world. Wait. Wait, uncle, don't be in such a hurry, Guinevere quickly said. Lancelot was confused. With just the three of us, I'm afraid we can't help much. This system has a spreading function, and there's also a list of people who can be trusted. Why don't we leave one person to spread the word? Athena instantly understood Guinevere's meaning. That's right, I think so too. This way, we can help Lord Villo more efficiently. If that's the case, let my beloved daughter stay. With my lord's deterrence, even without me, no one would dare to attack you, Lancelot suggested. Ha! That's right. Even if you become his subordinate god, you won't have much combat power. At most, you can protect yourself. If that's the case, you should stay. Then, Lancelot and Athena instantly disappeared. They accepted the system's mission and went to save the other worlds. Guinevere, who was left alone, was in a state of sorrow. Why did this happen? I wanted to see if I could see Lord Villo. In the game world, in the human kingdom of Elgia, the residence of the Queen. Rick, who had installed a mechanical arm on the broken arm, hurriedly ran in from outside. Rick had matured a lot, but he was not as haggard as before. Chloe, I have news of Lord Villo. Rick's sister, Chloe, who was not dressed very elegantly, walked out in surprise. Compared to the cheerful and lively Chloe before, Chloe was now more dignified. However, Chloe did not change when it came to her brother. The god who disguised himself as a human to help you. Didn't you say he went to the other worlds? After Wu Ming left, Rick did not hide it and told his sister about Wu Ming's identity, who was the current queen of the human kingdom. After Teto became the only god, Chloe, with the support of Rick and many other humans, established the human kingdom of Elgia and became the queen. Teto repaired the World Cup, so the living conditions of the humans were not bad. More and more humans from small tribes joined Elgia, and Elgia became more and more prosperous. Let's not talk so much. Take a look at this first. Rick instantly held Chloe's hand. Chloe was stunned as if she was electrocuted. This system is very suitable for the development of us humans. After understanding the system that had been transferred from Rick to Crony, Crony expressed her thoughts. I think so too, but I'm still considering whether to give this to other races. Although the world was at peace, the conflicts between the various races could not be resolved so easily. The races that needed to cooperate were willing to put aside their hatred, but the forest elves and goblins were still enemies, not to mention the other races. Let's do it secretly in our country first. Our only god is Teto, after all. If we spread the outer god's things, I'm afraid the only god will be unhappy. Chloe, who had been the queen for a while, immediately made a decision. Of course, the system has stated that we can spread it directly to the Jikai race. I'll leave this task to you, Rick. Remember to explain it to Zio properly. I know, I'll contact the Jikai race. Rick looked helpless. Then, Chloe showed a pained expression. As the ambassador, you're the only one who has good contact with the Jikai race. However, the Jikai race did have some problems with their brains recently, so you should be careful. Although Rick had given up the throne to his sister, he had become a diplomat of the kingdom. Rick had always been working hard for the country. Moreover, Rick's mechanical arm was obtained through diplomatic contact with the Jikai race. Due to Zio, the Jikai race was gradually awakening their individual emotions, but machines were still machines, and no one could guarantee when they would have problems. The Jikai race has already unilaterally submitted to the Villo, just like the Skywing race. I believe that if it's something from the Villo, they would definitely accept it. Rick looked confident. If that's the case, let's contact the Skywing race at the same time. A child's voice rang out in the hall where only Chloe and Rick were present. The only god. Teto. When did you get here? Both Chloe and Rick instantly knew who the owner of the voice was. It was the god of games, Tut. As for why Rick acted like he was familiar with Teto and even dared to be so impudent, it was because Teto would come looking for Rick to play that unfinished game of chess, and the game was still ongoing. Moreover, Teto was born from Rick's thoughts, and the two of them could be considered close friends, which was why Rick was so casual. I'm a Villo after all, so I'll allow him to interfere with this world as much as possible. Just do it. If Wu Ming hadn't given the celestial cup to Teto, Teto wouldn't have become the only god. In a sense, Wu Ming could be considered the father of this world's only god. After Teto's voice disappeared, Chloe and Rick looked at each other and nodded. They then split up and began to spread that system. Above the clouds of the kingdom of Elgia, Teto was holding a white ball of light with a smile on his face. The system only gave it to the humans. Looks like you want the Skywing and Jikai races to ally with the humans. As expected of you. In the next second, Teto, who had loaded that system, disappeared. Such a fun game, system, naturally had to be tried out by him, the only god. Chapter 1063. Let's go back, Matthew. Gadotsi looked particularly worried. It's okay, senpai. My body was originally used for experiments. I'm already very satisfied to be able to live until now, meet senpai, and experience so much. Before Matthew finished speaking, he fell into a coma. Matthew. Gadotsi didn't know where she got the strength from, but she directly carried Matthew and ran back to Chaldea. The next second after Gadotsi and Matthew's figures disappeared, a golden ripple appeared, and Wuming walked out of the portal. Looking at the two people in the distance, Wuming was quite glad. He was glad that he came in person this time. Casey Perrig. Wuming whispered softly, and a snow-white squirrel-like animal came out of the snow. It was Fufu. In fact, during this period, Fufu had been following Matthew, but Matthew couldn't find it most of the time. Just like this time, Fufu was hiding in the snow. By the way, Fufu was not as afraid of Wuming as before this time. Instead, it walked to Wuming and sat down. You want to save Matthew, right? Wuming said. Fufu didn't speak, nor did it shout. It just nodded gently. Then do it. You've been in Chaldea for so long, it's time to repay Matthew's kindness. Fufu was quite puzzled. Could it be that Wuming called it out just to say this? I originally wanted to adjust Matthew's body myself, but I accidentally found you. I don't like people who don't repay kindness, so I'm going to use your ability as a beast to adjust Matthew's body. It turned out that Fufu wanted to use the energy accumulated during the time in Chaldea. Fufu agreed. Wuming waved his hand and a golden teleportation gate opened up. A mass of golden essence flew out from it. The essence instantly fused into Fufu's body. In the next second, Fufu's body began to change. Fo's head, body, and limbs swelled up as if they had grown tumors. However, as if he didn't want to turn into a beast, Fufu forcibly suppressed it. The tumor-like swelling all came to Fufu's tail. In the end, Fufu's body did not change at all. Only his tail became incomparably huge, like a burning seven-colored flame, filling the sky. Fufu glanced at Wuming, then turned around abruptly and charged towards Chaldea. Watching Fufu enter Chaldea, Wuming did not move, because he was waiting for someone. However, Wuming knew that that person would not come for a while, so he chose to walk around and enjoy the snowy scenery. Wuming did not give the system to anyone in Chaldea. After all, other than the heroic spirits, only Olga Marie, who was about to master the third law, was powerful. Matthew, Gadotsi, Roman, and the less than 20 Chaldea employees who survived did not have much combat power. Moreover, they did not need to become powerful, especially Gadotsi, Matthew, and Roman. They did not desire to become powerful. They were satisfied with being ordinary people. Wuming walked while daydreaming. About half an hour later, a man in a white coat came from Chaldea. It was Roman Ackerman. As soon as they met, Wuming asked about Matthew. How is Matthew? Is his body okay now? The reason why Roman came out late was naturally to check on Matthew's physical condition after being transformed by Fufu's power. Matthew's injuries are completely healed, and his cells are no longer dying. He can be said to be the same as a normal person, and his physical fitness is far better than that of an ordinary person. Roman's face was filled with joy from the bottom of his heart, and at the same time, he was relieved. After Roman asked Wuming to bypass Gideon, he gave the 10th ring of King Solomon to Wuming. As a price, Roman completely bid farewell to his identity as King Solomon. However, after that, Matthew's body began to deteriorate, which made Roman blame himself. If he still had the ring, he would have used all of King Solomon's power to save Matthew. After all, his identity had been exposed. The remaining less than 20 people in Chaldea knew Roman's true identity, so Roman did not need to hide it. However, Roman gave the 10th ring to Wuming. But now, the 4th beast, who had been hiding in Chaldea, had transformed Matthew's body at the cost of sacrificing his intelligence. Matthew would no longer be affected by the after-effects of human experimentation. Moreover, they had defeated the 4th beast in disguise. This was a good thing for all mankind. It seems that you really like being a human, Solomon. Wuming said, turning to look at the snow. Just call me Roman. Indeed, I like being an ordinary person. If it weren't for the sake of humanity, I wouldn't have become a doctor and entered Chaldea. Roman and Wuming stood side by side, looking into the distance. Congratulations, your wish has been completely fulfilled. Wuming said half-jokingly. After all, Roman had completely lost the ability of King Solomon, and he was already an ordinary person. If it's possible, I really want to quit my job in Chaldea and be a real ordinary person. I want to enjoy my life, work my life, be happy my life, and worry my life. But he could not. Chaldea was now waiting to be done. Even if it was purely for Matthew, Roman had to stay. In order to prevent human experimentation like Matthew from appearing in Chaldea again, Roman had to stay and supervise Chaldea. I'm going to let Gideon work for me. Wuming stated his intention. Work? Roman was stunned. It has destroyed many worlds. After those worlds have been reconstructed by me, I'm going to let it protect those worlds. I see. Even Roman found it slightly difficult to accept the topic of destroying and reconstructing worlds. Also, I'm going to let Gideon inherit your power and save those worlds that are about to perish for me first. Wuming was going to let Gideon implant the system to save the world. However, the system given to Gideon was dedicated to monitoring Gideon. There would be no reward, and there would be no rejection of missions. Everything was mandatory. This was the proverb, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Although Gideon was spared, punishment was inevitable. Let it go. I believe that it will be willing to do so now. After experiencing the threat of death, Roman thought that Gideon would reflect on it. After all, it was a tactic created by Roman. Roman did not think that Gideon would be pulled down. That's it then. I'll go first. After all, Wuming still had a lot of things to do. Don't you want to see the director? Roman suddenly said. Wuming stopped, turned around, and glanced at Roman. She has Parmelia with her. I don't need to. I'll come and see her when she has fully mastered the 3rd method. Opening the golden ripple, Wuming did not stop and walked straight in. After the portal closed, Roman raised his arm. He had a communication device like Gadotzi's on his arm. Director, he's gone. Chapter 1064. Wuming returned to the route, and Collis was waiting for Wuming on the central platform of the route. As long as Wuming left, Collis would replace Wuming as the temporary administrator. Master, I've confirmed all the people you've been paying special attention to. They've all been implanted with systems, so you don't have to worry about letting them meet for now. Wuming felt a bit awkward at Collis's honest words. Wuming coughed to hide his awkwardness. Ahem, let's begin the next part of the plan. The next part of the plan was Wuming's plan to become a god. He had to restrict the highly developed worlds and control them as a god, so that they wouldn't self-destruct because they wanted to explore higher levels of development. My contract, my dependence, I am the place where the tributaries converge. Bind with me, heed my call, obey my command, appear. As Wuming chanted the words of the spirit, nothing happened. Or rather, nothing happened to the root. Meanwhile, in each of the highly developed worlds, a silhouette appeared. It was a silent silhouette. Now, Wu Ming's essence and abilities had transcended from before, reaching an unprecedented and indescribable height. The price was that Wu Ming's eyes couldn't be changed back to their original color, and could only maintain their golden color and fiery red pupils. The 12 clones had completely broken free from the shackles of the spirit, and could activate their abilities with just a thought. Chanting the spirit was just a habit of Wu Ming's. Not only that, but all of Wu Ming's abilities had been strengthened like never before. The dependence of the 12 clones could create countless clones with strength comparable to the main body. Wu Ming wanted to use these clones to enter the highly developed world selected by the root to restrict these worlds and prevent them from dying. Wu Ming's original plan was to wait until all the worlds that were about to be destroyed were saved before activating it. However, in the end, Wu Ming still chose to work on both fronts. Restricting highly developed worlds from heading towards destruction, saving worlds that were about to be destroyed from destruction, stopping all functions of the root, and focusing all efforts on controlling time in all worlds. That way, the world would no longer be destroyed, and the world dust would not enter the root and become the root's black soil. Wu Ming's series of actions would no longer lead to the destruction of worlds. As long as he restricted the highly developed worlds and saved the worlds that were about to be destroyed, everything would return to the right track. The Great Origin would no longer accelerate its reincarnation due to its burdens, and the world would no longer be destroyed. The death of a world would only be a natural death because it had reached its end. In short, all that was left now was only a matter of time. After some calculations, Master only needs to send Mayu Sama to school for another 3 months, and everything will be realized. With Colossus' words, Wu Ming was relieved. Everything is finally settled. Wu Ming lay down on the root's platform and rested. Thinking back to the time when the old man who took him in had passed away, when he obtained his own scale and headed to a mysterious world to begin this memorable journey, Wu Ming was filled with endless emotions. Wu Ming got to know quite a few people and came into contact with quite a few things along the way. But in the end, he still managed to return home and eliminate the trouble brought by the origin, black soil, as well as alter the origin, and prevent the destruction of a large number of worlds. This is much more interesting than before. The before Wu Ming was referring to the root dragon before this reincarnation. Back then, the root dragon was like a machine that constantly carried out its mission to protect the world. Although it had visited many worlds and seen many things, it was still rather boring. After Wu Ming received these memories from the root, he immediately used some means to extract them and seal them away. The reason could be summed up in one word: boring. Moreover, Wu Ming felt that it was enough to have the memories of when he was Wu Ming. If he received those memories, Wu Ming might not be himself anymore. Or rather, it was very likely that it would revert back to being the tireless, brainless, and machine-like origin dragon that only knew how to save the world. At that thought, Wu Ming felt that it was great that he could become Wu Ming from the root dragon. At that moment, Colossus suddenly spoke, interrupting Wu Ming's thoughts. Master, according to the memo, you have yet to resolve the issue of Irbiruai, the Platinum Dragon King, and the nameless spellbook. At Colossus' words, Wu Ming abruptly jumped up from the platform. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Wu Ming swiped his hand across the void, and a virtual screen appeared. This was the current world of the underground tomb. Irbiruai was a vampire, after all, and Wu Ming was using the root to search for the earliest timeline of Irbiruai's era. Wu Ming decided to resolve Irbiruai's issue first. So it's 200 years ago. Wu Ming found it. Just adjust the timeline to 300 years ago. I'll go ahead and see what's going on. She had traveled through the timeline before Irbiruai was born and then hid in the dark. Wu Ming could not find the reason for his distrust. However, Wu Ming's mind suddenly lit up. He paused for a moment as if he understood something. Could it be that I actually went to that era and came into contact with that dragon while hiding in the dark? As for what Ibirui said about Wu Ming being her benefactor, perhaps Wu Ming had gone to that world and accidentally exposed his past to Ibirui. It seemed that he had to find another way. If that's the case, I won't go, right? I don't believe that it's because of me if I don't go. However, in the next second after Wu Ming said that, several figures somehow appeared on the platform of the route. Maeve, Tiamat, Athena, the young version of Guinevere, Lancelot, Pest, Letitia, and Shiobi. These young girls of all shapes and sizes. At first, they did not know what to do. However, they quickly reacted. Because Wu Ming was here. However, while they reacted, Wu Ming did not. Darling. Maeve jumped into Wu Ming's arms. Child. Child. Tiamat hugged Wu Ming from behind. Lord Villo. The young version of Guinevere and the young version of Guinevere hugged Wu Ming from both sides. Athena stood aside and watched the show. She stopped Lancelot, who wanted to help the monarch. Letitia comforted Pest, who did not get the chance. Shiobi, on the other hand, was more easily satisfied. She only needed to see Wu Ming, the person who changed her and made her develop feelings for him, and that was enough. Collis. What's going on? Wu Ming was extremely flustered. Master, they are all existences with systems implanted in them. After they completed a mission to save the world, the reward they chose was to meet you. Therefore, the root in charge of giving out rewards directly gave them the rewards they wanted. By the way, Master, Lady Ibirui and Lady Meiyu have also come into contact with systems for some reason. Wu Ming could not help but look at Maeve. He felt that it was Maeve's doing. Maeve, on the other hand, chuckled and admitted it. Also, your female guards in the Godslayer world have also been implanted with systems. Collis emphasized the word female. Wu Ming looked at the young version of Guinevere. The young version of Guinevere chuckled and admitted it. The young version of Guinevere is the reward that Artoria chose. Wu Ming's eyes started to lose focus. At that moment, Enkidu broke through space and walked out. I'm sorry, Lord Wu Ming. I accidentally let Mother come into contact with systems. Now, looking at the large number of young girls surrounding Wu Ming, Enkidu could not continue. As the saying goes, raising a cow is the same as raising 2 cows. It seems that one more Tiamat would not be a problem. Collis, let's go. With a whoosh, Wu Ming disappeared. He went to 300 years ago, the era before Ibirui was born. Wu Ming now knew why he left his mark in that world hundreds of years ago. It was because it was unavoidable. What was worth celebrating was that the world crisis had basically been resolved, and Wu Ming's ultimate goal had been achieved. However, after Wu Ming returned from that world, he had to face how he provoked these young girls. They lived in peace. This was comparable to the destruction of the world. This might be the end of one thing, the beginning of another. End. Chapter 1065. In the Hakata world, because of Wu Ming's achievement in defeating absolute evil, No Name was given the title of regional ruler by White Yiksha. Coupled with the recapture of the flag, the community was able to develop rapidly, but No Name still didn't have a name. Because it was taken away by the Demon King, if they wanted to get back the title, they had to obtain the contract to obtain the name of No Name. But this was extremely difficult. If it wasn't for someone intentionally releasing Az Dakaha, who knew when they would be able to find the flag of No Name. And there were also the members of No Name that were taken away by the Demon King. They had to all be found, which wasn't an easy task. But if it was according to 16 Knights' words, that would be, this is interesting, isn't it? In the No Name conference room, Ren, who had just finished analyzing the current flaws of No Name, looked at the excited 16 knights who stood up and sighed helplessly, but didn't say anything. What's interesting about it? 16 Nights, San's brain is always wired differently from others. Black Rabbit couldn't help but complain. But Jiu Yuao stood on 16 Nights' side. 16 Nights is right. This is more challenging for this lady. Haruai Hiroyuki, who was holding the three-furred cat, also nodded. Interesting. What's interesting about it? Miss Hiroyuki and Miss Hiroyuki are obviously just playing around. Black Rabbit was so angry that his ears jumped. Don't say that, Black Rabbit. 16 Nights smiled wantonly and looked at Black Rabbit. Villo, that guy defeated absolute evil in the final trial by himself. How can this uncle be left behind? We're not delicate flowers that need to hide behind him. If this kind of thing is always left to the Villo, wouldn't we lose face? Jiu Yuao added. So, we have to finish what even the Villo couldn't. Haruai Hiroyuki's eyes became determined. Letitia, who was sitting on the side, couldn't help but smile. She could see that these three problem children did want to be in the limelight, but more importantly, they also wanted to take on the responsibility of the community and didn't want to let Wuming bear everything alone. However, they were still not strong enough. After all, the reason why Wuming didn't seek help from No Name when AZ Dakaha was released was because they were too weak. When Wuming had faced AZ Dakaha, who had the origin black soil, he didn't even dare to say that he had a 100% chance of winning, so how could he involve others? Otherwise, Wuming wouldn't have used himself as bait to entangle AZ Dakaha and prevent him from wreaking havoc. Otherwise, with AZ Dakaha's strength at that time, the lower levels of the box court would have been wiped out, and it would be hard to say if all the members of No Name would have survived. Then you'll have to hurry up and become stronger. Letitia smiled. At this moment, a light spot appeared above the conference room table. The light spot suddenly split into several parts and merged into everyone's body at a speed that no one could react to. 16 Nights closed her eyes and sensed the information from the light that entered her body. A few seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes. I was still left behind by that guy. However, 16 Nights wasn't dispirited because of this. Instead, her smile was exceptionally bright. However, this is also a way to become stronger. Watch me use this Villo's thing to catch up to him. When the time comes, he'll cry. The thing that just entered the bodies of No Name was the system that Wuming created. And you can also become a savior. Jiu Yuasuka's eyes were shining as if she was very interested in saving the world. There are also rewards that can be obtained. Haruai Hiroyuki pointed out the main point. This was also the way to become stronger that 16 Nights had mentioned. And you can also choose a group reward. That's great, young Master Ren. This way, our community can develop even faster. How did Mr. Villo create such a powerful gift? Black Rabbit's face was filled with joy. This reward is really. Now even finding the former members of the community and our No Name's previous names will be more convenient. Mr. Villo has really helped us a lot. Ren's face also showed an uncontrollable smile. As expected of my master. Letitia seemed to be used to her master being able to do surprising things. However, Letitia noticed that Pest, who didn't have much right to speak and didn't speak much, was now frozen in place as if he was possessed. What's wrong, Pest? Letitia curiously walked to Pest's side. Ah. I'm fine. Pest was shocked and immediately turned his back on Letitia. However, Pest didn't look like he was fine no matter how she looked at him. I'll go out first. Pest finished speaking and ran out without looking back. After that, Letitia found a few drops of tears on Pest's seat. Pest, who ran out, couldn't stop his tears from flowing. This was because in the system that Wuming gave her, there was a message from Wuming. I've already investigated. The sun entering the Little Ice Age caused the Black Death to break out. It was actually to suppress a human's final trial. As long as your strength is enough, I will definitely help you solve the human's final trial. This way, White Yiksha will have no reason to let the sun enter the Little Ice Age, and the history of the Black Death will also be changed. Moreover, this is the box court, so you don't have to worry about disappearing. Maybe at that time, I won't even have to do anything. You and your no-name companions can kill that human's final trial. So, whether it's summoning Wes and Latine or changing the birth of the Black Death, I want you to do it yourself. Through this gift that I'm giving you, work hard to become stronger, my little maid. Recalling these words, Pest's tears began to fall faster and faster, and so did his footsteps. Finally, after reaching his room, Pest couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Wah! Letitia, who was standing outside Pest's door with her back against the wall, smiled faintly and said the same words as before. As expected of you, my master. The Axmoon world was located inside Chaldea, which was located on an iceberg in the center of the South Pole. Because of Wuming and Zelik, Chaldea managed to survive. The dozens of masters who were kept in the freezer also woke up and were sent to the hospital for treatment. Now, everyone knew that Chaldea wasn't to be trifled with. Only a few rascals dared to target Chaldea. However, even Olga Marie's Animosphia family would be able to take care of these rascals. After Olga Marie completely learned the third spell, Chaldea might become another great influence in the magician world. It also seemed to reflect Chaldea's beautiful future. During this time, the sky in Chaldea often cleared up, but this wasn't a bad thing. Gadotzi and Matthew would come out for a walk from time to time. Although it was a little cold, this peace couldn't be exchanged. Today, the two were still walking outside. By the way, Matthew, do you know that Chaldea is in the South Pole? Gadotzi suddenly asked. Matthew's little head couldn't help but tilt. The South Pole? No, Senior, I'm not very sure. After all, I haven't been out much. After all, Matthew was the product of Chaldea's human experiments. Naturally, he didn't know. Is that so? Gadotzi probably also thought of this, and felt a little lonely. Today, I learned from the doctor that Chaldea is on an iceberg in the center of the South Pole. I thought it was on the Himalayas, after all, it was the highest mountain in the world. Normal people would generally think so. Even if they didn't think so, they wouldn't have thought that Chaldea was on the snow mountain in the South Pole. I didn't think about this problem. Matthew looked up at the sky and said quietly. Actually, I'm satisfied as long as I can see the blue sky. Looking at Matthew like this, Gadotzi felt particularly distressed. At this time, Matthew suddenly coughed. Cough cough, Matthew. Gadotzi immediately supported Matthew, who almost fell. A trace of blood emerged from Matthew's palm that was covering his mouth. Matthew's body had reached its limit. As a test subject of the heroic spirit possession experiment, it was a miracle that Matthew could live until now. And accompanied Gadotzi through 7 singularities. Even with the existence of Galahad's spiritual base, Matthew's body was full of holes. In other words, Matthew didn't have long to live.
Chapter 655. Not one can be missing. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's guess was indeed possible. It was clear that the real traitor had killed Grandmaster Yi Ding in order to conceal himself from the world. Then he took the opportunity to pin the crime on Grandmaster Yi Ding and divert everyone's attention. This traitor was very despicable. This person must be found. He is a sinner of the Qin family. Elder. One by one the elders shouted angrily. Lin Ling glanced at everyone and smiled faintly. There is no need to find him. He will jump out himself. Elder. Lin Ling, do you have a way? Elder. Qin Shao suddenly looked at Lin Ling. He realized that this youth had been very calm from beginning to end. Could it be that he had already sensed something? Qin Lan's heart inexplicably trembled. She became even more flustered, but she still comforted herself. Lin Ling was just scaring her and making her panic. So as long as she did not admit it, then even if everyone suspected her, they would not be able to do anything to her without any evidence. And once the Duan family obtained the pill formula, they would definitely win this competition for business shares. At that time, her father would be forced to give up the position of patriarch. Then everything would be under her control. Her calculations were very good, but she forgot one thing. Obtaining the pill formula did not mean that Lin Ling would only sell one type of pill. In fact, Lin Ling had refined two types of pills for the Qin family. One was the 7th grade Clear Heart pill. The other was the 8th grade Bright River Sky pill. In order to make the 8th grade Bright River Sky pill popular among martial artists, he had slightly changed the 7th grade Clear Heart pill so that the two types of pills complemented each other. This meant that if one bought only one type of pill, it would be beneficial in the short term but harmful in the long term. At that time they would have to buy the 8th grade Bright River Sky pill. The Bright River Sky pill's effect was to cleanse the spirit energy in the dantian, making the spirit energy purer. Therefore, martial artists who swallowed the 7th grade Clear Heart pill would find that although cultivating could stabilize the soul and not be disturbed by the outside world, the spirit energy would become more impure. At that time they would need the Bright River Sky pill. This was a bundled marketing. Both types of pills were indispensable. As for the Duan family, they had obtained the Clear Heart pill. But without the Bright River Sky pill, the Clear Heart pill would be harmful. As expected, 3 days later, the streets were in an uproar. After taking the mind-clearing pill, my cultivation speed has increased and I'm about to break through to the next realm. However, for some reason, the spiritual energy in my body has become even more impure. Spirit chi is impure and impulsive. It can greatly reduce a martial artist's combat strength. The side effects of this Clear Heart pill are so great. Many martial artists discussed spiritedly. In fact, the Tranquil Heart pill was not poisonous. It only required them to spend more time refining the spiritual energy in their bodies. Ah, are you stupid? The Qin clan's pill workshop has the Sky Metropolis Bright River pill, which is specially used to purify the spiritual energy in one's body. It's even suitable for Holy Spirit realm experts. How could you not know about it? A warrior mocked, causing the gazes of the other warriors who were discussing to gather. Every medicine is 30% poisonous. How can you blame the mind-clearing pill? As long as we can find the antidote pill, it'll be fine. Moreover, the Sky Metropolis Bright River pill is cheaper than the Clear Heart pill. Just go and buy it. The mocking martial artist said again, causing a large number of martial artists to walk towards the Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop. Right, if the mind-clearing pill was bought from the Duan clan's medicinal pill workshop, then you can't buy the Sky Metropolis Bright River pill for a month. This is what the Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop said. The warrior said again. What? It's not like we won't pay. This is too much. Many martial artists were dissatisfied. Who can be blamed for this? If you buy the mind-clearing pill from the Duan clan's medicinal pill workshop, then go to the Duan clan's medicinal pill workshop to solve your problem. What does it have to do with the Qin clan? Yeah, the Qin clan's meaning is very clear. If you want to buy medicinal pills, then go to the Qin clan to buy in the future. There's everything there. If you buy medicinal pills from the Duan clan, then go to the Duan clan to buy in the future. The Qin clan does not welcome you. Many martial artists felt that this was very normal. After all, the Duan clan and the Qin clan were competitors. The Qin clan would not clean up the mess for the Duan clan. Damn the Duan clan. That overseeing alchemist is really weak. I'm regretting buying medicinal pills from them. The crowd discussed animatedly again and agreed with this logic. They might as well go to the Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop to buy medicinal pills. Gradually, the streets of the Duan clan became cold and even began to decline. As for the streets of the Qin clan, they became more and more lively. At this moment, in the Duan clan, Dan Luofan was reclining in a chair, enjoying the massage of a maid. He held a wine cup in his hand and said, "Tell your patriarch to prepare the items on the list. I will consider helping you." In front of him stood a man in a green robe. His long hair was tied behind his head, and the words Lion Orchid were embroidered on his chest. He was from one of the 5 great ancient kingdoms, the Lion Orchid Ancient Kingdom. Dan Luofan was not surprised that this man would appear here. This man should have learned of his magnificent achievements in the Duan clan and thus came to recruit him. And now that the Duan clan had borrowed his pill recipes, they should have made a comeback. As for the Qin clan, they should be in chaos right now. With this thought in mind, Dan Luofan quietly waited for the man's reply. However, the man's expression was indifferent. He shook his head and said, "I'm very sorry. The patriarch feels that your assistance to the Duan clan this time has ruined your reputation. Thus he did not recruit you. Instead, he chose Sun Xian, the genius alchemist of one of the 7 great martial arts palaces, Heaven-Bearing Palace. What? Dan Luofan's pupils shrank. Didn't he use the 7th grade clear heart pill to help the Duan clan make a comeback? Dan Luofan, what is the meaning of this? At this moment, an angry voice sounded out. Then, a figure walked in with large strides, his eyes staring fixedly at Dan Luofan. This person was Duan Tianhe. Dan Luofan, I've treated you well, so why do you want to harm my Duan clan? After walking in, Duan Tianhe described the bleak situation of the Duan clan's pill shop. This caused Dan Luofan's heart to fiercely tremble. He stood up from his chair, his initial arrogance nowhere to be seen. The clear heart pill was poisonous, so it needed the Sky River pill to complement it. He had obtained the clear heart pill's pill formula, but he did not have the Sky River pill's pill formula. This also meant that he had been tricked. Furthermore, the clear heart pill that the Duan clan was selling was actually advertising for the Qin clan. After all the martial artists that came to the Duan clan to buy the clear heart pill would eventually have to go to the Qin clan. The Duan clan's previous customers had all been snatched away. Thinking of this, Dan Luofan's mind buzzed and his face paled. The man from the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid sneered, Dan Luofan, the alchemy genius of the 7 profound martial house. This move has ruined your reputation. As he finished speaking, he gloated and left. Ruined his reputation? Dan Luofan's heart trembled. In the past, he had worked hard in the rainforest Holy Land and made a name for himself as an alchemy genius. But now all of that had been destroyed. Is Qin Lan? Dan Luofan suddenly roared. All of this had been a trap. In order to completely exterminate the Duan clan, Qin Lan had used the trick of injuring herself to gain his confidence. It seemed as if she had given him the pill recipe, but the truth was that she was framing him. This was likely something that Qin Lan and Lin Ling had agreed upon. Qin Lan was too shrewd. Dan Luofan's eyes turned red. He strode away wanting to question Qin Lan. This woman had caused him to be so miserable. Qin Lan. Duan Tianhe's complexion was also ugly. The Qin family's move was too insidious. Then he also followed Dan Luofan. However, what they didn't know was that Qin Lan had never framed them. Even Lin Ling hadn't framed them. It was just that they had lifted a rock and smashed it on their own feet. Chapter 656. Denouncing Qin Nan. When the Duan family used the clear mind pill, the elders of the Qin family thought that the Qin family was going to lose. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to have a hidden trump card, the Bright River pill, which made the Qin family's business flourish again and even better than before. At this point, they were even more convinced of Lin Ling's abilities. Everyone was happy. Only Qin Lan's beautiful face was filled with frost. Clearly, she had not expected this result. Eldest miss, everyone is happy. Why do you look so gloomy? In the spacious hall, Lin Ling was drinking tea as usual as he looked at Qin Lan and smiled faintly. Qin Lan's eyes flickered and hatred flowed in her eyes. She was about to succeed, but Lin Ling still had a hidden trump card, making all her efforts go down the drain. How could she be happy? However, she quickly forced a smile and said, "No, I'm also happy for the Qin family." Is that so? The elixir store's business is booming, but Master Yi Ding died an unjust death. If we can find the murderer, how will you deal with it? Lin Ling smiled and said meaningfully. Qin Lan's heart trembled and she continued to smile and said, "Of course it will be the death penalty. I think the elders also think so." At this moment she had no choice but to say so. Yes, this person betrayed the Qin family. If it weren't for the guest elder Lin Ling, the Qin family would have been destroyed. Therefore this person must die. Speaking of the person who betrayed the Qin family, the other elders said coldly. This made Qin Lan panic. She was sure that if the Qin family found out that she was the murderer, they wouldn't let her go. Bang! At this moment, the gate of the manor was blasted open. A large number of figures rushed in with surging killing intent. The 2 people in the lead were Duan Tianhe and Dan Luofan. Lin Ling, you're really sinister. You're actually willing to do anything to win. After entering the manor, Duan Tianhe immediately let out a furious roar, causing the entire manor to shake. One had to know that the streets that he had painstakingly built had all been destroyed in an instant, so how could he not be angry? If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. Swish, swish. The various elders of the Qin clan also walked out of the hall and came to the manor. Qin Xiao looked coldly at Duan Tianhe and the others. He was not surprised that they would come. After all, the Duan clan was supposed to win. However, they lost in the end. If it was anyone else, they would not be in a good mood. You're angry because you lost? Coming to my territory to behave atrociously, do you think that the great Qin Empire doesn't exist? However, when facing an external enemy, Qin Shao was clearly even more domineering. He did not have the forbearance he had when facing Qin Lan. Old devil Qin, don't be too complacent. Duan Tianhe's face turned even uglier, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Duan Tianhe with some surprise. Only now did he know that Duan Tianhe was the middle-aged man from the Dragon Pan Lake competition. However, this result made him even more satisfied. So it's an old acquaintance. Have you come to the Qin clan for tea? Lin Ling raised the teacup in his hand as he casually spoke. His relaxed appearance caused Duan Tianhe's eyes to fill with killing intent. Lin Ling, if you have the ability, why don't you compete with me in a fair competition of pills and rely on schemes to win? What kind of alchemist are you? On the side, Dan Luofan couldn't help but roar. Compared to Duan Tianhe, his killing intent towards Lin Ling was even stronger. This was because Lin Ling had harmed him twice. I don't know what you're talking about. However, in the face of Dan Luofan's accusation, Lin Ling shrugged and said indifferently. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Or are you afraid of losing face? Dan Luofan coldly snorted and then pointed at Qin Lan. You told Qin Lan to give me the pill formula, but there was only one. Without the Sky Capital Bright River pill formula, the Clear Heart pill was simply harmful. You made all the customers leave the Duan clan's pill workshop. This was your trap. If not for your schemes, even if the Duan clan lost, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. Lin Ling, you call yourself an alchemist in vain. He had lost, so this time he had come to denounce Lin Ling and expose him. At the very least, he wanted to let everyone know that he, Dan Luofeng, had not lost in alchemy skills, but had lost to Lin Ling's schemes. Moreover, he had already lost face, but he wouldn't let Lin Ling off. He wanted to make Lin Ling lose face. Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He smiled and said, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You say I framed you, but do you have proof? Proof? Then ask the Qin clan's eldest Mississippi. That day she gave me the pill formula in her body. Such a shameless slut, in order to win she's willing to use any method. Dan Luofan gnashed his teeth, cursing Qin Lan in front of countless people. What? The eldest miss gave herself to this bastard? The Qin clan's elder's eyes narrowed again. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Qin Shao also stared at Qin Lan with wide eyes, as if he wanted to hear Qin Lan's explanation. At this moment, Qin Lan's face was incomparably pale. Her reputation had been ruined. When Dan Luofan angrily arrived, she knew it was too late. And she couldn't argue at all. That's right, I gave the pill formula to the Duan clan. Finally, Qin Lan walked out and coldly looked at Qin Shao. Her words caused Qin Zhao's eyes to narrow. Was it really his daughter who betrayed the Qin clan? He muttered, that Grandmaster Yi Ding was also killed by you? Only the dead can hide secrets, so he had to die. Qin Lan's face was somewhat distorted, and she even became hysterical. You forced me to do this. Father, why do you oppose me? Everything I did was for the Qin clan. Why do you oppose me? Why do you believe an outsider? And you, Lin Ling, I've never provoked you. Why do you always make things difficult for me? You even set up a trap to trick me. Lin Ling, what are your intentions? Since the matter had been exposed, Qin Lan didn't hide anything. However, she coldly looked at Lin Ling. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, including Dan Luofan. They wanted to see what Lin Ling had to say. Ah. Lin Ling coldly smiled, and his clear eyes also became cold. Qin Lan, you said I made things difficult for you? Then let me ask you, after coming to the Qin clan, how did I make things difficult for you? I cured your father, and what did I ask you for in return? Lin Ling's words caused Qin Lan to frown. Lin Ling has never opposed elder sister. When the patriarch supported Lin Ling to become a guest elder, elder sister was the one who opposed it. She even wanted to become an elder herself. At this time, Qin Jingtian also spoke, causing many people to nod. They had also seen this matter, so they knew the whole story. Just because I didn't follow your orders, you think I'm targeting you. Qin Lan, oh Qin Lan, this world doesn't revolve around you. You want to be the head of the family, so everyone who stands in your way is against you, including your father and your younger brother. Lin Ling took a step forward and coldly looked at Qin Lan. He had always maintained the status of a bystander in the Qin clan, but this time he attacked. Chapter 657. You deserve it. His cold voice was like thunder as it fell into Qin Lan's ears, causing her delicate body to tremble. However, her eyes became even more sinister. So, in order to punish me, you used a sinister scheme to trick me. You are very shrewd. Sigh. You don't have the right to be punished by me, and you don't have the right to be punished by me. Sigh. Lin Ling said indifferently, as for me using a sinister scheme to trick you? Sorry, my original plan was that the Tranquil Heart pill and the Sky Capital Bright River pill were medicinal pills that complemented each other. It's just that in order to win, you stole the pill formula and gave it to the Duan clan. That's why you shot yourself in the foot. This is the result of your own bad intentions. Sigh. Lin Ling had never thought that Qin Lan would steal the pill formulas. However, his two types of pills complemented each other. This resulted in Qin Lan stealing one pill formula but not the other. Trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used to lure it. Buzz. Qin Lan's mind buzzed and she couldn't help but take a step back. She had thought that Lin Ling had been trying to frame her all this time, but now she suddenly understood that Lin Ling hadn't been trying to frame her. Instead, he had courted death by stealing a single pill recipe, causing him to backfire on himself. That meant that she had dug her own grave. Qin Lan serves you right. The crowd had a vague idea of what had happened and they all sneered at Qin Lan. Sigh. Qin Xiao looked at her daughter and couldn't help but sigh again. Qin Lan had committed her own sins and now she was blaming it on Lin Ling. This was very ugly. And you, Dan Luofan, you said that we were both alchemists so we should have a fair battle. However, this was a fair battle in the first place. You just cheated and wanted to use my pill recipe to turn the tables. In the end, you made a fool of yourself. Sigh. Lin Ling shouted again and looked at Dan Luofan with an overbearing aura. Dan Luofan's face was incomparably pale. This time he wanted to regain his face and at least not lose too shamefully. However, the result was that he lost even more shamefully. His reputation was even more ruined. And most importantly, he found that Lin Ling didn't seem to be with Qin Lan. In that case, Qin Lan was indeed helping him, but now the matter was exposed because of him. In other words, he had helped Lin Ling get rid of an enemy. Lin Ling, how hateful. Hehe, you asked for it. Many people already knew what had happened, and they all looked at Dan Luofan with ridicule in their eyes. Dan Luofan was an alchemy genius of the 7 Profound Martial House, and he had an illustrious reputation in his family. However, he had stolen other people's pill recipes in an attempt to turn defeat into victory. In the end, he had lost again. This time, Dan Luofan didn't have the qualifications to call himself an alchemist. Lin Ling. Qin Lan's body trembled. She was even more humiliated than Dan Luofan because she had lost her body and her dignity. The most terrifying thing was that she had lost everything, yet she still hadn't won. Although she was the one to blame for all of this, how could she be willing to accept it? Lin Ling, you're nothing but a clown. Die. Qin Lan took a step forward and threw herself at Lin Ling. She wanted Lin Ling to die. Qin Lan, you've gone mad. Elder. Lin Ling was their Qin family's benefactor. Qin Lan had always made things difficult for him, but Lin Ling had never paid any attention to her. Instead, he had silently helped the Qin family. However, Qin Lan had sinned and caused them to lose all face. Instead, she vented her anger on Lin Ling. You cannot do as you wish. However, just as Qin Lan moved, a figure shot out like a bolt of lightning, appearing in front of Qin Lan. That icy face had a touch of regret as he coldly said. This person was the Qin family's old master, Qin Xiao. Father, let me kill him. Qin Lan's eyes were red. However, Qin Xiao still didn't budge. He only looked at his daughter and finally said, should he be killed? Yes. This question seemed to be directed at himself, but the truth was that it was directed at all the elders and also at Lin Ling. She said that anyone who killed Grandmaster Yi Ding must die. Lin Ling's expression was incomparably indifferent. He didn't show any mercy. With his personality, he would treat others the same way as others. Qin Lan wanted to kill him, so how could he let her live? Moreover, what he hated the most in this life were ungrateful people. What he hated the most were people who abandoned their family in order to become stronger. In order to become stronger, in order to enjoy the feeling of being superior, Qin Lan abandoned all her family. She had no right to exist in this world. Sigh, little Lan, why do you have to do this? Qin Xiao naturally knew this. He sighed again, and a huge amount of spiritual energy appeared in his right hand and enveloped Qin Lan. Qin Lan's pretty face turned pale. Her father wanted to kill her. Father, I'm your daughter. Qin Lan panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. When did you ever think of me as your father? When did you ever think of me as your father? Little Lan, I can tolerate any of your willfulness, but there are some things in life that can't be wrong. If you're wrong you can't turn back. Qin Zhao's voice seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. In the end, his right hand slammed down heavily. Bang! There was a dull sound and Qin Lan's head was crushed. She looked at her father with unwillingness, and then slowly fell to the ground. The crowd's hearts fiercely trembled. They suddenly sighed, but they didn't know why, but they didn't feel any sympathy. Perhaps everything was as Qin Zhao had said. There were some things in life that can't be wrong. If you're wrong you can't turn back. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and his mood was somewhat complex. Suddenly he looked up at the blue sky and then faintly smiled. His family had appeared there. His grandfather, father, mother, Yuyu and the Fire Ancient clan. These people were the most important people in his life. No matter what, he would never abandon them, nor would he betray them in order to become stronger. This was his principle. In this ruthless world, some people would give up everything in order to become stronger. But Lin Ling would never do that. He would never become the next Qin Lan. This was his belief. Dan Luofeng, the alchemy genius of the 7 profound martial house. What do you have to say now? Lin Ling gathered his thoughts and smiled at Dan Luofeng. This gloating expression caused Dan Luofeng to grit his teeth. What else could he say? His reputation had been ruined, and he had lost everything that an alchemist should have. He had nothing to say. Perhaps the only thing he could say was to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, the Qin family had so many masters. Not to mention him, but even Duan Tianhe might not be able to kill Lin Ling. You have guts. When you return to the 7 profound martial house, there won't be anyone from the Qin family to protect you. You will regret this. Dan Luofeng angrily said and then coldly snorted and left. Duan Tianhe angrily glared at Lin Ling and finally left. Obviously they had come here to denounce him. But the truth was they hadn't thought that they would be smashing their own feet with a stone. There was a brief moment of silence in the manor. But soon everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ling and many of them were faintly shocked. Lin Ling was only an 18-year-old boy, and his strength wasn't too strong. But today he had risen like a dazzling star. Not only had he removed the Qin family's internal problems, but he had also forced the Duan family to return with grievances. Chapter 658. Between fast and slow, from today onwards, all members of the Great Qin Empire below the rank of elder will listen to Lin Ling's orders. Qin Zhao looked at Lin Ling and laughed. Then he enunciated every word clearly, causing Lin Ling's lips to curl into a smile. He finally got everything he wanted. And this news also spread to the Great Qin Empire through Qin Zhao. It even appeared in the ears of the Great Qin Emperor. After the mysterious Great Qin Emperor roughly understood Lin Ling's every move, he did not hesitate and nodded his head in agreement. Evidently, the Great Qin Emperor also thought highly of Lin Ling's potential. At the same time, the 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire all received the order that Lin Ling would be a guest elder of the Great Qin Empire. This caused quite a commotion within the Great Qin Empire. It was night and a cool breeze blew. In the Qin family, 2 figures stood quietly in the garden. Their gazes were fixed on the bright moonlight in the sky. Old Master Qin, I'm sorry. Because of me, Qin Lan? Lin Ling held a wine cup in his hand. After drinking a mouthful, he suddenly said softly. This has nothing to do with you. Qin Lan has been ambitious for a long time. Even without your appearance, her ambition would have been exposed sooner or later. The only difference is whether it was exposed sooner or later. And your appearance at least allowed her to reveal her ambition sooner than later. It's better than being schemed against by her in the future. Qin Zhao also drank a mouthful of wine and laughed as he shook his head. Although it was Lin Ling who asked him to kill Qin Lan today, he knew that in reality, even if Lin Ling did not say anything, the other elders would have asked him to kill Qin Lan. This was an unchanging fact. After all, Qin Lan almost caused the destruction of the Qin family. What made him sigh was that every man for himself and the devil took the hindmost. His daughter had actually abandoned her father and everyone else for him. Lin Ling, in reality the Qin family should be thanking you. After all, if not for you, the Qin family line would have been taken away by the Great Qin Empire, and I would not be able to keep my position as the head of the family. Qin Zhao said again. Old Master Qin, you flatter me. Lin Ling shook his head. He had often heard the elders talk about the annihilation of clans, but he knew that the meaning of annihilation was that if they didn't produce any results, the Great Qin Empire would remove their bloodline and let the new bloodline become one of the 24 clan heads. This was the destruction that the elders spoke of. Lin Ling, you're from Flying Dragon Shoal, and I believe that it won't be long before your name shakes the entire rainforest holy land. As such, I have high hopes for you, and I've told Great Qin's Majesty my thoughts on you. Great Qin's Majesty also has high hopes for you, and our great Qin Empire will be a powerful backing for you. Qin Shao looked at Lin Ling and said again. He knew that Lin Ling's talent was very good, and he was also extraordinarily courageous. Although he looked brave, he could also endure silently. For example, his daughter had constantly provoked Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had always endured silently. If his daughter hadn't brought this upon herself, Lin Ling might have ignored her for Qin Zhao's sake. When it was time to be low-key, when it was time to be high-key, when it was time to be high-key, when it was time to be high-key. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Ling bowed gratefully. The old master trusted him so much and was so honest with him. He would remember this kindness in his heart. The two of them chatted for a long time, and when night fell, Lin Ling returned to his room. The current me is still not strong enough. Thinking back to what had happened in the Qin clan, Lin Ling's goal of becoming stronger became even more firm. Although he was the main character in this trip to the Qin clan, strength didn't determine everything. In this world, strength was the foundation of everything. Fortunately, he had already reached the peak of the King Spirit realm, and he had two great martial intents. The 50% true intent of fire and the 60% true intent of sword. Compared to the older generation, this strength wasn't very strong, but against those of the same age, Lin Ling didn't fear anyone. As long as they were at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, he was confident that he could defeat them. Currently, I don't lack spirit herbs for the true fire pill, but my cultivation is still too low, so it's not suitable for me to raise the grade of my king body. Lin Ling muttered to himself again. He could only raise the grade of his king body after breaking through to the king spirit realm. Early in the morning, Lin Ling woke up early. Holding a large sword in his hand, he stood quietly in the courtyard. There was a huge maple tree in the courtyard, and the refreshing morning breeze blew past, causing the maple leaves to fall like snow. Clang. At this moment, a sword light flashed and a terrifying aura bloomed, causing all the maple leaves to tremble. Lin Ling stood quietly holding his sword. His brows furrowed slightly as if he was somewhat dissatisfied. He was cultivating the Overlord sword art. He had already cultivated this sword art to perfection, but it hadn't reached the realm of subtlety. Subtlety was the highest realm of martial arts, and the Overlord sword art's subtlety realm naturally allowed one sword intent to reach the peak of 60%. Fast and slow, it's hard to grasp. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He had a fast sword and a slow sword, but he wanted to find a sword concept between them. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be Overlord. Perhaps this was the Overlord sword art's subtlety realm. In the past, the stone sculpture sword soul allowed me to grasp 100% sword intent. That was the Overlord realm. However, the sword intent has disappeared, and it will be difficult to find that feeling again. Lin Ling closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. Finally, at a certain moment, the sword in his hand slashed out again. Clang. An extreme sword intent flashed out as if it came from the horizon. This sword made Lin Ling smile slightly. Although his sword intent hadn't increased, the power of this sword had increased by a lot. It faintly had the aura of a world domination song. This was an indescribable sword intent. Giving up on the fast and slow sword arts and leaving only one sword, that was the sword intent, world domination song. Lin Ling, no wonder you can become the youngest genius on the 7 profound prodigy list. Since coming to my Qin family, I've seen you wake up early every day to cultivate. At this moment, Qin Jingtian's voice sounded in the small courtyard. He walked in with a smile and a look of admiration on his face. Although his cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's, Lin Ling was younger than him. When he was Lin Ling's age, he was much weaker than Lin Ling. This sword has an indescribable feeling. When it slashes out, it seems unavoidable. Then Qin Jingtian looked at the maple leaves around him and said, "Unfortunately, it's still lacking a bit." He believed that with his martial arts experience he should be able to give some pointers to Lin Ling. "Brother Qin, that might not be the case." Lin Ling smiled lightly. After he said that, the maple leaves that had fallen to the ground shook and turned into powder. It felt as if the leaves had been slashed countless times. It was extremely strange. Qin Jingtian's eyes narrowed. He sensed the terrifying power of that sword. When the sword struck, the leaves didn't shatter, but they shattered when they fell to the ground. This kind of sword intent was at the point of perfection. It wasn't something that any swordsman could control. Lin Ling's sword intent seemed to be at 60%, but it had reached the peak of 60%. "I'm a disciple of the 7 profound prodigy palace. I'm also a genius. My strength is similar to those on the 7 profound prodigy list. How about we spar?" Qin Jingtian suddenly became interested, which made Lin Ling smile and nod. Qin Jingtian's cultivation level was higher than his, and he also had the ancient black tortoise bloodline. Therefore Lin Ling was very interested to spar with him. Chapter 659. Ancient Tomb Palace, is the heaven's proud son of heaven list the same as the 7 profound martial houses? Lin Ling curiously asked. About the same. If there is a difference, then perhaps it is the strength of the top proud sons of heaven. I am currently ranked 400th on the proud son of heaven list, and your strength should be ranked 450th. Qin Jingtian guessed. Although Lin Ling's ranking wasn't high, Lin Ling had only been on the proud son of heaven list for a short time. For him to be ranked 450th in such a short time was already terrifying. The proud son of heaven list has a total of 500 proud sons of heaven? Lin Ling asked again. After he had become a proud son of heaven, he hadn't paid much attention to the proud son of heaven list. But he knew that he had to rush into the proud son of heaven list and reach first place. Only then would he have the qualifications to challenge the martial house master. Qin Jingtian nodded. The 7 martial halls proud son of heaven list are all the same. The proud son of heaven list is filled with masters of the royal spirit realm. Those ranked below 400 are all at the early stage of the royal spirit realm. Although their cultivation is the same, there are still differences in strength. Lin Ling agreed with this point. Although they were at the same cultivation level, their combat strength was different. Some had a high-grade king body, some had a deep martial arts background, and some had the true meaning of martial arts. In short, each had their own powerful domain. However, Lin Ling soon smiled. The other proud sons of heaven all had their own powerful domains, but he was strong in all of them. Although his cultivation was slow, his foundation was solid. Since Brother Qin is ranked 400th, that means you are a top proud son of heaven at the early stage of the royal spirit realm. Then let me test Brother Qin's strength. Lin Ling smiled at Qin Jingtian after knowing the general ranking of the proud son of heaven list. Qin Jingtian nodded. He was also excited to fight Lin Ling. Then, a massive amount of spiritual energy filled the air, causing all the flowers and plants in the garden to sway. His king physique was the same as Lin Ling's, which was also at the 5th grade. However, his realm was higher than Lin Ling's, so he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling's brows furrowed slightly. Not long ago he had fought with cultivators at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, but they weren't considered prodigies. Now that he was fighting with Qin Jingtian, he immediately realized how terrifying a prodigy of the Emperor Spirit realm was. Tightening his grip on his sword, Lin Ling subconsciously wanted to slash out with the tyrannical profound from before, which was the peak of 60% sword intent. But in the end he restrained himself. After all, his sword was very sharp. Once his sword was out, a head would fall. If he couldn't restrain his power in time, he was afraid that he would kill Qin Jingtian with one strike. Once a swordsman made his move, it was always earth-shattering. Tyrannical song of the world. Holding the sword with both hands, Lin Ling's expression became indifferent. An extreme sword intent spread out, causing Qin Jingtian's expression to become serious. He had seen Lin Ling's sword before, but seeing it from the sidelines was different from seeing it in person. Only when facing it in person could he feel the tyrannical power of that sword. The sword wanted to kill and destroy everything. Not only was this sword sharp, it was even more tyrannical, and it was filled with endless battle intent. He was sure that Lin Ling had cultivated a battle intent martial art, but his guess was right. Lin Ling had cultivated the war god fist in the past. Black tortoise boundary palm. With a low shout, Qin Jingtian also used a powerful martial art. An ancient black tortoise shell appeared and spun continuously. It was displayed by Qin Jingtian's powerful palm technique, and its defensive power was extremely strong. It was said that it could block a 2nd-grade Emperor realm martial art. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble. The sword slashed on the black tortoise shell, and a deafening sound rang out. A terrifying aura spread out from the two of them, and the garden was instantly turned into dust. An open space appeared. In the open space, 2 young figures clashed. Kacha. In the next moment, Lin Ling's sword intent disappeared, causing him to frown. Qin Jingtian's martial art was very mysterious. It could actually turn his attack into nothingness, and even disintegrate his sword intent. Hee Lin Ling, although you didn't break my martial art, you made me use the black tortoise boundary palm with 120% completion. You're also very strong. Feeling Lin Ling's sword intent disappear, Qin Jingtian smiled faintly. That's not necessarily true. Lin Ling smiled, then stood up and put away his sword. The moment he put away his sword, the huge black tortoise shell shook slightly, then shattered like glass. It appeared. It was the same sword intent realm as before. When the sword struck out, the leaf wouldn't shatter. This? Qin Jingtian's pupils constricted. This sword was too domineering, and it definitely wasn't an ordinary 60% sword intent. Following this, he bitterly smiled. I didn't think that this move would end in a draw. The bitterness in his heart wasn't because he'd lost to Lin Ling, but because Lin Ling was merely at the peak of the King's spirit realm while he was at the early stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. However, such a battle had actually ended in a draw and he hadn't won. No wonder even the great Qin King thought highly of Lin Ling's potential. His martial arts foundation was simply too deep. This one move was just a spar. If it was a battle of life and death, Lin Ling would be the one to lose. Lin Ling said with a smile, causing Qin Jingtian to chuckle. However, he didn't say anything proudly. He also knew that this was just a spar, but if they really fought, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to defeat him. After all, Lin Ling had only been able to break through one of his moves with his full strength. However, he could easily use the same move again. This was the difference between them. Even though he knew this result, Qin Jingtian still comforted Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't seem to care at all, but only he knew in his heart that he hadn't even used the subtlety realm. After all, that sword was simply too terrifying, and he was afraid that Qin Jingtian wouldn't be able to react in time and would be injured by his sword. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength wasn't just in his sword, but also in his fire intent. For example, the Great Vermilion Bird's flames was also at 60% fire intent, and it wasn't any weaker than that sword. In addition, he also had the blazing sun of the sun, and so on. Lin Ling was confident that he had the strength to defeat Qin Jingtian. This meant that if he had to be ranked on the Heaven's Pride roll, he would be ranked in the 400th. After all, the Heaven's Pride roll was on all 7 martial arts halls, and apart from the top geniuses, the rest of the rankings were almost the same. Such a nice garden was ruined by you guys. At that moment, a laugh sounded out in the garden, and a tall and sturdy figure walked in. It was Qin Shao. After walking in, he calmly looked at Qin Jingtian before his gaze fell on Lin Ling, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He could sense that in the short time that Lin Ling had been in the Qin clan, his strength had once again increased. Moreover, he could roughly guess that in the previous battle Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength. It was just that Lin Ling didn't say it out loud to save little Tian's face. It just so happens that both of you are here. Not long ago, the great Qin King sent me a message saying that an ancient martial artist's tomb appeared in the Ice Plains region of the upper 3 regions. The great Qin King wants our branch to go and take a look. What do you think? Qin Shao said with a serious expression. An ancient tomb? Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian looked at each other in shock. It said that there are countless treasures in the ancient tomb, including a large number of spirit crystals. The great Qin King wants to take back the spirit crystals, and it said that there are also spirit artifacts. Qin Shao continued. Spirit artifacts? Chapter 660. What is the Icefield region? Spirit. It represented a spiritual artifact. It could increase a martial artist's combat strength by as much as 50%. It could be said that even if you were an ordinary martial artist, if you were lucky enough to obtain a spirit artifact, you would be able to soar to the heavens and roam the rainforest holy land. Besides spirit artifacts, there are also many ancient martial artist treasures. This is very beneficial to us. Qin Shao licked his lips. Even he was tempted. Lin Ling's heart violently jumped, but he still calmly said, Such an ancient tomb, I'm afraid that many people will go there. Yes. The treasures were precious. The competition was naturally fierce. Yes, it is said that the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family have obtained a key. The geniuses of the 7 martial arts halls have also received the news. Therefore we must find the last key before they do. Qin Shao frowned. Qin Shao said with a frown. The location of the ancient tomb had been revealed, but if they wanted to open it they would need 3 keys. 2 of the keys belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family, and the last key was in the Icefield. We only know that the ancient tomb is in the Icefield region's Black-Yellow Mountain Range. Qin Shao continued. Qin Shao looked at Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian. Qin Jingtian nodded without hesitation. On the other hand, Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He was currently stuck at the peak of the King's spirit realm. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, he feared that he would have to fight. If he returned to the 7 profound martial house, he would have the mountain river valley. His cultivation speed would be faster than others, but he was still not satisfied with this speed. The ancient tomb was a place that allowed a genius to soar to the heavens. Therefore Lin Ling planned to go and experience it. Okay, 3 days from now let's set off. Yes. The Icefield region belonged to the upper 3 regions. One had to ride a dragon boat to reach it, but it was extremely close to the Rainforest Holy Land. The Rainforest Holy Land was the core of the 100 territories. It was also the Holy Land of martial arts. There were 7 martial arts halls here as well as all sorts of powerful forces. If one were to compare it, it would be like a country's main city. The 100 territories surrounded the Rainforest Holy Land. Although it seemed like they were separated by an ocean, the truth was that they were like 100 cities. These cities were divided into strong and weak. For instance, the lower 3 regions were like small villages. The middle 3 regions were like a country city, and the upper 3 regions were main cities. Every city's martial artist wanted to cultivate in the core rainforest sacred land, and they also wanted to have their own influence there. Up until now, the most famous influence was the 5 great ancient countries. As for the Icefield region, it was also famous in the upper 3 regions. It had a long history and its warriors were not weak. It was also very close to the rainforest. It was rumored that this place used to be a great land of ancient ice, vast and boundless. However, a long time ago, a great battle happened here, causing the ancient ice to melt and yellow sand to fill the air. That was why it was called the Icy Plains region. However, in reality, it was a region filled with yellow sand. However, the martial artists here were valiant and overbearing, and they worshipped strength. At this moment, on the yellow road, a carriage was slowly moving forward, bringing up a cloud of dust. Inside the carriage, 3 young figures sat quietly. Through the window they looked at the world of yellow sand outside. One of them was Lin Ling. He had finally arrived at the Icefield region. I haven't been back to the cloud domain for a long time. I wonder how my family is doing. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Cloud domain? It doesn't seem far from here. Elder Lin, if you want to go, I, Qin Liming, will accompany you after the ancient tomb is over. Next to him, a 19-year-old girl smiled. She had a round, oval-shaped face, black eyes and rosy cheeks. She gave off a youthful and lively aura. Liming, don't mess around. Next to him, Qin Jingtian immediately reprimanded. This was his cousin, also a member of the Great Qin bloodline. When she heard that they were going to the ancient tomb, she immediately volunteered to come. The 3 of them represented the Great Qin Empire and were the first batch to come to the Icefield region. As for Qin Shao and the other experts, they would come after dealing with the Qin family's pill store. Hearing Qin Jingtian's reprimand, Qin Liming stuck out her tongue, looking somewhat cute. The Icefield region has always been chaotic in the upper 3 regions, especially Xinhuang City. It's said that it's a lawless region. After entering the city, Liming, you must not cause any trouble. Even the Great Qin Empire doesn't dare to be too arrogant there. Qin Jingtian warned again, causing Qin Liming to nod helplessly. Lin Ling laughed. Qin Liming's personality was straightforward, naive and lively. She was much better than Qin Lan. At this moment, 2 black leopards as tall as a man quickly passed by the yellow road, moving forward at a speed as fast as black lightning. Midstage Emperor Spirit Realm. Lin Ling looked through the window and his eyes flickered. As expected of the upper 3 realms, there were so many Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators here. And from the looks of it, these 2 were also here for the ancient tomb. Those aren't geniuses. They can only be described as ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. If you want to fight them, Lin Ling, you may not lose. Qin Jingtian said with a smile. He knew that Lin Ling's foundation was terrifying. He was a true monstrous genius. Fighting above his level was extremely easy. No way, Elder Lin is only a King Spirit Realm cultivator. That's fighting 2 levels above you. Qin Liming didn't know Lin Ling's strength and couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. However, it was true. He was confident that he could defeat ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators, but it would be difficult for him to defeat geniuses. Stop the horses. At this moment, an angry roar sounded in front of the yellow road. The voice was very loud, causing the horses to neigh and jump up, causing the carriage to almost flip over. What's going on? The sudden change caused Lin Ling to frown. His tyrannical strength exploded as he pressed down with his foot. The horses neighed and the carriage was finally pressed down. Then Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian stepped down from their horses and looked indifferently at the people in front of the yellow road. There were 3 figures in front of the yellow dirt road. They were all men in their 40s. One of them had a scar on his face, giving him a ferocious look. They were also looking at Lin Ling and the other 2 walking over. The corners of their mouths could not help but curl into a sneer. These 3 little fellows are quite strong. My lion's roar earlier flipped over several horses, but they still managed to stop it. One of them shrugged. They blocked the road and suddenly frightened the horses and played with the passers-by. However, not only did they not feel guilty, they even seemed to enjoy the feeling of playing with others. These three were obviously not kind people. Why? Lin Ling looked at the three of them indifferently and asked. No reason. This road was opened by us. Those who pass by have to pay spirit crystals. 100 mid-grade spirit crystals per person. The leader, the man with the scar, said indifferently. This road is endless. At first glance, it's obvious that it's often used by passers-by. Thus it formed this yellow road. You say that you opened it? Moreover, the two cultivators who rode the Black Panther passed by here. You didn't collect spirit crystals because their mounts weren't weak. Lin Ling coldly stated, his words causing the three cultivators to frown. Lin Ling's words were true. Earlier, the two cultivators were riding on black cloud leopards. Since they were able to tame such demonic beasts, they naturally weren't weak. Therefore, the three cultivators didn't stop them. Chapter 661. The 7 Profound Martial House's elites, are you going to hand it over or not? One of them impatiently asked. And if I don't hand it over? Lin Ling finally frowned. Then don't blame us. Every year there are many martial artists that die on this road. We don't lack you. Also, I think you're stupid. For money you don't even care about your lives. The martial artist leader helplessly shook his head. Every time they blocked the road they would meet some arrogant juniors. But when death approached, they would tear off their mask of arrogance and kneel down to beg for mercy. Lin Ling shook his head. It seemed that he had no other choice. In the mysterious Yellow Mountain range the strong were truly revered. He slowly removed the sword from his back. As for Qin Jingtian and the other youth, they stretched their necks. Naturally they understood. Since you dare to attack, then I won't let you live. 2 early Emperor Spirit Realm martial artists, and one isn't even at the Emperor Spirit Realm. Ah, you'll all die here. The Knife Scar leader sneered. He wasn't surprised by Lin Ling's choice, and this was even better. Because if Lin Ling refused, then they could kill him and steal his treasures. These rich young masters always had many treasures. This was a deal worth it. I'll kill this arrogant youth. The Knife Scar leader's first choice was Lin Ling. This wasn't the first time that the three of them had tried to rob someone. They knew that in order to deal with an enemy, they had to first deal with the weakest. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was the weakest? Shoo. Without any nonsense, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. Sword astral light shone like the moon. Clang. The Knife Scar leader didn't even take out his weapon. His head instantly exploded. It wasn't cut off but exploded. The power behind this sword strike was terrifying. What? The 2 remaining youth's pupils shrank. An early Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist couldn't block this youth's sword strike. Wait, they anxiously shouted. This youth was too terrifying. Kill them. Lin Ling softly said, then turned and walked towards the carriage. Come out, you'll pay for this sooner or later. Qin Jingtian and the other youth didn't hesitate. They attacked and killed the 2 remaining youths. After a moment, the carriage continued onward. What a powerful sword. In the distance, many people of the younger generation were also heading towards Xinhuang City. They had seen the scene from before, and their hearts were greatly shaken. The 3 cultivators blocking their way were all at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and there were 2 on the blue and white rogue youth's side. However, they were clearly prodigies of the martial arts hall, so it wasn't surprising that they were able to defeat their opponents. What was surprising was that the blue-white rogue youth was only at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. Sword in Tet. Could he be the 18th young master? A young girl frowned. In the 100 territories, the most famous of the younger generation was none other than the 18th prince. Among the 18 young masters, there doesn't seem to be any master swordsman. He should be a newcomer. I wonder how strong he is compared to the 18 young masters? Someone else asked. The 18 young masters are all geniuses on the genius roll. That young man's strength is not bad, but he is not a match for the 18 young masters. Someone said with certainty. Then they also moved forward one after another. These young geniuses were the disciples of the 7 martial arts halls of the Rainforest Holy Land. Now that they had heard the news, they wanted to try their luck in the ancient tomb. If they were lucky and obtained a spirit weapon, then they would soar into the sky. Xinhuang City was the only city near the Xinhuang mountain range. In the past, this city was ordinary, but today, because of the news of the ancient tomb, it was instantly bustling with noise and excitement. All the major powers had gathered, and there were even many geniuses from the 7 martial arts halls. Of course, the most famous of these geniuses was none other than the 18 young masters. The 18 young masters represented the most outstanding of the younger generation in the upper three regions. There was a representative from each region, and they were true geniuses that could surpass levels to battle. Besides that, they were also prodigies on the genius roll of the 7 martial arts halls. In the city, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and the wind and clouds were surging. In the vast Dragon Gate Inn, there were guests arriving like clouds. The Dragon Gate Inn was an extremely famous restaurant in Xinhuang City. Travel-worn cultivators loved to drink here, and at the same time, inquire about the information they wanted to know. At this moment, as the yellow sand blew in, a slender figure appeared at the entrance. He stepped on the ancient bricks and walked in step by step. His half-narrowed eyes swept across the vast inn, and his face was slightly cold. Pa. What was even more frightening was that the yellow sand was blown towards him, but when it got close to him, countless tiny electric snakes slithered out and actually electrocuted the yellow sand into powder. What a strong aura. It's the true meaning of martial arts. The previously bustling restaurant instantly quieted down. Countless eyes stared at the youth that walked in, their faces extremely dignified. They could feel that a bolt of thunder had entered the Dragon Gate Inn. If this thunder was angry, it could obliterate everyone in the inn. Not only that, but this thunder was not ordinary thunder, but it seemed to contain the true meaning of thunder. This was a terrifying prodigy of heaven. This person's strength is good. On the second floor of the inn, 3 figures looked at the young man who walked in below. Then one of them said in a low voice. This person was Lin Ling. One of the 18 young masters, the Purple Lightning Young Master. He is the #1 prodigy of heaven from the Blue Heaven region. That's right, he is also a prodigy on your 7 profound martial houses genius roll. He is ranked 399. Qin Jingtian smiled as he spoke, causing Lin Ling's eyes to widen. A prodigy of heaven from the 7 profound martial house? Moreover, he was ranked 399. This meant that this youth was nearly invincible in the early royal spirit realm. From his conversation with Qin Jingtian, Lin Ling had a rough understanding of the prodigies on the genius roll. The prodigies that were ranked below 400 were all at the early royal spirit realm. But those that were ranked above 400 had the strength to sweep away all those at the early royal spirit realm. He's from the same school as me, but is he a prodigy from the Blue Heaven region? Lin Ling picked up a wine cup and fiddled with it. In the past, Iron Soul City belonged to the Blue Heaven region. He didn't think that he would meet someone from the Blue Heaven region here. Lin Ling, if this person were to fight with you, would you have the confidence to win? Qin Jingtian suddenly smiled. His boundary is the same as yours, and his ranking is also the same as yours. His strength should also be equal to yours. He is a true prodigy of heaven. So if we were to fight, you should know the result. Lin Ling shook his head, causing Qin Jingtian to smile even more. He was ranked 400 on the genius roll, and his strength was indeed equal to the Purple Lightning Young Master. But Lin Ling had also exchanged a move with him, so he also knew the result. Lin Ling was not the Purple Lightning Young Master's match. Of course, this was only his guess. Nonsense. At this moment, a cold shout came from the side, causing Lin Ling and the others to frown. They turned around and saw several youths sitting nearby, drinking wine. One of them didn't even look at Lin Ling. The Purple Lightning Young Master is a prodigy of our 7 profound martial house, and also the #1 talent of the Blue Heaven region. You actually say that his strength is equal to yours? Can your face be any thicker? That person said again, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. These people were also geniuses of the 7 profound martial house? Chapter 662. Small lesson? You dare to talk back? An ordinary-looking girl among the young people immediately replied. She seemed to worship the Purple Lightning Young Master the most and would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of him. Qin Liming frowned and was about to say something when Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, "All right, stop talking. Don't pay attention to what others say." All right. Qin Liming pouted unwillingly but still listened to Lin Ling's advice. After all, according to seniority, Lin Ling was their guest elder and had a higher status than her. Black Tortoise Young Master, your servant seems to be lacking discipline. All right. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from the first floor, causing everyone's heart to tighten. It was the Purple Lightning Young Master. And he seemed to be calling out Black Tortoise Young Master? One had to know that there was a Black Tortoise Young Master among the 18 young masters who was extremely powerful and possessed the ancient Black Tortoise bloodline. Could it be that he was also here? Everyone's gaze turned and landed on Qin Jingtian. Lin Ling was also shocked. He did not expect Qin Jingtian to be one of the 18 young masters. One had to know that those who could become the 18 young masters all deserved it. After all, they represented the most outstanding geniuses of their respective regions. Although these geniuses could not be compared to the top geniuses, those geniuses were much older and were already in their 20s. Therefore, they did not have the qualifications to become the 18 young masters. As for the people beside Lin Ling, their hearts trembled. They did not expect one of the 18 young masters to be sitting next to them. Black Tortoise Young Master's strength is said to be on par with the Purple Lightning Young Master and is ranked at the bottom of the 18 young masters. He is not someone we can profane. One of them said solemnly. But very quickly, the girl from before said slyly, Black Tortoise Young Master has such strength, but what qualifications does that young man beside him have to speak? He's just taking advantage of Black Tortoise Young Master's light. All right. Qin Liming heard this and frowned again. These people were too arrogant and rude. However, Lin Ling did not care at all. He picked up his wine cup and drank. With his strength, he could not be bothered with these ordinary disciples. Black Tortoise Young Master, you have the qualifications to speak to me, but your servant lacks discipline. Just at this moment, on the first floor, the Purple Lightning Young Master calmly drank his wine and spoke once more. He didn't even look at the second floor as he flicked his finger and a bolt of lightning shot out like an arrow. It was extremely fast. Crack. At this moment, Lin Ling was still drinking. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck and pierced through his wine glass, causing the wine to spill all over him. What? So they were surprised. The Purple Lightning Young Master's speed. To them, the Purple Lightning Young Master's young master. Lin to Black Tortoise, attention young masters, young like young lightning, young black young masters. Young toys, young master, lightning to be. Lightning was domineering and majestic. It possessed the power to destroy everything. Other than its terrifying attack power, its speed was also terrifying. It's at least 40% true lightning intent. I just don't know what kind of true lightning intent it is. Some older martial artists said with a serious expression. There were 3,000 Tao of lightning. The most famous ones were the 5 elements lightning, fire lightning, metal lightning, and so on. The rarer ones were the purple lightning, heavenly lightning, third fire, heavenly lightning, and so on. It was obvious that the Purple Lightning Young Master's king physique was average, but the most dazzling thing was his true martial intent. Basically, for a famous genius, he or she must have a unique skill that made him or her famous. Some had a king physique, some had a deep foundation in martial arts, and some had true martial intent. Possessing at least 40% true lightning intent in addition to being at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, the Purple Lightning Young Master was worthy of being one of the 18 young masters. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He did not care about the disdain of others. After all, they were mouths and he could not change them. But the Purple Lightning Young Master, in order to prove his strength, had attacked him for no reason. This was too overbearing. He turned around and looked downstairs. The Purple Lightning Young Master was still sitting there calmly. He was playing with a wine cup in his hand and gently sipping from it. As if he had noticed Lin Ling's gaze, his indifferent voice sounded out. For the sake of young Master Shen Wu, this is just a small lesson. Next time, pay attention to your words. Calm. His voice was very calm, but it carried a strong sense of pride. The 18th young master is indeed powerful. At this moment, the crowd woke up from their shock. Looking at the frowning Lin Ling, they all laughed. This young man was so pitiful. He thought that by following young Master Shen Wu, he could ignore everything. But he did not know that the Purple Lightning Young Master was only afraid of young Master Shen Wu, not him. This young man could not see through himself. Purple Lightning Young Master, you are too arrogant. Qin Jingtian could not help but stand up, glaring angrily at the first floor. Lin Ling patted his shoulder, indicating for him to sit down. Then Lin Ling continued to look at the Purple Lightning Young Master. His gaze was very calm, so calm that it made many people curious. What was Lin Ling going to do? Finally, Lin Ling's mouth slightly moved, his gentle voice sounded out, Purple Lightning Young Master, you were teaching me a lesson earlier? The Purple Lightning Young Master raised his head, looking at Lin Ling with incomparable surprise. In his mind, Lin Ling was young Master Shen Wu's servant. After being taught a lesson, he should have swallowed his anger. But now Lin Ling was asking him a question? Is it strange? Everyone saw it, or do you want to be taught a lesson again? The Purple Lightning Young Master seemed to be talking to himself. Lin Ling nodded, no longer speaking. He slowly took out the sword from behind his back. This action caused the crowd's pupils to constrict. This young man seemed to want to attack the Purple Lightning Young Master. Was he crazy? It had to be known that although the Purple Lightning young master was the weakest of the 18 young masters, his strength was far above the rest. Not to mention here, even in the 7 profound martial house, there were not many people under 20 that could shake the Purple Lightning young master. As for the Purple Lightning young master, he laughed at himself, as if he were helpless that his influence could not even intimidate a servant. It seemed that he would have to come out and make a name for himself, and let others know his strength. From beginning to end, he did not seem to care about Lin Ling's attack. Lin Ling did not think that he would care, so he gathered the spiritual energy in his body and gathered it on his sword, causing the Tyrant Song sword to instantly shine. He stood on the 2nd floor and his sword cut down. Shio. A terrifying sword light cut through the sun and moon, directly cutting towards the Purple Lightning young master on the 1st floor. The Purple Lightning young master held the title of the 18 young masters in his eyes. Besides the Black Tortoise young master, he did not place anyone in his eyes. If he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, then let's see if he had the qualifications to teach him a lesson. The sword. The sword light had just appeared, and many people in the restaurant narrowed their eyes. They were aware of just how terrifying this sword was. No matter how fierce he is still not the Purple Lightning young master's match. But many people still muttered to themselves. After all, the name of the 18 young masters was like thunder to their ears. At this moment, the Purple Lightning young master was still drinking. He disdainfully shook his head and pointed out with his right hand, "It seems that the lesson I gave you was too low. Even if the Black Tortoise young master is here, I will give you an even greater pain." As his voice fell, thunder shot towards the sword light. He wanted to break that sword in one move. However, he was thinking too much. Chapter 663. How about another battle? Gotcha. The invincible thunder was split into 2, causing the eyes of the inn's crowd to narrow. The Purple Lightning young master's other hand was still holding onto the wine cup. He originally wanted to slowly drink, but in the next moment his expression changed drastically. He turned his head and saw that the blinding and merciless sword light was already slashing towards him. Everlasting black hole. In his anxiety, he threw away the wine cup in his hand. Both his hands moved rapidly, and a terrifying thunder whirlpool appeared in front of him, wanting to block that sword. The limitless black hole was his trump card. It had reached 50% of the true meaning of thunder. In the past, he had relied on this martial art to dominate the early sovereign spirit realm. But today, facing 60% of the true meaning of sword and even a sword strike that contained the profound meaning of tyranny, this trump card had been broken. Gotcha. The sword slashed across and the everlasting black hole was split into 2. That extreme sword light was unstoppable. Not good. The Purple Lightning young master anxiously retreated, knocking over a large number of tables, causing wine to spill all over his body. He then roared out, "Purple Lightning firmament palm." Rumble. Following his palm strike, there was a crackling sound of thunder. A purple lightning ball appeared, like a sea urchin, and crazily clashed with the sword light. Boom. Terrifying energy exploded, blowing the restaurant into pieces. The 2 powerful forces collided, and only then did the terrifying sword light disappear. When the energy gradually dissipated, everyone's hearts trembled in fear as they looked up. On the 1st floor, the Purple Lightning young master was standing there in a sorry state. His long hair was disheveled, and because he had broken a large number of tables, his body was covered in wine. Below his eye there was a sword wound and blood was flowing out. He might have blocked that sword, but his face was still cut by the sword chi. 3 moves. He used a total of 3 moves to block that sword. That young man is a servant? When everyone saw this scene, their hearts violently jumped. After Lin Ling attacked, they were still thinking about how the Purple Lightning young master would deal with it calmly and teach Lin Ling a lesson. But the result was that the Purple Lightning young master's face was disfigured. "You think you are qualified to teach me a lesson?" At that moment, an indifferent voice came from the 2nd floor, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble again. What a terrifying young man. On the 1st floor, the Purple Lightning young master's body was violently trembling. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he had been humiliated. Earlier, he had broken Lin Ling's wine cup, causing the wine to spill all over Lin Ling's body. And now, Lin Ling had taught him an even greater lesson, causing him to break several tables and chairs, drenching himself in wine. "It's been a long time since I've lost face. Are you not afraid of death?" The Purple Lightning young master emitted a terrifying chill. He was enraged. On the 2nd floor, Lin Ling indifferently said, "If you can kill me, then come. There's no need to talk nonsense. Moreover, you're the one who lost your face." His gaze was fearless as he looked at the purple lightning young master. His words caused many people's eyes to flicker. This young man had asked the purple lightning young master to come and kill him. How arrogant. Did he really want to enrage the purple lightning young master? However, the purple lightning young master's face was extremely gloomy. This time he didn't say anything. Previously he had lost all face, so he was enraged and said those words. But now that he thought about it, his heart trembled. Because he could feel that the young man's sword was also a true martial intent, and it had probably reached the peak of 60%. After all, his true intent of thunder had always been tyrannical. Even if the opponent had a 60% true intent, he had the confidence to destroy it. But now he needed 3 moves to break it. Who the hell are you? The purple lightning young master asked. His face was ugly. After all, he had come here with pride. He thought that in the restaurant, only the black tortoise young master could make him afraid. Everyone else was just an ant. However, he had casually taught a servant a lesson, but that servant's sword had caused him to lose face. Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said indifferently. What, he is Lin Ling? Behind Lin Ling, the disciples of the 7 profound martial house who had worshipped the purple lightning young master had their pupils constricted. As disciples of the 7 profound martial house, how could they not know of Lin Ling's name? Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling had entered the proud son of heaven role not too long ago. But in just a month, Lin Ling was able to make the purple lightning young master fear him. This meant that Lin Ling's strength could be ranked in the top 400. This was terrifying. It had to be known that in the 7 profound martial house, everyone thought that Lin Ling was still at the bottom of the proud son of heaven role. This sword is different from the one I used to compare notes with. It is even more tyrannical. Qin Jingtian seemed to be silent, but his heart was violently beating. He suddenly realized that the reason Lin Ling had let him win in the last match was because he didn't want him to lose face. Thinking of this, he bitterly smiled in his heart. At that time he had comforted Lin Ling, but who knew how laughable it had been. But soon he was happy for Lin Ling. After all, during the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, he had thought that Lin Ling was a rare talent. And now he was even more certain. Lin Ling? The purple lightning young master's pupils constantly flashed. He had naturally heard of this name. He lightly said, "Before it was because you sneak attacked me, so I wasn't able to react in time. If we really fought one-on-one, you are not my match. Also, my thunder speed is very fast. You have not experienced my movement skills yet." He heavily emphasized the word sneak attack, as if to say that the reason he had lost face before was because of Lin Ling's sneak attack. Not only that, but his true meaning of thunder had another characteristic, and that was speed. Thus, he was confident that if they really fought, Lin Ling would not be his match. What's the use of speaking so much nonsense? How about we fight again? However, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as before. He only said a few words, "Fight again. You say I sneak attacked you, fine. You say your movement skills are fast, fine. Then how about we fight again?" This Lin Ling, he's crazy. The crowd's hearts fiercely trembled. When Lin Ling was low-key, no one knew who he was. But if you thought he was a soft persimmon and wanted to bully him, he would bare his fangs and reveal his sharp edge. "Don't be too proud." The purple lightning young master roared. Lin Ling was very straightforward. He did not fear him at all, as if he simply did not place the purple lightning young master in his eyes. Only fight? The purple lightning young master was somewhat hesitant. Although he was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling's sword made him somewhat afraid. Not only that, but Lin Ling was only at the bottom of the proud son of heaven list, but he was around 400th. Whether he won or lost, he had already lost face. The purple lightning young master does not dare to fight. Seeing the purple lightning young master's silence, many people's hearts trembled. One of the 18 young masters actually feared Lin Ling. To them this was just a dream. As for the 7 profound martial house disciples that had worshipped the purple lightning young master, their complexions were even more ugly. The person they worshipped did not dare to fight again. At this time, Qin Liming's voice sounded out, "Your purple lightning young master is very awe-inspiring, and does not allow others to blaspheme him. You only spoke a few words, and yet you say that he has a thick skin. But why does your purple lightning young master not dare to fight?" Several people were silent, especially that crafty and mean girl. She did not even dare to look at Qin Liming. She had been humiliated to the point that she had nothing to say. The purple lightning young master has also lost face. He actually lost to a newcomer. Chapter 664. Sir Snow Spirit, so cold, cold. Looking at this person, many people were stunned for a moment. Then, some of the geniuses from the 7 major martial halls narrowed their eyes. It was another 18th young master, Sir Snow Spirit. This person was the #1 proud son of heaven of the Icy Plain region. He came from the Great Sun Void Temple and was one of the proud disciples of Elder Black Ice. It was said that Elder Black Ice's sect only accepted ice attribute martial artists, and the lowest qualification was a 5th grade king body talent. Sir Snow Spirit had the power of ice and could laugh proudly in the 100 territories. His strength was above the Purple Lightning young master. Umph. The Purple Lightning young master knew that Sir Snow Spirit was mocking him. He coldly snorted, but he seemed to dread the other, so he did not say anything. Linling, I've heard of you. You are the youngest genius of the 7 profound martial house, the #1 of Dragon Lake, and you even killed Long Zhe. Ah, your strength is not bad. I wonder if you can defeat me with my power of ice? Ignoring the Purple Lightning young master, Sir Snow Spirit waved his right hand. An icy mist of spiritual energy gushed out, turning into a crystal fan that he gently waved. This ability to control ice was extremely terrifying. That fan was probably a pretty good weapon as well. What a strong strength. Linling was secretly surprised. This person's king body talent was very high. It made people feel that this was not a person, but a 10,000-year-old block of profound ice. Sure enough, none of the 18th young master were weak. You can try. Although the other party was strong, Linling was not too afraid, so he indifferently replied. If it were any other time, he did not want to provoke too many enemies and might have chosen to endure. But now that he wanted to break through to the next realm, fighting was unavoidable. So he wanted to test the strength of the 18th young master, who was ranked even higher. Haha, you have courage, but I'm not interested for the time being. The ancient tomb is more important. However, Sir Snow Spirit indifferently smiled. His smile was a bit cold, but it had a different kind of attractiveness, causing the hearts of many girls in the inn to surge. It had to be said, Sir Snow Spirit was really handsome. Before that, I want to settle some old grudges. Rhinoceros Eagle Fort's 3rd master, do you think I can't find you if you hide here? Humph. Young Master Schweling suddenly sneered. Rhinoceros Eagle Fort? There was no lack of native martial artists present. Naturally, they had heard of this colossus. This Rhinoceros Eagle Fort was the local tyrant of the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. It had 3 great leaders, each of whom possessed extremely terrifying strength. It was said that the great leader even possessed a powerful weapon, which allowed him to unify an area of 10,000 miles. And now, the 3rd head was actually here? Many people's hearts began to tremble. The 3 great leaders were all people who killed people like Scything Flax. If they appeared here and were implicated, then they would also be in trouble. Young Master Schweling has a nose like a dog. Finally, a cold laugh sounded from a corner of the restaurant. A tall and sturdy man who was almost 2 meters tall stood up. He had tattoos all over his face and his head was closed. He had a ferocious and domineering aura about him, and the most terrifying thing about him was that he was actually at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. Since you've come, then stay. Without further ado, the 3rd head elder shouted coldly and took a big step forward. His body turned into an afterimage as he grabbed at young Master Schweling. There seemed to be hatred between them, so it was either you die or I die. True intent of martial is similar to the true intent of earth. This 3rd head strength is not bad. Linling's soul force was very sharp, and he immediately sensed something strange. The 3rd head elder's speed seemed to be connected to the earth and the desert. It was extremely strange. Looks like he's not an ordinary Emperor Spirit realm cultivator. Qin Jingtian also said with a grave expression. Bang. With a claw, the 3rd head elder seemed to have grabbed young Master Schweling's neck. He only needed to exert a little strength to know young Master Schweling's fate. Young Master Schweling is in danger. He's at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, but the 3rd head elder is at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, and he's not an ordinary cultivator. The crowd's pupils constricted as they stared at the battle in front of them. Bang. At this moment, the 3rd head elder exploded with a terrifying strength and crushed young Master Schweling's neck. He's dead. Many people's hearts trembled violently. The great 18th head elder had died here? The Rhinoceros Eagle Castle is very bold. How dare you take liberties with my servant girl? Anyone who dares to take liberties with her must die. However, at this moment, something terrifying happened. Endless fog spread out, and a handsome figure condensed behind the 3rd head elder. It was young Master Schweling. Then young Master Schweling shook his head. He waved the crystal fan in his hand lightly, and a wave of icy energy blew out. It was very cold, as if it was 10,000 years old ice. Crack. With one move, the third head elder was frozen into an ice sculpture. In the next moment, a crisp sound like glass was heard. The ice sculpture shattered, and it turned into an icy fog that was hard to see with the naked eye. The third head elder had turned into powder. A great Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator had died in front of everyone's eyes just like that. Young Master Xueling's strength was very terrifying. The inn quieted down. Countless eyes stared at young Master Xueling, shocked, speechless. Even the purple lightning young master frowned, afraid of young Master Xueling's terrifying strength. I only kill one person a day. This is my principle. Linling, you're very lucky. After dealing with the third head elder, young Master Xueling smiled at Linling. Many people suddenly realized that the third head elder had become Linling's scapegoat. Otherwise, with Linling's courage, the one who would be frozen into an ice sculpture would be Linling. Linling smiled but did not say anything. He sat down and continued to drink his wine. His indifferent attitude surprised many people. Linling still seemed to be fearless. Then the inn returned to its peaceful state. Everyone sat down and drank, but they maintained their silence, causing the inn to be filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Many people quietly looked at the 18 young masters and sighed in their hearts. The competition in the old tomb was fierce. Currently, 3 young masters had appeared, and with the mysterious Linling, it was hard to determine who would have the last laugh in the old tomb. At night, more and more people gathered in the Xinhuang city. The Dragon Gate Inn was also overcrowded, causing many conflicts. Of course, no one dared to provoke experts like the 18 young masters. The old tomb hasn't appeared yet, but 2 young masters have already arrived. When the key appears, I'm afraid even more young masters will come. In the room, Qin Jingtian said with a solemn expression. It was impossible for the Qin clan to monopolize the treasures in the old tomb. As long as they could get a share of the loot, they would be satisfied. Linling nodded, agreeing with Qin Jingtian's words. He then asked, how strong are the 18 young masters? Yes. There are 18 of them. Starting from the 8th, they are all at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. They are also ranked very high on the prodigy ranking and have the strength to fight against the top geniuses. Qin Jingtian sighed. Although he was also one of the 18 young masters, he was ranked at the bottom and could not be compared to the top 8. Chapter 665. Xinhuang Mountain Range. Elder Lin, there is a young girl outside the inn. She says her name is Heavenly Concubine and she is an old friend of yours. At this moment, Qin Liming pushed open the door and said to Linling. Linling's eyes lit up. Heavenly Concubine is here too? Then he quickly left the room and came back with a young girl. It was Heavenly Concubine. I knew that once the tomb opened, Linling would definitely come. In any case, Linling's nose is sharper than a dog's. Heavenly Concubine was clearly very happy to see Linling again. She immediately teased him. Linling bitterly smiled. This girl would tease him every time they met. However, he wasn't surprised by Heavenly Concubine's appearance. After all, many people from the 7 halls had come. As a disciple of the ancient Tao Martial Palace, Heavenly Concubine naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Your strength has reached the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. After scanning Heavenly Concubine with his soul force, Linling sucked in a cold breath. One had to know that his cultivation realm had always been higher than Heavenly Concubine's, but this time, Heavenly Concubine had actually surpassed him. This is all thanks to Master. This time, Master also allowed me to come to the tomb to gain experience. Perhaps it will allow me to break through again. Heavenly Concubine immediately smiled. Qin Jingtian and the others also looked at Heavenly Concubine. After learning from Linling that this young girl was only in the Heavenly Spirit Realm, they were immediately shocked. This young girl's talent was also very terrifying. Linling shook his head. It seemed like he wasn't the only genius. Anything could happen in the rainforest sacred land that created miracles. The few of them sat down and chatted. Heavenly Concubine came with her senior sisters this time. After hearing that Linling had appeared in the Dragon Gate Inn, she immediately rushed over and planned to explore the tomb with Linling. The Heavenly Concubine suggested, if we want to unlock the tomb we need a 3rd key, and the 3rd key is in the Xinhuang Mountain Range. Rather than waiting here for news, why don't we explore the Xinhuang Mountain Range first? Linling's eyes lit up. They were also waiting for the experts from the Great Qin Empire to arrive. However, during this process no one could guarantee who would obtain the 3rd key. Since this was the case, they might as well search for it first. He and Qin Jingtian looked at each other. Both of them had the same thought. Then let's set off immediately. They slowly stood up and nodded excitedly. The mysterious Yellow Mountain Range was vast and boundless. There were countless demonic beasts. It was said that no one had ever passed through the endless mountain range. Although there were many who tried, they all died in the end. At night, the mountain range was even more tranquil, but there was also a hint of ferocity. After stepping into the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range, Lin Ling's sharp soul power sensed that they weren't the only ones searching the mountain range. There were already many small factions. Although these small factions couldn't be compared to the 5 great ancient nations, their leaders were all experts. It said that someone saw a light at the Old Master Mountain. It was like a giant key, so this time our escort team can only bring you to the Old Master Mountain. The mountain range was very large. Lin Ling and the other 3 weren't local cultivators, so they hired an escort team from Shenhuang City. This escort team was led by a woman with a hot figure. Although she was a woman, she was also very strong. She had reached the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Of course, the most important thing was that she was very familiar with the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. Lin Ling and the other 3 nodded. The long team continued forward. Through conversation, Lin Ling found out that the woman with the hot figure and wheat-colored skin was called Yu. However, this woman was a little cold. She seemed to think that Lin Ling and the other 3 were a little too bold for daring to enter the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. One had to know that most of the people in their escort team were experts. The middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm was the most basic strength. Moreover, these people were all in the early stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, and there were even some juniors in the King's spirit realm. This was obviously a tough job. If there was a conflict, her escort team wouldn't be able to take care of so many people. Sister Yu, it's so quiet here. Qin Liming, who had always been lively, finally couldn't help but ask. It seems quiet here, but there are hidden dangers everywhere. Demonic beasts in the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm are everywhere, but they hide in the dark. So if you can avoid talking, then don't. Yu-Er's cold eyes looked ahead, causing Qin Liming to stick out his tongue. Then Yu-Er said, "The weak ones stay in the center of the team. Don't look around." This time, her words were directed at Lin Ling. After the escort team entered the Black Tortoise Mountain Range, the others were well behaved, but Lin Ling was looking around. This made her a little unhappy. Was this King Spirit Realm Junior courting death? If the escort team was too far away and was devoured by the demonic beasts, they wouldn't be able to save Lin Ling. In the distance, Lin Ling walked back, while the heavenly concubine looked at Lin Ling with a strange smile as if saying, "You've become a burden." Lin Ling also smiled helplessly, too lazy to explain. He naturally wasn't looking around just now because he was bored. He was using the eye of time to observe the surroundings, to see if he could find any clues. As for him being a burden? He knew that the heavenly concubine was only joking because she was very familiar with him. If they really fought, there probably weren't many people here who could be Lin Ling's opponent. Sister Yu, I don't understand. Among the 4 of them, the 3 in the early stage of the Emperor's spirit realm are all well behaved, but the weakest one is restless. It's good to be a rich young master. You have bodyguards when you go out, so you don't have to experience the cruelty of the outside world. Alright, old saber, stop talking. Bring the guests to Master Mountain and our mission is complete. We can't make any mistakes during this process. Yu-Er was clearly a very responsible person. Even if she looked down on Lin Ling, she would still protect Lin Ling thoroughly. This made Lin Ling admire her. For the rest of the journey, Lin Ling experienced the benefits of having an escort team. Lin Ling almost wanted to remind everyone to take a detour when they came to a few demonic beast lairs, but Yu-Er reminded him in advance. This made Lin Ling not need to be so vigilant and could relax a little. Who is it? Just as they passed through a forest, a cold shout suddenly came from ahead. When Lin Ling and the others walked out of the forest, they saw that the grassland was densely packed with cultivators. They seemed to be searching the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range, and there were several bonfires in the middle. Among them, a one-eyed man looked over like a wolf in the night. People from the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. On Yu-Er's side, the faces of several men instantly turned ugly. The Rhinoceros Eagle Fort was very famous in the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. It was a true formidable fort. No one wanted to face them because they were also people who killed people like flies. So it's Yu-Er. The one-eyed man clearly recognized Yu-Er and said coldly, "Let's go." Yu-Er glanced at the one-eyed man indifferently and didn't say anything. She urged Lin Ling and the others to leave as soon as possible. "You've met her and you want to leave just like that?" Yu-Er, a famous escort in mysterious Yellow City. "We've been longing for her for a long time, and you want to leave without leaving anything behind?" Chapter 666. This enmity must be avenged. There are two little beauties here. Look at that one. TSK, the legendary willowy waist. If you were to hug that snake-like waist and do it, it would feel so good. The others looked at the heavenly concubine and Qin Liming with lewd smiles. Clearly they had been searching the mysterious Yellow Mountain range for a long time and were bored. Now that they saw these two beauties, they couldn't help themselves. Be careful, trouble comes from the mouth. At this moment Lin Ling coldly said, "These people dared to take liberties with the heavenly concubine?" The heavenly concubine was someone from the cloud domain. She was his relative and his friend. These people dared to take liberties with her. This was simply seeking death. Are you talking to me? On the rhinoceros castle side, one of them had a cold look in his eyes. In the past, when they spoke these words, others could only swallow their anger. But now this young man dared to threaten them. Looked at Lin Ling with some surprise. Clearly she didn't expect Lin Ling to speak up. In her opinion, shouldn't a weak young master like Lin Ling hide behind them when he encountered trouble? Suddenly she had a good impression of Lin Ling. After all, this young man was fearless and fearless. He didn't fear difficulties and stood up. At some point he was better than many of the martial artists in her escort team. As for her, she had been taken liberties with. Although she didn't care about such trivial matters, at least no one in her escort team dared to speak up. Gently slapping away the ugly arm under her chin, was worthy of being the leader of the escort team. She remained calm and said, "Lone Eagle, do you really want to fight? In short, fight or not." At this moment, the one-eyed man was eating meat beside the bonfire. It was as if he hadn't seen what his subordinates had done. He was extremely cold and indifferent. But after hearing Yuer's words, he stopped eating and finally said, "Let them go." "Big brother, why?" The rest of the people were unwilling to give up. Their expressions were ferocious. I said, "Let them go." The one-eyed man exuded a terrifying killing intent, causing those who were unwilling to give up to shut their mouths. This was their second in command. Although he seemed taciturn, one could never expect him to speak a third sentence. That was because the moment he spoke a third sentence was the moment you died. "Let's go." Didn't say anything else and led the group forward again. Right now, finding the key is our priority. Getting into a conflict with them will only be a waste of our strength. Only after Yuer and the others had disappeared did the one-eyed man speak. Obviously, if it was any other time he would have left Yuer's escort team behind, but he couldn't do so now. After all, Yuer had quite a few Emperor Spirit Realm experts on her side. If they really fought, they could win, but they would also have to pay a price. Obviously, this was not the time to pay the price. At this moment, Yuer's escort team moved forward once again, but all the escorts were relieved. We finally avoided the people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle. I was afraid that there would be a conflict. That's right. If there's a conflict, there will definitely be casualties. At that time, I'm afraid I won't be able to return to see my wife. Yuer is still calm enough. Many people expressed their gratitude, but Yuer's expression was still indifferent. She did not say a word. As for Lin Ling, he didn't say a word, but he looked behind him. Killing intent swirled in the depths of his eyes. He didn't plan to let this matter go so easily. The heavenly concubine was his woman. How could he allow her to be molested for no reason? However, he didn't want to implicate the escort team, so he planned to deal with it himself. "Lin Ling, your eyesight is very bad. Are you jealous?" At this moment, the heavenly concubine's soft laughter came from the side. She knew that although this young man seemed to be low-key, she must not provoke him because this young man could turn into a killing god at any time. It wasn't like she hadn't seen this kind of thing in the cloud domain. Lin Ling immediately smiled bitterly. The heavenly concubine seemed to know his thoughts. The heavenly concubine was indeed the smartest girl he knew. "If you don't admit it, I'll take it that you're jealous. However, call me later. This great aunt isn't someone who can be molested as one pleases." The heavenly concubine sniffed her little nose. She looked somewhat cute, causing Lin Ling to shake his head helplessly. The team continued forward. It wasn't until the middle of the night that Yuer let everyone rest. After all, the following journey would be even more difficult, so everyone had to conserve their strength and continue their journey until dawn. After everyone had rested, Lin Ling finally stood up. A trace of coldness circulated in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, another 3 figures quietly stood up in the escort team. It was Qin Jingtian and the other 2. As the bloodline of the Great Qin Empire, Qin Jingtian naturally wouldn't be stifled like this. Moreover, the other party wasn't a good person, so this grudge had to be avenged. "Looks like we have the same idea." Qin Jingtian stared at Lin Ling and smiled. This caused Lin Ling to shrug his shoulders. Leave the person who molested me today to me. Since Elder Lin has spoken, this little one will naturally understand. Qin Jingtian also shrugged his shoulders like Lin Ling swish. Swish, swish, swish. The four figures quietly returned along the path they came from. At this moment, a great battle had already broken out at the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle's encampment. A slender figure fought several people like a leopard, causing many people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle to cry out in anger. This person was very agile. Using the advantage of the forest, she constantly fought with them. Every time she attacked, she would cause harm to the people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle. Occasionally she would even kill someone. What a fierce woman. When we catch her, we'll make her suffer a fate worse than death. The legendary head Yu Er is unyielding and unafraid of death. Now that I've seen her today, it's indeed so. However, in order to protect your escort team, she had to endure silently. Now, for the sake of your reputation, she's come for revenge? The person who had come was Yu Er. Although she was born with pride, in reality, her heart was filled with anger. She just didn't want to implicate others, so she had to endure silently. However, humiliation was still humiliation. How could she not get it back? This woman is so ruthless. The agile figure weaved through the forest, causing a cultivator to cry out in pain every time. Second head, this bitch Yu Er is very strong. Many people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle looked at the one-eyed man. This was their second head, Lone Eagle. However, at this moment, the man was still drinking wine by the bonfire. He muttered to himself, "You endured the humiliation before because you didn't want to implicate others. You have a good heart. However, among your group of people before, are you the only one with the guts?" He smiled. A trace of a smile flashed through his ruthless eyes. It was an evil smile. The second head has made his move. Many people instantly cheered. Not good. Under an ancient tree, Yu Er frowned. In her eyes, a claw seemed to come from the void and grabbed her neck. Soul-shattering claw. This martial art was very terrifying. It seemed to be able to capture a person's soul. It was a third-grade Emperor tier martial art. Judging from its power, it was probably not inferior to a fifth-grade martial intent. One had to know that although martial intent was powerful, it wasn't unique. Some cultivators with average comprehension could rely on high-level martial arts to match martial intent. The difference between martial intent and Emperor tier martial arts was that martial intent was more ethereal and needed to be comprehended by oneself. However, Emperor tier martial arts didn't need to be comprehended. They were powerful martial arts left behind by predecessors. Chapter 667. Second Boss John Heaven-Raising Kick. Yu Er raised her slender right leg and kicked towards the claw in the air. Following that, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and her body flew backwards, crashing into several large trees that were as thick as three people hugging each other. It was obvious that the power of her martial arts was not weak, otherwise with a single claw she would not have flown backwards but lost her life. You're at the same level as me, but your strength is so far apart. Stay here. Lone Eagle shouted coldly. His body turned into a shadow as he pounced towards Yu Er again. His claws were like eagle claws as he clawed at her. Yu Er's mouth was overflowing with blood. Her expression was cold. She wanted to stand up, but her limbs were powerless. She was no match for Lone Eagle. After all, Lone Eagle was the second boss of Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. His strength was naturally terrifying. Am I going to die? Yu Er's pupils constricted. The void claw was getting closer and closer, like a demonic eagle under the night sky. I'm sorry, but she's not the only one with guts. At this moment, an ethereal voice sounded. A sword came from the horizon, tearing through the void. It instantly appeared in front of Yu Er and blocked the terrifying claw. Clang. A deafening sound rang out. Intense energy shot out in all directions, piercing the ground with thousands of holes. What a powerful sword. Who is it? The eyes of the martial artists in the open space narrowed. They were so close to catching Yu Er. However, at the critical moment, Yu Er was saved by someone. Moreover, the person who came was very powerful. He was actually able to fight the second boss to a draw. Sword intent. At this moment, Lone Eagle was gliding on the ground. Finally, he stomped on the ground, causing a 2-meter-tall wave of earth to erupt. Only then did he manage to suppress the terrifying impact. Then he looked at his claw. There was a faint sword mark there. The opponent's sword had broken his soul-shattering claw. That was at least 50% sword intent. Subconsciously he looked forward. His pupils constricted. He saw a slender and handsome youth in a blue and white robe standing in front of Yu Er. At this moment the youth's eyes were indifferent. He held his sword with one hand, but the corner of his mouth was curled into a disdainful smile. "It's you?" Lone Eagle shouted. The expressions of the people around him changed drastically. They had naturally seen this youth before. It was the youth that the escort team was protecting today. They had always thought that the youth was a burden. But who knew that he could take a blow from the second boss? Lin Ling. Yours was you. She naturally thought Lin Ling was a burden. After all, he was only at the peak of the king spirit realm. But she didn't expect that the youth to save her at this critical moment. It's hard to get rich by eating alone. Don't tell me you want to take revenge for yourself? Lin Ling indifferently said, causing Yu'er's heart to tremble once again. Previously, she had been humiliated, but she didn't want to implicate others. Therefore, she had chosen to seek revenge on her own. Moreover, she believed that even if she wanted to seek revenge, the other escorts wouldn't dare to come. But now, not only did this young man dare to come, he even blamed her for taking the spoils for herself. These words were naturally a joke, but it also meant that the young man was extraordinarily courageous. Yu'er was not the only one who wanted revenge. Thanks. Yu'er was grateful. She couldn't help but say softly, "We'll talk about it after we deal with these bastards." Lin Ling replied with a smile. Yu'er came to her senses. Both of them were surrounded by the rhinoceros eagle castle. In a situation where the enemy was strong and they were weak, if they wanted to deal with others, shouldn't they be running away? Yu'er wanted to remind Lin Ling. However, at this moment Lin Ling said, "Middle stage Emperor Spirit Realm. I haven't fought at this level yet. I wonder how strong he is." "He wants to fight the second boss?" Yu'er's beautiful eyes narrowed. She knew Lone Eagle's strength very well. Not only was his movement technique fast, his eagle claws were extremely terrifying. It seemed that the gloves Lone Eagle wore were extraordinary. It was probably a rare high-grade weapon. Lin Ling actually wanted to test Lone Eagle's strength. "Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me," Yu'er anxiously shouted. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He hadn't fought against a middle-stage Emperor Spirit Realm expert before. However, if the other party had the strength of a Heaven's Pride, it might be difficult for him to win. At most, the other party was only slightly stronger than an ordinary cultivator. Lin Ling was still confident in this little bit of strength. "Since we're here, we don't plan on leaving so easily." At this moment, 3 more voices rang out. It was Qin Jingtian and the others. The appearance of these 3 people caused Yu'er's expression to freeze. These 4 youths had actually come. Were they really not afraid of death? "Lin Ling, there are so many people here. You can't eat all by yourself. Let's make it clear first. Who gets who?" Under an ancient tree, Qin Jingtian leaned against it and smiled. As the Xuanwu young master, he naturally had the pride of an 18th young master. The heavenly concubine and Qin Liming stood on a tree not far away. Their delicate little faces looked at Lin Ling and smiled. "They're all here." Lone Eagle's expression was somewhat ferocious. Today the 4 youths from the escort team had all come. These outsiders were very arrogant. They had no idea how powerful the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle was. "Second Master, kill them." The crowd also roared. Lin Ling and the other 3 were too arrogant. All of them must die. The men must die and the women must be trampled on by tens of thousands of people. Lone Eagle roared. His single eye was filled with monstrous killing intent. "Brother Qin, I'll leave the other small fries to you. Leave the second master to me." Today, young Master Xueling killed the 3rd master of the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle. "Then I'll test the second master's strength," Lin Ling said indifferently. His calm eyes carried a hint of arrogance. Since he dared to come, he naturally wouldn't choose to escape with you, he wanted to kill all of them. What a frivolous little guy. He's only in the King Spirit Realm, yet he's so arrogant. The crowd was even more furious. After all, he was only in the King Spirit Realm. There were many people present who were in a higher realm than Lin Ling. When did it become Lin Ling's turn to speak? Moreover, Lin Ling very calmly said that he wanted to test the second master's strength. What did he take the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle for? "I know that the 3rd master is dead, but the 1st master will avenge him. Moreover, the 18th master was the one who killed the 3rd master. He has the right to be arrogant, but that doesn't mean you do." Whoosh. Lone Eagle took a step forward. A strange atmosphere filled the air. It was as if he had entered the shadows. As long as there was no light, that place was his martial stage. "It's here, the Onyx Soul Step." The crowd cheered. They naturally knew about this terrifying movement technique. Legend had it that when one cultivated it to the minute subtlety realm, one could step on a person's shadow and weave in and out. It was impossible to guard against. Everyone had a shadow. If a cultivator could use your shadow as a disguise and sneak attack you, how would you react? Lin Ling's expression became focused at this moment. Under his gaze, Lone Eagle disappeared. It was very strange. Even he couldn't detect it. Only his soul force could detect a trace. However, because the opponent was too fast, that kind of detection was difficult to see through. The strength of a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator was indeed difficult to deal with. Soul-shattering claw. Chapter 668. Lin Ling attacked with his sword. The most terrifying thing was that the claw was emitting a blue light that could intimidate one's soul, making it hard for one to react. Thinking about it, the demonic claw that appeared in the air was already impossible to defend against. Coupled with the fact that it could intimidate one's soul, how could an ordinary cultivator block it? Lin Ling, be careful. Yu Er anxiously shouted. She had suffered from that claw earlier. In the distance, Qin Jingtian frowned slightly. His opponent was a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, but he was clearly not an ordinary cultivator. He was indeed quite powerful. Dead, that young man is dead for sure. Compared to their worries, the crowd was sneering. They were looking forward to seeing that young man being torn apart by the claw. Interesting. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm, and the corners of his mouth curled into a confident smile. As the demonic claws drew closer and closer, Lin Ling's pupils suddenly narrowed, and a terrifying and strange light appeared. Boundless demon eye. The soul-shattering claw was indeed very powerful. It could intimidate one's soul and kill them while they were distracted. However, although this claw was powerful, it had its flaws. If it encountered a cultivator with powerful soul force, then its advantage would be lost, and its power would be reduced to a second-grade Emperor Spirit Realm martial art. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's soul force was incomparably powerful. The sound of glass shattering resounded. The soul-shattering power of the soul-shattering claw instantly disintegrated. Solitary Eagle's pupils constricted. It was actually broken? How was this possible? However, it wasn't over yet. The world suddenly disappeared and the wind and clouds rolled. Under the pitch-black night sky, a pair of demonic eyes appeared, as if they were looking down on the world, quietly looking at Solitary Eagle. The soul-crushing pressure caused Solitary Eagle to feel as if he had been struck by lightning, and his mind instantly went blank. Soul force attack. This young man actually knew how to use soul force attacks. Solitary Eagle's heart shook like thunder. At the same time, a sword light that seemed to come from the horizon slashed over. At the critical moment, Solitary Eagle bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to force himself to sober up. Then he crossed his claws and slashed out. Clang. A terrifying power exploded, and the wind and clouds rolled as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Bang. A figure flew out and crashed into the ground, but he quickly stood up again. His hands were dripping with blood. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they looked over. Crazy. The one who was sent flying was actually the second master. After all, the second manager was an expert at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Even Yu Er, who was at the same cultivation level, was no match for him. However, his opponent was merely a youth at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. In a single exchange, the second manager had lost. His strength is so terrifying. His sword intent has reached the realm of perfection. Yuer's beautiful eyes widened as well as a bitter smile appeared on her face. Was this still the burden of an escort team? This was a terrifying monstrous genius. You injured me. After I stepped into the Emperor Spirit Realm, I was able to disregard any King Spirit Realm ant. And after I stepped into the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, no mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm expert was a match for me. But you actually injured me. Solitary Eagle's face was incomparably ferocious. His single eye emitted fury and madness. He was actually injured. He couldn't believe his eyes, so he had to kill Lin Ling no matter what. I forgot to tell you. How could I have become the second manager of Rhinoceros Castle just by relying on that move? My greatest reliance isn't my cultivation level, but my martial intent. Bang! A deep voice came from Solitary Eagle's mouth again. A pitch-black light appeared on Solitary Eagle's body, and it actually turned into the shadow of a huge black eagle. The shadow flowed like water and gradually appeared around his claws, causing them to become pitch-black as well. Under the night sky there was still some light coming from the flames, but the terrifying thing was that even the light was absorbed by the pitch-black claws. These claws were filled with destructive power. This was Solitary Eagle's martial intent. The Eagle's martial intent had reached half a step to 60%. Coupled with the gloves on his hands, he was confident that he could fight against a 60% martial intent. The 10,000 silkworm black eagle gloves power has reached its limit. Bang! The hearts of the surrounding people trembled. The second manager had been forced to use his trump card, a trump card that could kill any mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm expert. Pop pop pop. The black gloves released a black light that shot holes in the ground, causing you to frown. Lin Ling's strength was terrifying, but his cultivation level was still too low. He was already very impressive to be able to force Solitary Eagle to use his trump card. And now Lin Ling was in danger. Lin Ling was a genius. Was he going to die here? Qin Jingtian and the others also frowned, worried about Lin Ling. Only the heavenly concubine remained calm. She believed that Lin Ling never fought a battle he wasn't confident in winning. However, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling's face was still as calm as an ancient well. It's rare for an ordinary cultivator to have martial intent. But you were the one who attacked before, so now it's my turn. Attack. Attack. The pupils of the Rhinoceros Castle's people shrank. Lin Ling actually wanted to attack when facing the second manager's terrifying trump card? Could it be that the youth hadn't used his full strength in the previous confrontation? Then everyone saw Lin Ling's clothes flutter. An aura that seemed to come from ancient times pervaded the air. He slowly raised his sword and an extremely dazzling light bloomed. This was sword intent. Moreover, this sword intent was a bit different. It had a boundless battle intent and a crazy domineering aura that looked down on the world. The sword intent, battle intent, and tyrant intent seemed to condense on the sword at this moment, causing the sword's edge to want to cut through the sky. What a terrifying sword. Many people's hearts trembled. At first, they thought that the second manager would definitely kill the youth. But now, for some reason, they didn't dare to think this way. This was because the youth had already disappeared, leaving behind only a sword. A sword that they didn't dare to look directly at. And this sword was the minute realm of the tyrant sword art that Lin Ling had comprehended. It was a sword that was learned from the fusion of the fast and slow sword intents, in addition to Lin Ling's own comprehension of martial arts. It should be known that every swordsman had their own sword. At the beginning they cultivated according to the sword Tao taught by their predecessors, but in the end they would walk their own path. And Lin Ling also had one. He had comprehended a tyrant sword that was different from Di Wuji's. It was tyrant song throughout the world. Rumble. The two great martial intents bloomed in the open space, causing the earth to tremble. Many people retreated far away. In this battle, one had the shadow eagle intent, and the other had the sword intent. One was the formidable second manager of the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range, and the other was a nameless and mysterious youth. Who would win and who would lose in this battle? Many people were excited. Even Qin Jingtian and the others looked at each other with anticipation. Chapter 669. Arriving at Old Master Mountain, Lin Ling's voice was as low as thunder. You're only relying on that glove. That's not the true meaning of martial arts you comprehended. The true meaning of sword that I comprehended was also born with the help of a battle weapon, but after that, I comprehended it myself through endless battles. It even allowed the true meaning of sword to surpass the true meaning of battle weapons. You're very pitiful. You don't even know that relying on external objects is not the way of a martial artist. Boom. There was only Lin Ling in the open space. His ethereal voice caused Lone Eagle's heart to waver. He actually had a feeling that he couldn't beat Lin Ling. That sword was very terrifying. It was unyielding and unforgiving. It was as if it could cut through the sky. Dominating the world. Boom. Lin Ling took a step forward, holding the sword with both hands. A terrifying true meaning of sword slashed out. Lin Ling didn't hold back in this sword. It was even stronger than the sword he used against Qin Jingtian and the Purple Lightning Young Master. Rumble. The sword was deafening. It was like a sword that supported the heavens. It fell from the sky, wanting to cut through everything. In Lone Eagle's eyes, the world disappeared. There was only a sword that wanted to cut him in half. His opponent was only at the peak of the King Spirit realm, but he seemed to have touched the profound meaning of the sword. That sword even borrowed the power of the world and was half a step into the 70% true meaning of sword. The most terrifying thing was that under that sword, his hands actually trembled. It was his invincible battle weapon gloves that were trembling. Battle weapons were also of different grades. They were divided into 3 grades: intermediate, low, and high. His was a high-grade battle weapon, only one step away from the legendary spirit weapon. Of course, he also knew that this small step was the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how strong a battle weapon was, it was still an inanimate object. Only a spirit weapon with a spirit could laugh at everything. But even so, the high-grade battle weapon still allowed him to roam the Shenhuang mountain range. He even used the battle weapon to kill countless geniuses who overestimated themselves. But at this moment he was afraid. "Rhinoceros Eagle Fort, retreat. I admit defeat," shouted the lone eagle. He was incomparably anxious, which made the hearts of the people in the distance tremble violently. Their second leader was scared, the second king of the Shenhuang mountain range was scared. However, was it possible for Lone Eagle to escape because he couldn't win? When a swordsman unsheathed his sword, he would kill without hesitation. How could he escape from this battle? Rumble. The sword mercilessly slashed down. No. The Lone Eagle roared, but it couldn't change anything. After the sword slashed down, he was directly turned into powder, turned into nothingness. Rumble. In the open space, there was only a terrifying sword slashing down on the ground, splitting the earth into two. Dead. The eyes of the Rhinoceros Fort's men widened. Their second-in-command had died just like that in front of their eyes. A mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm expert wielding a high-grade weapon had died just like that. It was very shocking, so shocking that it felt like a dream. Not long ago, the second-in-command had received an order from the first leader to bring people to the Shenhuang mountain range to search for the key. In the process of searching, because it was boring, he teased you, and even wanted to capture the two girls alive and slowly play with them. But in the end, they didn't succeed. They thought that you and the others were very lucky. If it weren't for the urgent matter, you and the others would have been left here. But who would have thought that those people didn't feel lucky at all? After leaving, they came back to kill. And then they realized that they were the unlucky ones. What a terrifying and arrogant young man. Many people looked at the young man in shock and swallowed with difficulty. But then an older man roared, "You killed the second-in-command of our Rhinoceros Fort. You're dead for sure. When the first leader comes, you'll definitely die." They were panicking as if they wanted to find the last thing they could rely on. "You should worry about yourselves. Brother Qin, it's your turn." Lin Ling shook his head and said slowly. Qin Jingtian, who was still in shock, finally came to his senses and nodded. It was finally his turn to make a move. As for the heavenly concubine and Qin Liming, they also made their moves. The Rhinoceros Fort's men had done many evil deeds, so they didn't need to show mercy. "You're so strong." Had already stood up from the ground and was still looking at the young man in shock. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that a junior at the peak of the King Spirit Realm could shake a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. But after seeing it with her own eyes, all of this seemed to be a matter of course. Half a step to 70% sword intent. In her knowledge, this only appeared in legends, in the bodies of ancient cultivators with white hair. Geniuses were indeed always able to create miracles. Let's end this quickly and leave this place immediately. The first master of the Rhinoceros Fort is even stronger. He knows that we killed the Rhinoceros Fort's men, so he definitely won't let us go. Suppressing the shock in her heart, was indeed the head of the escort team. She quickly calmed down and said, "Lin Ling, you're too impulsive. You attacked the Rhinoceros Fort's men just because the other party flirted with you. This can be considered a big problem." Lin Ling smiled. He knew that was worried about him. After all, if she was afraid of causing trouble, why would come alone for revenge? He shook his head and said, "Because he flirted with my family. That's all." Yur's delicate body trembled when she heard this. In the distance, the heavenly concubine's heart was filled with joy, but she hid it. She liked this young man who dared to go against the world for his family. The remaining Rhinoceros Fort's men were clearly not powerful characters. After Qin Jingtian made his move, realized that the few youths who hired her were all extremely powerful. After dealing with the Rhinoceros Fort's men, quickly left with Lin Ling and the others. She didn't dare to rest in the camp and continued to move towards Master Mountain. Master Mountain. Someone had once seen one of the 3 keys to the ancient tomb appear there. This was the news that had received. At dawn, everyone finally arrived at Master Mountain. This mountain wasn't tall and was like a lone peak. From afar, it looked like a master sitting quietly and looking at the world. This mountain is hidden in the Shenhuang mountain range. It's quite imposing. Lin Ling said with a faint smile as he looked at the magnificent Master Mountain. "All right, we've brought you here. The mission is complete. The rest is up to you." An older cultivator in the escort team said. They were all overjoyed. The escort team's mission was finally completed. "All right." Lin Ling nodded. Then Qin Jingtian paid the spirit crystals and let the escort team leave. However, hesitated for a moment and finally stayed. You've already offended the rhinoceros fort. The first master will kill you quickly. I'm also involved in this grudge, so I'll stay and fight side by side with you. Leader, you're crazy. The other escorts were all shocked. They naturally knew how terrifying the first master of the rhinoceros fort was. Although he was also at the middle stage of the emperor spirit realm, his martial arts could communicate with heaven and earth. It was said that he had two martial intents and was extremely powerful. If Leader stayed, it would be equivalent to suicide. Running away when encountering trouble isn't my style. You guys can leave. I've made up my mind. Shook her head, causing the escorts to smile helplessly. Leader was still as decisive as ever. Lin Ling smiled and wanted to persuade to leave. However, when he thought of her personality, he didn't say anything in the end. Moreover, he admired Yu's personality. She dared to take responsibility for her actions and had a clear plan. She was much better than many cultivators who were afraid of death. Chapter 670. The key is born. The remaining rhinoceros fort members were obviously not powerful characters. After Qin Jingtian made his move, Yue realized that the youths who hired her were all extremely powerful. After dealing with the rhinoceros fort members, Yue quickly left with Lin Ling and the others. She didn't dare to rest in the camp and continued towards Master Mountain. Master Mountain. Someone had once seen one of the three keys of the ancient tomb appear there. This was the news that Yue had received. At dawn, everyone finally arrived at Master Mountain. This mountain wasn't high and was like a lone peak. From afar, it looked like a master sitting quietly and looking at the world. This mountain is hidden in the Shenhuang mountain range. It's quite imposing. Lin Ling said with a faint smile as he looked at the majestic old Master Mountain. Qin Jingtian and the others also relaxed. They had finally arrived. Alright, we've brought you here. The mission is complete. The rest is up to you. An older cultivator in the escort team said. They were all overjoyed. The escort team's mission was finally completed. Alright. Lin Ling nodded. Then Qin Jingtian paid the spirit crystals and let the escort team leave. However, Yue hesitated for a moment and finally stayed. You've already offended the rhinoceros fort. The first master will kill you quickly. I'm also involved in this grudge, so I'll stay and fight side by side with you. Leader Yue, you're crazy. The other escorts were all shocked. They naturally knew how terrifying the first master of the rhinoceros fort was. Although he was also at the middle stage of the emperor spirit realm, his martial arts could communicate with heaven and earth. It was said that he had two martial intents and was extremely powerful. If Yue stayed, it would be equivalent to suicide. Running away when encountering trouble isn't my style. You can leave. I've made up my mind. Yue shook her head, causing the other escorts to helplessly shake their heads. Leader Yue was still as decisive as ever. Lin Ling smiled and wanted to persuade Yue to leave. However, when he thought of her personality, he didn't say anything in the end. Moreover, he somewhat admired Yue's personality. She dared to take responsibility for her actions and had a beginning and an end. She was much better than many hypocritical cultivators. Don't worry, I'll make sure Yue returns to Shenhuang City in one piece. Lin Ling said to the escorts, causing them to narrow their eyes. Previously, when Lin Ling had fought the second leader of the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort, they did not know the details of the battle. Therefore they looked at him with disdain. This young man with the weakest cultivation actually dared to say that he was going to protect you, He was so thick-skinned. Thank you. I can't say that I'll protect you, but I won't drag you down. However, to the surprise of all the escorts, Yue said indifferently. Yue is at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. This young man is only at the peak of the King's spirit realm. The hearts of the escorts trembled, but they did not say anything else. They thanked him and left one after another. The Sharp Eagle Castle's reputation was too great, and they did not dare to face it. After the escorts left, Lin Ling didn't stay any longer. With a leap, he arrived at a high peak and looked into the distance. The Eye of Time appeared. While he was looking, Yue and the others were puzzled. They didn't know what Lin Ling was doing, so they could only wait quietly. What is Elder Lin doing? Qin Liming asked curiously. I don't know, but he has always been mysterious. He naturally has his reasons for doing this. Qin Jingtian explained. Although he was the 18th young master, after interacting with Lin Ling, he realized that he could not see through Lin Ling's mysteriousness at all. No wonder his father supported Lin Ling so much. After a long time, Lin Ling finally landed. He looked at a huge rock on the highest peak of the old Master Mountain and said, the seal of a key once appeared there. If I'm not wrong, the key was sealed under the huge rock. As time passed, the seal gradually dimmed, which is why it emitted light. When did you know? Yu and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Linling was so powerful. Linling smiled and did not explain too much. Because he saw it with the eye of time, as long as the key had appeared before, he would be able to see it. Let's go up and take a look. Everyone's strength was not weak. Although the old master mountain was high, they reached it in half an incense's time. Then they saw a huge red rock. On the surface, this huge rock was relatively ordinary, so no one knew that the key was under the huge rock. Move aside, Linling said softly. He pulled out the sword in his hand, and his eyes flickered as he slashed out. Boom. The huge rock was split into two and gravel flew everywhere. However, under the huge rock, it was very ordinary, as if there was nothing special about it. Linling, you seem to be fooling us all. Looking at the huge rock that did not change, Yu could not help but say. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a deafening sound rang out, and the entire old master mountain shook violently. Then a ray of light soared into the sky and turned into a huge key seal. The key had appeared. Everyone looked at Linling in shock. Linling had guessed correctly. Subconsciously, everyone was ecstatic. There were 3 keys to the ancient tomb, and those who obtained them would be able to enter the ancient tomb. Now the last key had been obtained by them. Then they looked at Linling, wanting to see Linling's happy expression. However, Linling frowned and shook his head helplessly. It seems that a great battle is inevitable. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then they reacted. After all, the key seal was too dazzling. It soared into the sky and attracted all the cultivators in the entire Shenhuang mountain range. Everyone was looking for the key, so how could they let Linling obtain it alone? Therefore, a great battle was inevitable. Linling, what do we do? Qin Jingtian hurriedly looked at Linling. Linling had also recovered his usual calmness. He smiled faintly and said, since it is inevitable, then those who try to get their hands on the key will be killed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the huge rock from before and saw a key slowly rise up. However, the speed at which it rose was extremely slow. It was surrounded by light, making it impossible for anyone to approach. This also meant that Linling and the others had to protect Old Master Mountain before the key appeared. 1, 2, 3. Including me, there are 4 of us. We will protect Old Master Mountain. Qin Jingtian, you and Yu will wait by the key. The heavenly concubine and I will welcome the enemy. Linling said again, causing Yu and the others' hearts to tremble. Linling was so calm and had quickly thought of a plan to deal with the enemy. Before, they were actually a bit nervous. After all, they had to face all the cultivators in the entire Shenhuang mountain range. But for some reason, when they saw Linling's calm expression, their hearts suddenly calmed down. In this small team of 4, Yu had always been the leader. Qin Jingtian was from a noble background, but at this moment they were all led by Linling. Fight. Linling looked into the distance, a cold light swirling in the depths of his eyes. The key has appeared. Haha, we searched high and low for it only to find it without any effort. The first ones to discover the key are actually the 4 little fellows. We got lucky. Chapter 671. Battle of Old Master Mountain. Moreover, those brats were so pitiful. They didn't know that an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Did they think they could obtain treasures without strength? Pa. Another large group of cultivators arrived with great momentum. Those ancient trees were all cut down. Soon after, a large number of figures appeared at the foot of Old Master Mountain. A cold voice was heard, the key belongs to me, Tiger of Coiling Mountain. Anyone else who dares to touch it will die. Many people were unwilling to accept this. They looked at the cultivator who spoke and their pupils constricted. It was actually Tiger of Coiling Mountain. At this time, a calm voice was heard from the top of Old Master Mountain. We found the 3rd key first. Aren't you afraid of provoking something by snatching the key so tyrannically? Idiots. Many people in the distance were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Those brats actually didn't want to give up? They were simply courting death. You talk too much nonsense. I'll only say one thing. We want the key. If you don't scram, then die. The cultivator who spoke narrowed his eyes. He was Tiger of Coiling Mountain. He was nearly 2 meters tall and held a 2-meter-long machete in his hand. His body emitted a murderous aura. To them, it didn't matter who got the key first. As long as they met, it belonged to them. After all, the key was related to the ancient tomb. It was too precious. How could they give it away? What surprised him was that he thought the cultivators around him were the ones fighting for the key. He didn't expect that the 4 at the top of the mountain wouldn't give up. It seemed like he had no choice but to kill them. Tiger of Coiling Mountain is so fast. The surrounding cultivators were all regretful. They also wanted to snatch the key, but Tiger of Coiling Mountain had spoken first. If they tried to snatch it, it would be the same as going against Tiger of Coiling Mountain. At present, they couldn't afford to provoke Tiger of Coiling Mountain. Tiger of Coiling Mountain was also a force that couldn't be underestimated in the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. Although it wasn't as famous as Rhinoceros Eagle Fort, it was said that Tiger of Coiling Mountain had a strong backer. That backer was so strong that even Rhinoceros Eagle Fort didn't dare to provoke it. Those 4 youths are in trouble. Tiger of Coiling Mountain will not only snatch the key but also kill them. A cultivator sighed. Everyone wanted the key, but not everyone had the qualifications to obtain it. If they didn't have enough strength but still wanted the key, then they would be killed. Looks like there's nothing left to talk about. Since that's the case, we can only do this. At this moment, a calm voice drifted over from the Master Mountain, causing the eyes of the crowd to flicker. Was this the only way? Could it be that the young man in the blue and white robe had decided to give up the key? Unfortunately, that young man was too naive. Not only did Tiger Panshan want the key, he also wanted to kill all 4 of them to prevent rumors from spreading. Is this the only way? From afar, the corner of Tiger's mouth curled up. He was waiting for them to beg for mercy, but it was true that he would not let them go. Kill. However, the calm voice on Master Mountain suddenly changed. In the next moment, it was filled with killing intent. Anyone who sets foot on Master's Mountain, kill. As if afraid that the crowd did not understand what he meant, the ice-cold voice sounded again, intimidating everyone. What? The 4 of them dared to kill Tiger Panshan? The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Were those 4 young men stupid? The Coiling Mountain Tiger was also taken aback, but soon after he began to laugh arrogantly. 2 of the 4 were guarding the keys, so it seemed like they wouldn't be able to fight. The other 2 were the main force. One of them was at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, so he should be a genius. However, it wasn't like Coiling Mountain Tiger hadn't killed geniuses before, so he wasn't afraid at all. As for the other youth who spoke, he was even more unsightly, only at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. With just 2 people they dared to say that they would kill them? Deal with them. Leave that arrogant young man to me. Kill? Tiger Panshan pointed his sword forward and spoke in an incomparably domineering manner. Rumble. The ground shook as a large number of cultivators rushed towards the mountain peak. There were early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators, as well as peak King Spirit Realm cultivators. The crowd shook their heads mockingly. In terms of strength and numbers, the young man had the least amount of people. How could he fight? Twin Fish Reincarnation Palm. Kill? However, at this moment, a shout came from the mountain peak. The wind and clouds roiled as 2 huge black and white fish swam out. Accompanied by a palm strike, they covered the sky and covered the earth. The power of this palm strike was incomparably terrifying. It was like a black and white reincarnation circle, exterminating everything in its path. Bang bang bang. The cultivators who tried to reach the mountain peak trembled inexplicably, their faces filled with fear. However, under the twin fish's palm strike, a gust of wind blew past, and all of them fell down without a trace of life. It was a terrifying martial art. Those who were affected by it did not die from the surging power, but their lives seemed to have been sucked away. Bang bang bang. More and more people fell to the ground and died. Master Mountain suddenly became a forbidden mountain. That girl's strength is terrifying. Many people looked at the heavenly concubine, their hearts trembling violently. She was a genius, definitely a genius. With a single strike, any early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator would die. Retreat. At the foot of the mountain, the cultivators who wanted to rush up the mountain all retreated frantically. They were afraid. Trash, it's just a girl. Why should we be afraid of her? Even if we have to use human wave tactics, we'll drown her. Go. At the foot of the mountain, the Coiling Mountain Tiger's face was ferocious. Their Coiling Mountain Tiger faction was actually scared away by a girl. If this spread out, they would laugh their heads off. Therefore he had to kill the girl. He did not believe that she could stop the Coiling Mountain Tiger faction alone. Kill, kill, kill. The cultivators' hearts tightened, and their killing intent soared again. They rushed up the mountain crazily, and that terrifying aura blew away the clouds in the sky. Human wave tactics, looks like that girl can't stop them. Many people looked forward and muttered to themselves. No matter how much of a genius she was, she would still be tired. How could she stop the human wave tactics? Reincarnation Ocean. At this moment, on the mountaintop, the heavenly concubine's shout rang out once more. A vast sea appeared behind her. Seawater flooded out and 2 black and white fish swam in the sea, as if they were bringing the seawater down the mountain. True martial intent, the heavenly concubine is really powerful. Lin Ling's eyes instantly focused and then he laughed softly. It looked like after going to the ancient Tao martial palace, the heavenly concubine's king body could be used. She had actually comprehended the true martial intent. Rumble. The sea water that was condensed from spiritual energy brought with it an extremely ancient smell. After it surged down, the bodies of those martial artists were immediately corroded, and they let out painful cries. This was the true meaning of martial arts. They were simply unable to block it. What a fierce martial art. Many people's hearts trembled. It looked like it would not be easy to get the key. That girl was not a pushover at all. She's just a girl. There's no need to be afraid of her. Follow me, kill. Chapter 672. Climbing the mountain, killing without mercy. Ping pung pung. With one step the earth shook. The coiling mountain tiger was like a ferocious tiger climbing the mountain. His machete slashed towards the heavenly concubine. Moreover, he didn't rush up from the front of the mountain. Obviously, he was afraid of the mysterious seawater, so he went around it. This was a sneak attack. Moreover, he used the lives of his subordinates to attract the girl's attention. This made it easier for him to launch a sneak attack. As expected of the coiling mountain tiger. In order to win, he will do anything. Many people were even more afraid of the coiling mountain tiger. They weren't afraid of ruthless people, but they were most afraid of those who didn't play by the rules. Those kinds of people were hard to guard against. That girl is in danger. The crowd said again. They had a feeling that as long as the girl died, the coiling mountain tiger would get the key. Die, coiling mountain triple blade. Rumble. With a single slash, the wind and clouds changed. 3 ferocious white tigers appeared and pounced forward. That was the true meaning of martial arts. Moreover, it was a rare true meaning of beast. Obviously, the mountain tiger's king body was definitely a beast type. The most frightening thing was that his martial intent had already reached 50%. He's dead. The crowd didn't need to think too much. They already knew the answer in their hearts. Dominating the world. However, at this moment, countless people heard a deafening voice. On the mountain top, the blue-white rogue youth finally moved. All along, the crowd thought that the youth was the one behind the scenes and wasn't the main force of the battle. Now they realized that they were wrong. The youth was also the main force of the battle. It was just that he hadn't used his sword yet. However, as soon as he used his sword, it was very dazzling. Rumble. A huge sword slashed down. It emitted a boundless battle intent. It was the profound meaning of tyranny, the true intent of the sword. It was as if no one in the world could block that sword. Rumble. This sword, the peak of 60% sword intent, surpassed the coiling mountain tiger's 50% martial intent. It directly turned the coiling mountain tiger into dust. The entire coiling mountain was silent. The crowd's hearts were violently trembling. A power that dared to compete with the rhinoceros eagle castle died just like that? Was this a dream? How frightening. He's even stronger than the girl. The warriors who were still climbing the mountain were all trembling. They were very close to that sword coiling mountain tiger, and they naturally knew how frightening that sword was. It didn't come from the king's spirit realm, and there weren't many warriors in the emperor's spirit realm who could use that sword. After all, that sword was borrowing the heaven and earth. At this moment they realized that they were wrong. They were ridiculously wrong. It was that young man who was truly terrifying. Run. The warriors were all the warriors were. Who was the arrogant? Coiling cloud mountain tiger, mountain tigers. On the top of the mountain, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He had already given a warning, but the other party did not listen and insisted on coming up. Therefore he did not show any mercy. After all, they were the ones who found the key and the other party wanted to take it away for no reason. How could he let such a person live? Sword moves mountains and rivers. Lin Ling lightly waved the swords in his hands. Then he heavily stabbed the sword into the ground. A terrifying sword domain erupted. In the sky, a large amount of sword intent rained down like a storm, attacking indiscriminately. Sword moves the mountains and rivers was a sword technique that focused on group attacks. Although it wasn't as powerful as dominating the world, it wasn't something that ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators could shake. Rumble. The entire Old Master Mountain shook violently as a rain of swords rained down from the sky, dazzling and dazzling. A large number of martial artists cried out in pain as they were pierced through by the swords. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, coiling mountain tiger's forces were completely annihilated. At the foot of Old Master Mountain, blood flowed like a river. A large number of corpses were lying there, shocking everyone. The martial artists watching from afar had already forgotten how to breathe. This was even more fantastical. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that the coiling mountain tiger's forces had been completely annihilated. Moreover, the person who had done all of this was only a youth at the peak of the king spirit realm. In fact, many people had even thought that the youth was just a piece of trash. It's not easy to get the key. The crowd smiled bitterly. They didn't dare to climb this mountain anymore. The young girl was terrifying, but the young man was even more terrifying. A single sword strike could shake 10,000 enemies. Rumble. At this moment, a large number of hoofbeats could be heard. In the distance, the earth shook and dust flew. It was as if a large group of demonic beasts were pouncing over. Many people put away their previous shock and looked into the distance in horror. They were getting closer and closer. It was another large group of people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. Moreover, the leader seemed to be the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort's leader, Rhinoceros Eagle. Rumble. When they got closer, many people were horrified to discover that all of them were riding black panthers. Those were cloud-stepping black panthers. There weren't many people who could subdue such ferocious demonic beasts. This was the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. All of them were incomparably powerful and murderous fellows. The key has appeared? A low voice sounded, causing many people to look at a black-clothed man. This person was a little hunchbacked and had no hair on his head. There was only a circle of hair at the back of his head. His nose was very sharp and filled with killing intent, just like an eagle's nose. This person was the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort's leader, Rhinoceros Eagle. I asked you a question. Why didn't you fight? His right hand gently pointed to the left. A green light attacked, causing the heads of several martial artists to explode. The remaining martial artists' pupils constricted. They thought that Rhinoceros Eagle was talking to himself, but who knew that he was talking to them? They were immediately killed before they could react. It has appeared. It's at Master Mountain. Suddenly, a large number of martial artists said anxiously. They didn't dare to go against Rhinoceros Eagle's will. Rhinoceros Eagle's cold gaze looked at Master Mountain. There were only 4 youths there and only 2 of them were facing them. Only 2 people, but it seemed that no one dared to go up the mountain to seize the key. Moreover, the foot of the mountain was full of corpses. It seemed that a great battle had occurred not long ago. The strength of the 4 youths was not bad. It was very likely that they were geniuses of the 7 major martial arts palaces. Give me the key and I'll let you leave. A gloomy and somewhat ear-piercing voice floated out from Rhinoceros Eagle's mouth, causing people to shudder. I found the key. It belongs to me. However, on top of the mountain, Lin Ling's firm voice also came out. At this moment, he was holding his sword with one hand and staring coldly at Rhinoceros Eagle. Their gazes were like invisible sparks that bloomed in the air. He refused. Does he want to die? Many people gasped. The youth was so proud. Even if Rhinoceros Eagle came, he wasn't afraid. After all, Rhinoceros Eagle was the true king of the Shenhuang mountain range. Do you think you can stop my Rhinoceros Eagle fort with just 4 people? Rhinoceros Eagle's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he spoke again. You can try to climb the mountain. On top of the mountain, Lin Ling was unmoved. He pointed his sword down from afar, causing Rhinoceros Eagle to frown. He stared at Lin Ling, then looked at you. Behind Lin Ling suddenly he guessed something. My Rhinoceros Eagle Fort's second in command, Lone Eagle, died in your hands? What? Chapter 673. Wind and clouds gathered in all directions. That scum really did die in my hands. While the crowd was still in shock, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Everyone's pupils constricted. He really did kill him. His enmity with the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle was irreconcilable. This young man was truly a ferocious dragon crossing the river. You want to die? Rhinoceros Eagle's killing intent became more and more intense. Even the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle people behind him were scared witless. After all, they hadn't felt their leader's killing intent for a long time. Once a leader revealed his killing intent, it was very scary. Enough nonsense. Let's try climbing the mountain. Lin Ling didn't say anything more. He only remembered his own goal, which was to protect the old Master Mountain. Whoosh, whoosh. A formless wind blew. The young man on top of the mountain stood straight like a pine tree. Rhinoceros Eagle's pupils constricted. Finally, he coldly shouted, "Surround this place. I want to see how long this arrogant sneer can last." He was smarter than Tiger Mountain. He knew that the 4 young men on top of the mountain must have some ability to face the crowd. Moreover, there were many corpses at the foot of the mountain. Tiger Mountain was probably also dead. Although he wasn't afraid of the young man, he wouldn't waste any useless effort. Therefore he wanted to exhaust the young man's spirit. He was cautious and wouldn't take a risk easily. As expected of Rhinoceros Eagle. What a cunning old fox. No wonder he could unify the mysterious Yellow Mountains. The crowd began to whisper. Rhinoceros Eagle chose to surround but not kill. This move was even more sinister. As expected, those who weren't afraid of brave warriors were most afraid of these brave warriors who knew their limits. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. For a moment, the entire Old Master Mountain was silent. It was like the calm before the storm. Heavenly concubine, rest. I'll keep watch. On top of the mountain, Lin Ling faintly smiled. The opponent wanted to exhaust his spirit. Let's see who could exhaust the other first. Rhinoceros Eagle might have thought that Lin Ling would be tense and ready to fight at any time. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling's soul power was extremely strong. It had already covered the entire Old Master Mountain. Nothing could escape his soul power. Therefore he might as well raise his spirit. Time passed by slowly. At this moment, thunder rumbled and a large amount of clouds were parted. A purple figure seemed to be stepping on thunder and lightning. Finally, he landed heavily on the ground. The purple lightning young master is here too. Looking at the young man who was like a dragon among men, many people gasped. It was getting more and more lively. Obviously, the seal on the key had attracted even more experts, including the terrifying 18th young master. It's very hot here. At the same time, in another direction of the forest, a blue figure also walked out. He waved an ice fan with an indifferent expression. Wherever he went, it was as if he came from the ancient profound ice kingdom. So cold. Many martial artists took a detour and looked at the young man in fear. One of the 18 young masters, young Master Xueling, had also come. Right now, all sides were on the move. After the two young nobles arrived, they glanced at each other with fear. Their gazes finally fell on the Master Mountain. Their faces revealed a hint of surprise. They didn't expect Lin Ling to have found the key. Had the key finally appeared? He had to get it. Greed flickered in their eyes. Young Master Xueling frowned and said, Tiger Pan Shan is one of my men. Lin Ling, did you kill him? Tiger Pan Shan is one of young Master Xueling's men? The crowd was stunned. No wonder Rhinoceros Eagle Fort hadn't eradicated Tiger Pan Shan. He had a powerful background behind him. No wonder young Master Xueling would oppose Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. However, Lin Ling had killed Tiger Pan Shan. That was equal to offending young Master Xueling. Moreover, that youth was called Lin Ling. Was he the mysterious youth from the Dragon Gate Inn? Many people suddenly realized that this youth was so terrifying. Many of them had heard that Lin Ling was the first-place winner of the 7 Profound Martial Houses Dragon Lake Tournament. But now they knew that this first-place winner was truly terrifying. In just a short time he had already dared to challenge the 18th young master. Young Master Xueling, how about we put aside our hatred for now? Kill that youth. Rhinoceros Eagle's eyes were gloomy and cold. He hadn't thought that the two young nobles would come, but since they had already come, he couldn't change anything. But that youth at the summit must die. He had also heard of Lin Ling's name, but he had always disdained to care about it. But now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he knew that this Lin Ling's reputation was not undeserved. At the very least, he was able to move him. Okay, first we kill Lin Ling, then the two of us can compete for the key. Young Master Xueling nodded, his eyes cold as he looked at the summit. After he finished speaking, the purple lightning young master's voice sounded out, Lin Ling humiliated me in the past. Today I will wash away that shame. I will also kill him. After this, the three of us can compete for the key. The 3 powerhouses looked at the summit with malice in their eyes. They all wanted Lin Ling to die. Everyone's pupils constricted. This result was beyond their imagination. Lin Ling, when he first went to the 7 Profound Martial House, he had become famous during the disciple recruitment ceremony. When he rushed through the Star Sea Pagoda, he had created a massive number of records. In the Dragon Coiling Lake Tournament, he had smiled proudly at the crowd of heroes. In the 100 territories he had a small reputation. But today this terrifying talent Lin Ling would perish at Old Master Mountain. The 3 powerhouses had not only taken action for revenge, but also to prevent future troubles. Perhaps they were also afraid that Lin Ling would grow. You all want to attack me? On the summit, Lin Ling's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. His calm voice floated out from his mouth. How can a genius be insulted by ants? In the past I wanted to fight you, but because Rhinoceros Fort's 3rd master took a life for you, you did not cherish it. Instead, you were arrogant in front of me and even killed my people. Today I will absolutely let you know how fierce I am, and you will regret being so frivolous in front of me. Young Master Snow Spirit coldly nodded as if saying, "You have blasphemed the name of the 18th young master. You can be proud in front of me once, but twice you must die. If I want to kill you, there is nothing in the world that can stop me. I am the same. Last time you insulted me, but that was only a sneak attack. Today in front of everyone I will have a fair fight with you and you will die without shame." The Purple Lightning young master indifferently said. As one of the 18 young masters, how could he be humiliated by Lin Ling? As for the rhinoceros eagle, he sneered again and again. He didn't say anything, he only wanted Lin Ling to die. What a disgrace. This is the 18th young master? On the summit, Lin Ling's insolent laughter spread out, causing everyone's eyes to flash. Lin Ling was facing 3 powerhouses and he could still laugh? Young Master Snow Spirit, can you be any more hypocritical? In fact, you only want the key to the ancient tomb. Why do you have to find such an ugly excuse? If you want to fight, I will accompany you. After Lin Ling laughed, his voice instantly became cold. In the past, when he and the Purple Lightning young master sparred, young Master Snow Spirit came and looked at him with disdain, as if he wanted to prove his prestige as a young master. At that time Lin Ling was fearless. But today young Master Snow Spirit was obviously greedy for the key, but he found an admirable excuse for himself, saying that the name of a young master could not be blasphemed. Hypocrite. Lin Ling, stop trying to mislead people. Chapter 674. Kill Lin Ling, Purple Lightning young master. You said that I ambushed you last time, so you want to have a fair fight in front of everyone? Is your so-called fair duel the 3 of you bullying me? As one of the 18 young masters, you actually borrowed someone else's hand to regain your face. You're the most shameful of the 18 young masters. Lin Ling's mocking voice rang out again, causing the crowd to be stunned for a moment before snickering inwardly. Although the Purple Lightning young master wanted to wash away his shame, it was clear that he didn't dare to face Lin Ling. Thus he borrowed someone else's hand to fight. The 18 young master's name was completely lost. You. The Purple Lightning young master's face turned green and red. He was so angry that the lightning on his body trembled. Lin Ling's mouth was too hateful. Loser, a piece of trash. You. However, the Purple Lightning young master's angry voice rang out. Lin Ling was disdainful of him, disdainful of this young master whose name shook the entire upper 3 regions. Heavenly concubine, the Purple Lightning young master is the weakest. I'll leave him to you. The other 2 to me. Lin Ling pointed his sword downwards. This battle was unavoidable. Thus he would use his sword and fire to face his enemies. These greedy and overbearing bastards wanted to steal the key, but did they have the strength to do so? What? You won't fight me? You. The Purple Lightning young master's face twisted. Lin Ling didn't even want to fight him. To make him fight the woman beside Lin Ling was a great humiliation to him. Lin Ling wants to fight young Master Xueling? The crowd's pupils constricted, their hearts filled with anticipation and excitement. They never thought that the Shenhuang mountain range would be so vast and mighty because of Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was as arrogant as ever. With his King Spirit Realm strength, he challenged 2 experts at the same time. One was the king of the Shenhuang mountain range, Xiying. He was said to be invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. The other was the 18th young master. He controlled the terrifying power of ice. Although he was only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, he was a genius. Even Xiying didn't dare to underestimate him. Could Lin Ling still be alive? He's merely a junior who hasn't even reached the Emperor Spirit Realm. Rhinoceros, make your move. Since he mocked me for teaming up with you, I won't make a move. Young Master Xueling said coldly. He had his own pride. As expected of young Master Xueling. From what I can see, he disdains joining hands to kill Lin Ling. The crowd secretly admired Xueling, but what they felt was true. Although Lin Ling was very dazzling, the time he had spent growing up was too short. How could he compare to Xueling? Therefore the other party naturally disdained to join forces with him. Moreover, even with Xiying's help, many people didn't have high hopes for Lin Ling. Lin Ling could defeat an ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. That was already impressive, but that was clearly his limit. Xiying wasn't an ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator either. How long did you kill him? Young Master Xueling asked coldly. He seemed to be saying that if the rhinoceros eagle delayed for too long, the rhinoceros eagle would roll down and he would deal with it personally. In 5 moves, I want him dead. Kill. Xiying's eyes were as cold as knives. The corner of his mouth revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Once he killed Lin Ling, he would get the key. At the same time, on the other side, the heavenly concubine was already fighting with the purple lightning young master. The battle was at the foot of the mountain. Waves of energy blew in all directions, causing many people's eyes to narrow. That girl's strength didn't seem to be much weaker than the purple lightning young master. The people who were with Lin Ling were also strong? For a moment, the crowd was filled with anticipation. This battle at Old Master Mountain was going to be exciting. Die. At this time, Xing attacked. However, he didn't pounce on Lin Ling. Instead, he pounced on the heavenly concubine. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Was Xing going to sneak attack the heavenly concubine? However, with Xi Ying's personality, that was indeed what he would do. Despicable. On the top of the mountain, Lin Ling's expression instantly changed. Without any hesitation, he pounced down. The heavenly concubine was currently fighting the purple lightning young master. If Xi Ying sneak attacked, the heavenly concubine would be in trouble. After Lin Ling pounced down, Xi Ying's body suddenly changed. His right hand formed a fist and punched out. 100 rhinoceros moves the heavens and earth. This fist was heaven-shaking and incomparably terrifying. It released the strength of a mid-stage royal spirit realm cultivator. It was like an ancient rhinoceros had crashed into Lin Ling. What? The crowd was stunned. They suddenly understood. Xi Ying seemed to be attacking the heavenly concubine, but in reality he was luring Lin Ling down so that he could receive his attack. One had to admit that this was a very deep scheme. Moreover, he had firmly grasped Lin Ling's weakness. However, Xi Ying was a mid-stage royal spirit realm cultivator. Facing a king spirit realm junior, he still used such a despicable method. This was a bit unsightly. You're plotting against me? Lin Ling's soul force had always been powerful. When Xi Ying's spiritual energy changed, he immediately sensed it. His body moved and he used the cloud-soaring steps, allowing him to float away like a cloud. First move. Following that, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. It was like he was mocking Xi Ying. Even though Xi Ying had plotted against Lin Ling, he still didn't succeed. You're courting death. This time Xi Ying pounced towards Lin Ling. His fists punched out in the air like meteors. Every punch was vast and majestic. He was using strength to suppress Lin Ling. It was obvious that Lin Ling's martial arts foundation was deep, but his low cultivation realm was his weakness. In a head-on clash, Lin Ling couldn't gain the upper hand. Cloud-soaring steps. How could Lin Ling not know this? Therefore he didn't meet force with force. The true meaning of clouds spread out beneath his feet, making him ethereal and formless. He once again dodged the attack. Moreover, just as he dodged, his indifferent voice rang out, "Second move, first master." How ironic. It was just killing a king spirit realm junior. Xi Ying hadn't gained the upper hand in 2 moves. Instead, Lin Ling was toying with him like a cat clawing at a mouse. Enough. 1,000 rhinoceros crossing the boundary. An angry roar rang out. Xi Ying's fists wildly punched out. A terrifying power erupted. From afar, it looked like thousands of rhinoceroses were ramming into a mountain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Old Master Mountain also shook, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble violently. What a terrifying power. Xi Ying isn't weak. Otherwise I would have eliminated him long ago. He's invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Of course he's invincible. Young Master Xueling said indifferently. Xi Ying also had a king physique in beast form. Moreover, he wasn't weak. Therefore, ordinary Emperor-level martial arts were even more powerful in his hands. Even if he didn't have the true meaning of martial arts, he could still suppress Lin Ling. This was the benefit of having a high cultivation realm. Lin Ling, is he going to die? The crowd stared with wide eyes. They wanted to see if Lin Ling could survive 5 moves from the king of the Shenhuang mountain range. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling's body became ethereal. He actually floated among the countless terrifying rhinoceroses. He was like a cloud but also like the wind. Those earth-shattering fists couldn't even touch Lin Ling's hair. It was a very sharp movement technique. Moreover, he was extremely experienced in battle. Lin Ling, do you only know how to run? Xi Ying roared again. It had been 3 moves but he still couldn't shake the young man. This was a disgrace. Are you stupid? You're in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. You're even at the peak of the middle stage. I'm only at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. You want me to fight you head-on? Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out from Old Master Mountain. His voice was ethereal and carried endless mockery. How arrogant. He's able to survive 3 moves from Xi Ying at such a young age. He's really powerful. Moreover, Lin Ling wants to protect the key, not win. Therefore, Lin Ling isn't impulsive. The crowd was shocked. Chapter 675. The Clash of the Fifth Move. Lone Rhinoceros Cauldron. At the foot of the mountain, the rhinoceros roared again. Through the previous battle, he knew that Lin Ling's cultivation realm wasn't high, but his martial arts foundation was very deep. Lin Ling could use techniques to avoid his power, so he had to force Lin Ling to meet force with force. Whoa! A deafening sound came out and green smoke filled the air. In the eyes of countless people, a green light flowed out, and a huge ancient rhinoceros appeared at the foot of the mountain. This rhinoceros' hind legs stomped on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The rhinoceros' horn shone with a cold light as if it was going to pierce the heavens. "This move will kill you." A voice filled with killing intent came out, and that ancient rhinoceros pounced towards Lin Ling. Moreover, it was very fast. It was obvious that this move wasn't only powerful, but its speed wasn't any weaker than Lin Ling's. If Lin Ling lost his advantage in speed, how could he be a match for the rhinoceros? The terrifying power locked onto Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's eyes to focus. Just as he stepped out, the rhinoceros' terrifying killing intent locked onto him again, and it seemed like he couldn't avoid it. Then the old master mountain shook again, and in Lin Ling's eyes, that ancient rhinoceros shot towards him. Its speed was very fast, causing the air to explode as if it was coming from the void. Dominating song of the world. At the crucial moment, Lin Ling channeled his sword intent to the peak, and it was half a step into 70% sword intent. Then he slashed out. Rumble. In midair, a terrifying tornado erupted, and a dazzling light burst out, causing countless people to have difficulty breathing. However, they still had their eyes fixed on it. At the waist of the majestic old master mountain, there was a huge sword that was resisting the ancient rhinoceros. Countless light rays bloomed in all directions with the man and beast as the center. This visual was extremely eye-catching. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling was resisting the attack, but he wasn't killed. But then that ancient rhinoceros horn shone with a cold light. Suddenly, a force was generated, and Lin Ling, who was holding the dominating song of the dominating sword, was sent flying. Lin Ling stomped on the ground, drawing out a long trail. In the end, he stabbed his sword into the ground, and only then did he balance out the terrifying impact. The rhinoceros eagle was so strong. One had to know that his sword intent was incomparably vast. Once his sword struck, it would cut down all enemies. However, this was the first time he had been at a disadvantage. This exchange made Lin Ling realize that rhinoceros eagle was much stronger than solitary eagle, even though they were both at the middle stage of the emperor spirit realm. As expected of the first master. Forcefully suppressing the boiling blood in his body, Lin Ling stood up and looked down at the giant rhinoceros. The fourth move. Boom. At the foot of Old Master Mountain, the hearts of the crowd shook like thunder. Lin Ling hadn't lost yet. There was no doubt about rhinoceros eagle's strength. They thought that as long as Lin Ling's speed advantage could not be used, then he would die without a doubt. However, Lin Ling had met force with force and he was still alive. What a terrifying genius. His sword intent has already surpassed ours. If it weren't for his low cultivation level, rhinoceros eagle would have been the one to die. Young Master Snow Spirit's eyes narrowed. He hadn't seen the battle between Lin Ling and the Purple Lightning Young Master, so he disdained Lin Ling. But now he felt the pressure. Lin Ling's strength came from his martial arts foundation and his martial intent. The martial intent he possessed seemed to be something an Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator should possess. It felt as if Lin Ling was an experienced martial Dao master. If Lin Ling's cultivation level had reached the Emperor Spirit Realm, then even young Master Snow Spirit wouldn't have the confidence to win against Lin Ling. At most, it would be a draw. Therefore, young Master Snow Spirit's eyes flickered continuously. The desire to kill Lin Ling in his heart grew stronger. Since you've avoided my solitary rhinoceros cauldron, you must have reached your limit before. You won't be able to block it again. The fifth move. Rhinoceros Eagle's sinister voice rang out. He was furious. After 4 moves, he still couldn't kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling had left him more and more humiliating. However, he also sensed that Lin Ling had reached his limit. Next, he wanted Lin Ling to die. A junior at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. For a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator to use his full strength to kill him, Lin Ling would die with honor. Do you really want to kill me? Halfway up the mountain, Lin Ling stood on a huge rock. His expression was incomparably cold. His gaze swept across the surroundings of Master Mountain. Their greedy gazes were looking at him. Everyone wanted him dead and wanted to steal his key. However, these people reaped without sowing. They only knew how to tyrannically seize everything, treating Lin Ling like an ant that could be trampled on. If they wanted to steal, then let's see if they had the strength to do so. If they wanted to kill him in 5 moves, then let's see who would be the victor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Ling's clothes fluttered in the wind, and a destructive aura spread out, causing the air to turn illusory. Hot. It was incomparably hot. Master Mountain suddenly turned into a volcano. What? Lin Ling's aura is even stronger than before. Around Master Mountain, many people's expressions changed drastically. They thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit, but who knew that Lin Ling still wanted to fight? Moreover, his will to fight was getting crazier and crazier. Suddenly, they had a feeling that the young man must have experienced many life and death battles to be able to reach this point. Therefore, the closer he was to death, the more tenacious he became. Kill me in 5 moves? Whoosh. In midair, Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards the foot of the mountain like a meteor. Lin Ling couldn't block him in 5 moves, but why should he? This time Lin Ling was on the move. Has he used his king physique? What's the use of it? On the ground, Xiying transformed into an ancient giant rhinoceros. This was his beast form king physique. With the help of the ancient demonic beast's blood, he could transform into a fierce giant rhinoceros. However, although this technique was tyrannical, it had a fatal flaw. After using this technique, there would be a temporary side effect, making him unable to fight back. Therefore, he didn't use this technique green fiend blood rhinoceros body. And after using this technique, he must kill the enemy. Ignoring Xiying's disdain, Lin Ling held his sword with one hand. His clothes had turned blood red at some unknown time, causing many people's eyes to flicker. This was the last move. Lin Ling took the initiative to attack. Was he overestimating himself and sending himself to death? However, Lin Ling's body was blooming with a terrifying battle intent, as if it was going to burn the world. Still the same old tricks, huh? Solitary rhinoceros cauldron. Green. Xiying's whole body spewed out green smoke. It was ancient, tyrannical, and tyrannical. It made people tremble with fear. It was as if they were afraid of being trampled to death by the giant rhinoceros. It was also afraid of being strangled by the violent aura. This was an ancient beast. Boom. Xiying's thick hind legs stomped on the ground, causing the earth to split open, layer upon layer like waves of earth. Using the strength of its hind legs, Xiying shot towards Lin Ling like a cannonball. Dominating the world. Boom. Solitary rhinoceros cauldron. Boom. The most powerful confrontation once again collided in midair, making the crowd forget how to breathe. Their hearts were shaken. This was the most powerful battle in the mysterious Yellow Mountain range. Boom. The two powerhouses collided. Just like before, the terrifying sword intent still couldn't stop the horn of the ancient giant rhinoceros. That rhinoceros horn was invincible, even the sword intent was shattered. The result is still the same. Lin Ling is not Xiying's opponent. The crowd sighed. Lin Ling was still a bit weak. Chapter 676. Young Master Xueling made his move. Hehe, I'll end you with the 5th move. Haha. Rhinoceros Eagle let out a triumphant laugh. The rhinoceros horn on his forehead swung and flung Lin Ling's sword away. Then, his rhinoceros horn went straight for Lin Ling's chest, intending to pierce through him alive. It's not that simple. Haha. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded, causing Xiying's pupils to dilate. It's not that simple? What does that mean? At the same time, a terrifying and scorching aura finally erupted. In the air, flames soared into the sky and turned into countless small vermilion birds that flew in circles. Fire had appeared. It was incomparably gorgeous, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. Was this Lin Ling's king body? This king body's level was probably not low. Using force against force, I admit that I am not your opponent, but my flame can burn everything, the flame of the great vermilion bird. Ah. Lin Ling said coldly. In his left hand, a vermilion bird appeared. The vermilion bird stared at Xiying as if it had a spirit. Then it slammed down heavily. Lin Ling was very clear that he was only at the peak of the king spirit realm. If he really wanted to fight Xiying, who was at the middle stage of the emperor spirit realm, he would definitely not be his opponent. Therefore, his sword intent would not be able to win. Only by using his king body could he win. Boom. The ancient vermilion bird appeared in the air. Its destructive power was like a volcanic eruption, causing Xiying's body to tremble. What a scorching flame. Solitary rhinoceros cauldron. Haha. He roared. He wanted to destroy the vermilion bird and turn Lin Ling's pride into ashes. Bang. Under the collision, the great vermilion bird exploded. Rhinoceros Eagle wanted to sneer, but Mu Rant's pupils constricted. The ancient great vermilion bird had indeed exploded, but it emitted an incomparably terrifying flame, which then entangled him. These flames could not be extinguished. His solitary rhinoceros cauldron was very powerful. No one was his opponent, but the flame did not collide with him, it burned him. What kind of fire is this? Ha! The rhinoceros eagle's gigantic body tumbled down and let out a panicked cry. The crowd's pupils constricted. The rhinoceros eagle had been defeated by the fifth move? A fifth-grade king physique, 5 motifs true flame, and a 60% true meaning of fire. How could you possibly block that? Lin Ling's ice-cold voice drifted out, and the hearts of many violently pounded when they heard it. Lin Ling actually had 2 true intents of martial, this genius was too monstrous. Not only that, compared to the true intent of sword, Lin Ling's true intent of fire was even more powerful, able to incinerate everything. This could very well be his true trump card. Save me. At the foot of the mountain, the rhinoceros eagle unceasingly let out agonized screams, rolling back and forth. The flames of the vermilion bird were madly burning him. His attack power was strong, the solitary rhinoceros cauldron was known as the hegemon of the world. However, if he couldn't even touch the flames, what use was that? His defensive power was also terrifying, but the heat of the flames ignored his defenses and continued to burn him. 5 moves and he had lost. If this continued, he would definitely die. He was the king of the Shenhuang mountain range. His strength was tyrannical and his schemes were profound. He had never rashly challenged Lin Ling, and had only made his move when he had the confidence to do so. He had tested him step by step, thinking that Lin Ling was already dead, and that he would die without a doubt. Who would have thought that he had underestimated Lin Ling? Invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, indeed, but invincibility didn't include geniuses, nor did it include monstrous geniuses, and Lin Ling was a monstrous genius. Halfway up the mountain, Lin Ling's entire body was covered in flames, making him look like a flame god. His ice-cold eyes looked down and a trace of killing intent flowed out. He wanted to kill the rhinoceros eagle. I've said it before, if you dare to climb the mountain, die. Kill? A voice filled with killing intent reverberated from halfway up the mountain, causing the rhinoceros eagle's entire body to tremble. He was scared and he madly roared, "Young Master Xueling, my rhinoceros eagle castle will pledge allegiance to you from now on, save my life." Kill? His panicked appearance made the crowd feel that it was very unreal. Was this the domineering and arrogant rhinoceros eagle from the beginning? Even the members of the rhinoceros eagle castle couldn't believe their eyes. Their leader was actually begging for mercy. This terrifying reality caused even their black panthers to tremble. The rhinoceros eagle castle no longer had the swagger they had at the beginning. Lin Ling, die. Die. When Lin Ling pounced towards the rhinoceros eagle, young Master Xueling finally made his move. He had no choice but to make a move. Lin Ling's terrifying talent made him even more fearful. A 5th-grade king physique that was the same kind of king physique as him. This meant that Lin Ling's talent wasn't inferior to his, and his martial arts foundation and comprehension were stronger than his. The only difference was the amount of time they had spent cultivating. If he didn't kill Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would stand above his head in the future. How could he let a genius who was even more monstrous than him appear? Chi. Endless icy mist drifted out. Young Master Xueling seemed to have turned into an icy cloud on the horizon. He shot towards Lin Ling from midair, and wherever he passed, snow would fill the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was in midair, frowned. A new vermilion bird's flame was already brewing in his left hand. He was thinking intensely in his mind. Currently, he had consumed a lot of spiritual energy. After all, the battle with the rhinoceros eagle didn't seem long, but the rhinoceros eagle was very strong. Every time he blocked an attack, he would consume a lot of spiritual energy. And now, young Master Xueling had made his move again. Although young Master Xueling was in the early stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, the pressure he gave Lin Ling was even stronger than the rhinoceros eagle. After all, although the rhinoceros eagle was powerful, he wasn't from the 7 major martial arts halls and wasn't a genius. Young Master Xueling, on the other hand, was. Young Master Xueling, didn't you arrogantly say that you disdained to join forces with others? Why are your actions so ugly now? Where did your pride go? A cold mocking voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth. Young Master Xueling's expression froze, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was indeed arrogant before and thought that he could easily kill Lin Ling, so he disdained to join forces with others. However, after Lin Ling's battle with the rhinoceros eagle and his terrifying talent, he was afraid. Cut the crap. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Extreme frost. Young Master Xueling said coldly, causing the crowd's eyes to flicker. Young Master Xueling was very hypocritical. His arrogance before was just for show. When he met someone he was truly afraid of, he would still join forces with others. Great Vermilion Bird's flame. Young Master Xueling's terrifying frost energy attacked, forcing Lin Ling to stop. The Great Vermilion Bird's flame in his hand slammed out heavily. Boom. One red and one white, one fire and one ice, collided in midair. Chaotic spiritual energy blew in all directions. Some of the weaker people were contaminated by the spiritual energy and instantly turned into ice sculptures. In the next moment they were burned alive. The attacks of two geniuses were terrifying. Is this a genius? Many people were in awe. The world of geniuses was indeed something they had to look up to. However, young Master Xueling was nothing. He was already famous as the 18th young master. The most terrifying one was Lin Ling. He was actually so terrifying that he was not weaker than the 18th young master. Die. Boom. Young Master Xueling slammed out his palm and endless ice spewed out. It was his 5th grade king physique, and he had also cultivated the true meaning of ice. His face was ferocious and he constantly used the power of ice to suppress Lin Ling. Finally, with a boom, Lin Ling's flame was extinguished, and Lin Ling's body was sent flying. He crashed heavily on the mountaintop, and half of the mountaintop was turned into ice sculptures. In this collision he had the upper hand. Chapter 677. Sky-burning fury. Lin Ling is no match for young Master Xueling. Yes. Moreover, Lin Ling has already fought with Xiying. Otherwise he wouldn't have lost so quickly. Yes. The crowd stared at the top of the mountain and discussed animatedly. They were not surprised by the outcome. After all, young Master Xueling's cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's. Furthermore, his king body was at the same level. How could Lin Ling win? Moreover, Lin Ling was already exhausted, while young Master Xueling was not. You want to fight with me? Yes. Young Master Xueling regained his former arrogance. He took out his ice fan and waved it gently as if he was telling the crowd how powerful he was. Whoosh. At the same time he waved his right hand and a stream of ice spirit chi shot towards Rhino Eagle, extinguishing all the flames on Rhino Eagle's body. Rhino Eagle sucked in a breath of cold air. He was finally saved. Then he looked towards the top of the mountain and saw that it was covered in ice and snow. Lin Ling was terrifying in his heart. He thought that he could kill Lin Ling, but who knew that he would almost die at the hands of Lin Ling. It seemed that only young Master Xueling could suppress the monster Lin Ling. From now on, Xiying Fort will submit to young Master Xueling. Yes. Then Rhino Eagle hurriedly bowed to young Master Xueling. This time he was thoroughly convinced. Young Master Xueling's previous move seemed to have killed Lin Ling, but in reality, it also showed Xiying the difference between him and young Master Xueling. Xiying was almost killed by Lin Ling. However, young Master Xueling made a move and Lin Ling was just a joke. Young Master is still the best, Xiying said again. Young Master Xueling nodded slightly. Of course. No matter how monstrous Lin Ling is, he is no match for me. His appearance is just to prove my brilliance. Go and take the key. Yes. Yes, young master. Yes. Xiying did not dare to resist. I didn't expect the final winner to be young Master Xueling. Yes. The crowd looked at young Master Xueling, who was in charge of everything. Then they saw the rhinoceros eagle rushing towards the mountain peak. However, at this moment a cold voice rang out. Young Master Xueling, I asked the two of you to work together. You disdained to work together, but you attacked when I was about to defeat the rhinoceros eagle. You made me anxious and unable to defend myself, and then you said that you won. Are you, young Master Xueling, so shameless? At the top of the mountain, the flames that had disappeared appeared once again. A slender figure stood at the top of the mountain like an indomitable giant. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face caused the expressions of countless people to change drastically. Lin Ling was still alive. Moreover, they could see that the flames on Lin Ling's body were burning even more vigorously. His battle intent was boiling with fury, heavenly flames, and the ancient flames of the vermilion bird. At this moment, the youth seemed to be the representative of fire. The youth had already stabbed his sword into the ground beside him. He raised his hands to the sky and a huge blazing sun appeared above his palms. Moreover, a large amount of light shot towards the blazing sun, causing the blazing sun's energy to become even more terrifying. Lin Ling still has one more trick up his sleeve. That fire is so scary. The voices of the crowd became difficult. Lin Ling seemed to have no limits. Although he was injured, he was still fighting and protecting Old Master Mountain. Rhinoceros Eagle, quick, don't kill him. Quick. At the foot of the mountain, young Master Snow Spirit's pupils constricted as he stared at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a monster. He didn't expect that Lin Ling was still alive and was only severely injured. Moreover, a martial artist below the Emperor's spirit realm was still alive after facing his power of ice. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a thing. However, he had also guessed that it was Lin Ling's flames. The scorching heat could break ice. Now he could feel that the blazing sun that Lin Ling was holding was very frightening. It seemed to be a real blazing sun with 70% of the true meaning of fire. Lin Ling was borrowing the light of the sun. However, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling's realm was low, and this was an unchangeable fact. If he wanted to block these two powerful martial artists, he could only borrow the power of heaven and earth. Borrowing the power of the sun was the scorching sun, Sparrow Sun. Heavenly concubine, come back. Screech. Lin Ling spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. He was injured in the previous battle, but his gaze was resolute. Right now he was going to risk his life and fight with all the spiritual energy in his body. If he couldn't win this battle, then he would die. He had asked the heavenly concubine to return because he knew that once his strongest absolute art was unleashed, the foot of the mountain would become a forbidden zone of fire. Kill him quick, he's preparing. Screech. As the heavenly concubine ran towards Lin Ling, young Master Snow Spirit said anxiously. Even the purple lightning young master's pupils constricted. He had also seen the previous battle and didn't expect Lin Ling to be so terrifying. No wonder Lin Ling didn't bother to fight with him back at the restaurant. Lin Ling was indeed stronger than him. Lin Ling die. Screech. Rhinoceros Eagle also knew that the critical moment had arrived. That young man was going to trigger the taboo. He had to kill Lin Ling before the taboo erupted. And when he was preparing the taboo, it was also when Lin Ling was at his weakest. Boundless demon eye. Boom. However, as he drew closer and closer to Lin Ling's pupils constricted. A terrifying soul force bloomed out, causing a pair of ghostly eyes to appear in the sky. They locked onto Rhinoceros Eagle. Then two blades as thin as silk wings shot towards Rhinoceros Eagle from both sides. Blade of Nirvana. A crazed roar rang out. Lin Ling's pupils turned red. In this battle he had used all his cards. Even if he couldn't kill his enemy, he would still teach this greedy enemy a lesson. No. Boom. Rhinoceros Eagle roared. He wanted to resist, but the boundless demon eye caused his soul to go blank. He could only watch helplessly as the two blades of the death god shot towards him. He never thought that Lin Ling would still have a trump card. In truth, Soul Force had always been Lin Ling's trump card. However, Soul Force was not like spiritual energy. After it was consumed, it recovered very slowly. Thus, Lin Ling only used it in a life or death situation. As for spiritual energy, because the Wang Xiang in Lin Ling's dantian was clear, his spiritual energy was much denser than an ordinary martial artist's. His recovery speed was also much faster. Swoosh. The two blades of the death god instantly pierced through Rhinoceros Eagle's soul, shattering it. His face turned pale and he stopped in his tracks. It was as if he never thought that he would die here. Of course he could still live. Previously, as long as he was far away from Master Mountain, he could still live. Unfortunately, he had forgotten the taboo. Climbing the mountain, death. Plop. Rhinoceros Eagle fell. An ambitious and ruthless person had died on Master Mountain. The three leaders of the Rhinoceros Eagle fort had all perished. The crowd was as silent as death. This result was beyond their imagination. Lin Ling's final struggle was still very terrifying. Die, beast! Exclamation point. Young Master Snow Spirit's pupils constricted. He never thought that Lin Ling would still have a trump card. Now that Rhinoceros Eagle had failed, he would risk his life to interrupt Lin Ling. Whoosh. The cold wind whistled. Young Master Snow Spirit transformed into an icy cloud and frantically floated towards the mountain peak. Young Master Snow Spirit is also afraid. Exclamation point. The crowd looked at the anxious young Master Snow Spirit and were extremely shocked. Sorry I was too slow. Exclamation point. However, from the top of the mountain, an indifferent voice floated out. It carried a hint of ruthlessness and ridicule. If it was a one-on-one or a fair fight, Lin Ling would not be afraid. He would not blame anyone if he lost. However, if they joined forces to kill him and launched a sneak attack, how could Lin Ling show mercy? Blazing sun, Sparrow Sun. Blazing sun. From the top of the mountain, the terrifying blazing sun was rolling down. The frenzied energy seemed to be Lin Ling's frenzy. Furthermore, it was more like the wrath of heaven and earth. Chapter 678. The people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Legend has it that in ancient times, when the Heavenly Emperor was enraged, 10 suns appeared in the world to burn the world. Although there weren't 10 suns now, there was one. It was enough to make anyone cower in fear. Rumble. The blazing sun shrouded the mountain, and the scorching storm made young Master Xueling stop in his tracks. He didn't dare to rush up the mountain, so he turned around and rushed down the mountain. He realized that his ice energy was about to melt when facing the blazing sun. Indeed, borrowing the power of the sun was terrifying. Lin Ling. Run. As he fled, young Master Xueling let out an angry roar. He was aggrieved and humiliated once again. After all, he had almost killed Lin Ling. Boom. The blazing sun smashed into the ground and a solar storm appeared. Whoosh, whoosh. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The wind that blew out was scorching hot. It was like flames. The entire Old Master Mountain had turned into a sea of fire. The crowd stayed far away, trembling in fear. Just as Lin Ling said, Old Master Mountain was really a forbidden area. Bah, bah, bah. The scorching flames were still burning. There were the flames of the vermilion bird and the flames of the sun. The Old Master Mountain would probably turn into a sea of fire for a year. On the Old Master Mountain, Lin Ling's face was pale. He had used all his strength in this battle, but his eyes were indifferent as he looked down the mountain. Lin Ling. At this moment, a furious roar was heard from afar. Young Master Xueling had appeared, but he was in a sorry state. His cool and unrestrained ice fan had also been shattered. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly enough to avoid the terrifying sun. Otherwise, he might have died here with a grudge in his heart. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He wasn't surprised that young Master Xueling was still alive. His opponent was the 18th young master, who was stronger than the Purple Lightning young master. He should be one of the strongest in the early stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Lin Ling's cultivation level was too low, so it was difficult for him to shake young Master Xueling. Young Master Xueling, you said that I appeared to prove my light. But where is your light now? Huh. After a faint smile, Lin Ling spat out a disdainful voice, causing young Master Xueling's expression to turn extremely ugly. What? Young Master Xueling escaped quickly, or else he would have died. The surrounding crowd was muttering to themselves. Does young Master Xueling still have any light left? The title of the 18 young masters was lost by him. Young Master Xueling, you're very impressive. You're one of the 18 young masters and the #1 genius under the age of 20 in the Icefield region. Killing me would be as easy as flipping your hand. But why am I still alive? Why am I not dead even after you joined forces and launched a sneak attack? Lin Ling said again. Lin Ling. Young Master Xueling's face was incomparably ferocious and even distorted. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he was afraid of the sea of fire at the foot of his master's mountain. The fire somewhat restrained his ice, causing it to melt continuously. Therefore, if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he had to wait for the sun's fire to dim before he could do so. But now Lin Ling was using the fire of the sun to humiliate him. Come and kill me if you can. Lin Ling shouted again. There was a trace of madness in the depths of his eyes, causing the corners of the people in the distance to twitch. Lin Ling was asking young Master Xueling to kill him, but young Master Xueling was afraid of the terrifying sea of fire and did not dare to go near his master's mountain for the time being. Although Lin Ling's strength was not comparable to young Master Xueling's, it was clear who would win today. After all, Lin Ling had shocked the crowd by killing Tiger Pan Shan and Rhinoceros Eagle, and then fighting young Master Xueling. Therefore, even if young Master Xueling won, it would not be glorious. If Lin Ling had maintained his full strength, young Master Xueling would have had a harder time winning. Moreover, young Master Xueling had not won yet. On the other side, young Master Purple Lightning looked at the endless flames with an ugly expression. This move meant that he was no match for Lin Ling. No wonder Lin Ling did not bother to fight with him. He was indeed not qualified. Countless people looked at the young man on the mountain peak. No one dared to move or kill him. Lin Ling is so strong. In the distance, Yuer's escort team did not leave because they were worried about Yuer. At the beginning, Lin Ling said that he would keep Yuer safe and sound. At that time they did not believe him at all. They even felt disdain for him. But now they had no choice but to believe him. This was because the young man was supporting the Master's mountain alone, protecting Yuer and the rest. The key belongs to the capable. Those who are not can get lost. Bullying others with numbers is not a skill. At this moment, the clouds in the sky rolled over. A unicorn with several figures approached from afar. A silk banner was hung on the luxurious carriage, Dragon. These people were very noble and majestic. Their grand arrival made many people's eyes twinkle. Dragon? Could it be that place? Lin Ling's face slightly changed. More people are coming. Who are these people? The luxurious carriage stopped in the sky, and the golden curtain was lifted. Then an old man in luxurious clothes walked down with several people. The old man's expression was calm, and his every movement carried a noble aura. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "You found the key?" His voice was not condescending. Instead, it was gentle and amiable. "Yes, senior." The old man was very polite. Lin Ling was also not a difficult person to get along with. So he immediately nodded. "Very good." The old man smiled. Then he looked around the master's mountain and said in a low voice, "This key was found by others. You are trying to snatch it. You are too overbearing." No one dared to refute his words. Even young Master Xueling frowned. He did not dare to speak for a while. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile, "Give me the key. With me here, no one will dare to touch you. Moreover, you have found the key. If you want any reward, just say it. There is nothing that my Heavenly Dragon Empire cannot give." "Yes." Heavenly Dragon Empire. "Yes." Lin Ling's pupils constricted. "One of the 100 territories, 5 ancient countries?" "Yes, little brother. With us here, no one will dare to bully you. You just need to hand over the key." The old man smiled again. He gave people a kind and amiable feeling. "I am sorry, senior. I cannot hand over the key." "Yes." However, Lin Ling only pondered for a moment and immediately replied indifferently. He thought that the old man was amiable and should be a fair person. However, the old man was also greedy for his key. It was just that the old man's method was different from the old man's method. Everyone was greedy for the key and wanted to take it for themselves. They had all sorts of methods. This made Lin Ling clench his fists tightly. He was still too weak. That was why he was bullied one by one. If he was strong enough, would these people dare to say anything? "Can't? You want to die? Brother?" Beside the old man, a young man dressed in white suddenly shouted. He seemed to think that the old man was humbly talking to Lin Ling. That was a reward for Lin Ling. But Lin Ling did not give him face. He was simply courting death. "You are the same as them. It is just that you are wearing masks and are more hypocritical. At least they are openly snatching. Brother?" Chapter 679. Fear of breaking the vase. June, or don't be rude. The old man said to the young man beside him and looked at Lin Ling again. "You can't get the key, so why are you so stubborn? Sometimes you have to know your own limits. Asking you to hand over the key is to protect you. Senior, you don't have to worry about that. However, I am the one who found the key. Although my strength is low, I can guarantee that it won't be easy for those who want to snatch the key." Lin Ling said word by word. His attitude was extremely firm. The old man's eyes flickered and the young man beside him shouted, "How dare you? You're just a lowly commoner. It's your fortune that the Lord is talking to you. How dare you refuse?" This time the old man didn't stop the young man. "Hehe, the Heavenly Dragon Empire is really powerful. Since the soft approach didn't work, you decided to use force? What's funny is that I had a good impression of you from the beginning. However, I didn't know that the human heart is sinister." Lin Ling shook his head and continued to retreat step by step. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The white-robed young man shouted again, took a step forward and grabbed at Lin Ling. 18th Young Master Ting Long. At the foot of the mountain, young Master Xueling muttered to himself. The reason why he didn't say anything was because he recognized the people who came. Not only did he know that they were from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, he also knew who the young man in white was. He was one of the 18 young masters who were above him, young Master Ting Long. There were 18 young masters, representing the most outstanding geniuses under the age of 20 in each region. However, some of the upper 3 regions were very powerful, causing the geniuses of those regions to be even more terrifying. Young Master Ting Long was from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. His strength was twice as strong as young Master Xueling. Among the 18 young masters, young Master Ting Long was ranked 8th. His strength had reached the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. The Heavenly Dragon Empire also came, but Lin Ling still refused. Does he want to die? As for the crowd, they were shaking their heads. Lin Ling was really stubborn. One by one, the strong cultivators came, but Lin Ling did not give them any face. Lin Ling was not afraid to fight anyone who wanted to snatch his key. Alas! The old man in luxurious embroidered clothes sighed softly. He didn't stop young Master Soaring Dragon from attacking. Instead, he maintained his benevolent expression and said, "Why are you so stubborn? June, remember not to hurt him. He is the one who found the key, so we must treat him with respect." Then he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Young friend, give up resisting. After we get the key we will reward you." He wanted to snatch the key, but because he didn't want to lose the prestige of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, even if he attacked Lin Ling, he had to find a way to justify himself. Instead, he said that Lin Ling was too stubborn and couldn't see through himself. It was as if he was making plans for Lin Ling, but Lin Ling, who did not understand the ways of the world, misunderstood his good intentions. However, how could Lin Ling be fooled by such a fake excuse? He retreated even faster and arrived beside Qingjing Tian and Yu Er. Then he saw that the key was about to be born. He grabbed the key in his hand and coldly looked at the young man. "If you dare to touch me, I'll destroy the key." "What? How dare you?" Young Master Tinglong stopped in his tracks. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a trick up his sleeve. He would rather die than live in dishonor. Lin Ling was just an ant to him. He couldn't be compared to the value of the key. "Take another step forward. Let's see if I dare to do so," Lin Ling said indifferently. His strong and decisive manner made the crowd gasp. Lin Ling was very smart. He knew that he shouldn't act rashly. "If you have the guts, hand over the key immediately and I'll let you go. This is what I, young Master Tinglong, have said." Young Master Soaring Dragon enunciated each word clearly as he released his powerful aura at the same time. He wanted to intimidate Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know who he was. At the same time, the old man's face turned cold. "Young friend, don't make a mistake. If you offend the Heavenly Dragon Empire, you won't be able to live." He thought that young Master Tinglong would be able to capture Lin Ling easily. But who would have thought that he would fail? Therefore he took off his mask of kindness. He wished that he could kill this ant. "Are you threatening me? If you dare say that again, I'll immediately destroy the key." However, Lin Ling was still indifferent. His attitude was extremely strong, as if he didn't fear the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He even faintly smiled. "Heavenly Dragon Empire, one of the 5 great ancient countries. You've given me such a high position, but you don't even know my name? Who are you?" Young Master Tinglong shouted. From beginning to end, he didn't care to know Lin Ling's name. 7 profound martial houses. Lin Ling. "I'm the one who killed your Heavenly Dragon Empire's Long Zhe. Do you think your hypocritical masks will work on me?" Lin Ling coldly smiled. His words caused the old man and young Master Tinglong's eyes to narrow. They had naturally heard of Lin Ling. He had killed someone from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He was the Heavenly Dragon Empire's mortal enemy. They hadn't thought that they would meet Lin Ling here. "Since it's you, then I can't let you live." Young Master Tinglong's eyes were as cold as a knife. He had a good relationship with Long Zhe, so he would definitely take revenge. "Are the people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire idiots?" Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He looked at young Master Tinglong with contempt. "If you can kill me, then come. Why bother putting on an act?" Young Master Tinglong wouldn't dare. The crowd shouted. The Heavenly Dragon Empire didn't dare, at least not now. This was because Lin Ling held the key. If he destroyed it, then the Heavenly Dragon Empire would have come here in vain. Compared to the value of the ancient tomb, Lin Ling's life wasn't worth anything. "Lin Ling, you're smart. You're brave and resourceful," many people secretly thought. Now that all the big shots had gathered here, Lin Ling was like an ant. However, none of them dared to touch Lin Ling. They could only watch as Lin Ling showed no fear of them. "Damn Lin Ling. Today you'll never leave the Shenhuang mountain range." Rumble. At this moment, a steel ship arrived from afar. It was a majestic steel ship with the word Duan hanging on it. The Duan family of justice had also arrived. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It was indeed a gathering of big shots. However, he wasn't worried. Instead, he said something to Qingjing Tian and Qingjing Tian. Then he asked them to bring out the tea set and drink tea at the top of the mountain. These big shots wanted to snatch his key. They surrounded him at the top of the mountain and thought that he, Lin Ling, would die. How could he, Lin Ling, lose face? So what if there were more powerful enemies? Lin Ling wasn't afraid even if the sky collapsed. He was even drinking tea while waiting. What? Lin Ling is drinking tea? How bold. The crowd looked at the young man sitting on the top of the mountain and their pupils constricted. Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He was even drinking tea in a carefree manner. This was a great humiliation to the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan family. Lin Ling. Duan Qianhe was on the steel ship of the Duan family. At this moment he saw Lin Ling calmly drinking tea. He was furious. After all, Lin Ling should be flustered by his arrival. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was also incomparably angry. After all, both of them had countless experts. Any one of them could kill Lin Ling. However, they couldn't kill him. If you want to kill me, then come. If you don't want to kill me, then get lost. Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded. He was holding a teacup in his hand. This made the eyes of the two ancient countries turn red. Chapter 680. Three Sides Negotiation Kill? Lin Ling's death was a small matter. After all, they could kill Lin Ling at any time. But if the key was destroyed, it meant that the ancient tomb would disappear from the world. They couldn't afford to take this gamble. Too late. Duan Qianhe looked deeply at Lin Ling and then at the old master mountain. The mountain was still burning like a sea of fire. He immediately knew that a great battle had taken place not long ago and Lin Ling had blocked all the cultivators and obtained the key. It had to be said that this result was beyond his expectations. Not long ago Lin Ling had defeated Lin Ling. At that time he was only an invincible King Spirit Realm cultivator. But now, it seemed that ordinary middle-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators couldn't stop Lin Ling. Only Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators could fight against Lin Ling. Lin Ling's growth was too fast. Kill? Duan Qianhe had decided to take action. He and Lin Ling had an irreconcilable enmity. So in order to kill Lin Ling, it was worth it even if he had to give up the ancient tomb. Duan Qianhe, you're crazy. On the other side, the old man sensed Duan Qianhe's killing intent and immediately shouted. However, he still couldn't stop Duan Qianhe's attack. Duan Qianhe, do you want to die? Suddenly, a resounding voice resounded from the horizon, and it caused Duan Qianhe to stop in his tracks. He looked into the distance and saw the winds and clouds roiling in the distance as an ancient green qilin appeared. It was divine and dignified, and a man sat on the qilin. The man wore armor and had a powerful aura, making him seem like a war god from ancient times. Duan Qianhe. Yes. Duan Qianhe's pupils constricted, and he no longer dared to act rashly. He was also one of the family heads of the Justice Duan family, but there were still the princes, qilins, Duan kings and other big shots above him. These big shots had the power to communicate with heaven and earth, and could kill him with a flick of a finger. Lord Long is also here. Bring the Dragon King. Yes. The armored man shouted as he looked at the old man. Obviously, the old man's status wasn't low and he was very strong. He should be the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Prince Duan, it's a good thing you showed up. Otherwise your people would have messed things up. The luxuriously dressed old man frowned. The armored man coldly stared at Duan Qianhe, then looked at Lin Ling who was at the top of the mountain. Lin Ling, this junior, was like an ant, but he was really bold. With so many great figures here, he was still fearless and used the key to threaten them. What do you want? The armored man, Prince Duan, said lightly. His voice was like thunder, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. Of the 5 great ancient nations, 2 of them were only below the 7 great martial arts halls. They had come for the key, but even though they knew that Lin Ling had the key, they didn't dare to make a move against Lin Ling. Today Lin Ling had stirred up the entire 100 territories by himself. The key is mine and we want 1/3 of the spots to enter the tomb. Lin Ling said calmly as he glanced at the ancient experts in the sky. You're very brave. Don't tell me you're not afraid of losing your life after obtaining the treasure? Prince Duan said lightly, full of majesty. In the current situation, even if I hand over the key, I'll still lose my life. Since that's the case, what do I have to fear? Lin Ling said lightly, causing Prince Duan to frown. An aura of disdain spread out. He was furious, but because he was concerned about the big picture, he endured. The old man from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Lord Long, also endured. At the same time he gave a look to the person behind him. Since they couldn't use force, they could only threaten Lin Ling secretly. As long as they got the key, they would kill Lin Ling. Heavenly Dragon Empire, Duan family, the dignified Lord Long and Prince Duan, how dare you bully a junior like this? At this time, another rumbling sound came from afar. Clouds rolled in the sky, and an ancient black tortoise the size of a mountain slowly walked over. On top of the black tortoise, a large number of people stood proudly. These people's strength was terrifying, causing Lord Long and Prince Duan's eyes to narrow. The people from the Great Qin Empire had arrived. Father. On top of the mountain, Qin Jingtian immediately shouted. The people from the Great Qin Empire had finally arrived. Lin Ling's face relaxed. Facing the pressure of so many powerful figures, he was also under a lot of pressure. But now, the people he had been waiting for had finally arrived. You guys are very strong. On top of the giant black tortoise, Qin Xiao looked at Lin Ling and Prince Duan and smiled. Beside him, there was an even older old man, but his seniority seemed to be higher than Qin Shao. He also looked at Lin Ling with a smile, and there was a hint of praise in his smile. Lin Ling nodded, knowing that there was nothing for him to do now. Looks like we were still too slow. Lord Long sighed lightly. The people from the Great Qin Empire had arrived, and the owner of the last key had also appeared. It should be the Great Qin Empire. Even if they wanted to snatch it, they might not be able to. After that, Lord Long looked deeply at Lin Ling. All of this was caused by that junior, and that junior was actually from the Great Qin Empire. He said indifferently, snatching the key is a matter for you geniuses, but you lost to him. Beside him, the soaring dragon prince's face was cold as he said indifferently, I will kill him. His gaze was filled with anger and disdain, and Lin Ling also noticed it. But Lin Ling only shrugged as if to say, you didn't kill me before, so it's the same now. After that, the people from the three great ancient nations began to discuss with each other. In the end, they decided that after 3 days, each of the great ancient nations would take out a key and open the old tomb. Only 10 people would be allowed to enter the old tomb. Each of the 3 great ancient nations would send 3 people, and the extra person would draw lots to decide. The battle for the key had thus ended. The crowd sighed. They did not expect this result at all. But when they left, they all looked at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's name had finally become famous in the upper 3 regions. Haha, Elder Lin, you're amazing. You're a hero from the younger generation. With your own strength, you blocked the tyrannical forces of the various factions. Your title of elder is well deserved. In Xinhuang City, Qin Nan looked at Lin Ling with admiration. When he knew that the key had appeared, he was worried that it would be taken away by the other factions. But he did not expect Lin Ling to be able to protect the key in the end. Qin Nan was also one of the 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire. His seniority was even higher than Qin Zhao's, and his strength was unfathomable. Otherwise, the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan family would not have compromised and negotiated. Old Master Qin, you're too kind. I'm just doing what I should. Lin Ling smiled. Since the other party was polite, he was polite too. And this is not my work alone. Qin Jingtian and the others also worked hard. His words made Qin Jingtian, who was behind him, feel a little emotional. Lin Ling did not ask for credit, and he shared some of the credit with him. This made him a little famous in the Great Qin Empire. He was no longer a useless person. Haha, then I won't say any more polite words. Anyway, you're a guest elder of the Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin Empire will always be your backing. Qin Nan smiled and said, as for the quota for the tomb this time, we were quite lucky. We drew an extra quota, so 4 of us will enter the tomb this time. They are Elder Lin, Qin Jingtian, the heavenly concubine that you recommended, and Qin Ji. Lin Ling looked at a young man. He was about 20 years old, but his strength was also very terrifying. He was one of the 18 young masters. Chapter 681. The ancient tomb opens. The 18 young masters represented the most outstanding proud sons of heaven from each region. Qin Jingtian was one of them, and Qin Ji was also one. Although they were both from the Great Qin Empire, they were not from the same region. But this Qin Ji's strength was comparable to Sir Soaring Dragon. They were both extremely fierce. Elder Lin, your reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. Qin Ji wasn't arrogant. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling also smiled back. The 4 of you can rest. We will set off in 3 days. Everyone exchanged a few more words and then parted ways. Lin Ling returned to his room and chatted with the heavenly concubine and the others. This trip to the ancient tomb was a time for them to be reborn. They weren't weak amongst their peers, but facing the older generation of geniuses, their background was still lacking. After all, the proud son of heaven roll had 500 proud sons of heaven, and they were only ranked 400th. There are many fortuitous encounters in the ancient tomb. If everyone has a lucky chance, then we will definitely soar to the heavens. Lin Ling said with some anticipation. Qin Jingtian and the heavenly concubine were also excited. Amongst the tens of thousands of geniuses, they had obtained a rare spot. They absolutely could not waste this spot. After everyone spoke, they returned to their rooms and began to work hard for 3 days from now. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged in cultivation, his eyes flashing. Currently he was still at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. He estimated that his combat strength could easily obliterate a Middle Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist. But facing a true proud son of heaven, his strength was a bit lacking. After all, his martial arts background was deep and his talent was high, but so were others. Moreover, others also had the true meaning of martial arts. This made it difficult for him to gain any advantage. Unless he stepped into the Emperor Spirit Realm, Then he would have the confidence to sweep away all geniuses of the same boundary. Sir Snow Spirit, if I step into the Emperor Spirit realm, then you will die beneath my flames. Lin Ling's pupils were icy cold. He was even more eager to become strong. Today's events had taught him that in the 100 territories, his strength was still very small and weak. Before him was the 7 profound martial house. Among them were the 5 great ancient countries. And behind them were the 18 young masters. None of them were weak. Lin Ling's current goal was to surpass the 18th young master. 3 days quietly passed. Early in the morning, profound Yellow City was bustling with activity. Those martial artists that didn't have the chance to enter the old tomb didn't leave. Instead, they wanted to see just who would obtain the greatest harvest from this trip to the old tomb. And of the 10 geniuses that entered the tomb, one of them would definitely become famous in the rainforest. Young Master Tenglong is one of the 18 young masters of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He comes from the Heaven's Roar Academy and is ranked 250th on the Heaven's Chosen list. Prince Xueling is also representing the Lin Ling family to enter the ancient tomb. This genius is also very powerful. That day he almost killed Lin Ling. And young Master Xuanwu, young Master Beiwu, the crowd was abuzz with discussion. These 10 geniuses all came from the 7 major martial halls. They were the 7 profound martial house, Howling Sky Academy, Ancient Tao Martial Palace, Sun Moon Heavenly Gate, Central Martial Hall, Great Sun Emptiness Temple and Sky Bearing Mansion. In the crowd Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He first looked at the Heavenly Dragon Empire's side. Besides young Master Tenglong there were 2 other geniuses. They were both at the early Royal Spirit realm, but their strength should be quite good. As for the Justice Duan family's side, there was also an unfamiliar young master. He was at the middle Royal Spirit realm, and his combat strength should be comparable to young Master Tenglong, another one of the 18 young masters. And on his side the strongest was Qin Ji, who was also at the middle Royal Spirit realm. Then Lin Ling helplessly smiled. Of the 10 geniuses, his cultivation was the lowest. The crowd was also aware of this scene, and a strange thought rose in their hearts. A King Spirit Realm Master was also one of the top 10 geniuses. This was like a dream. If it were any other time, it would have attracted a lot of ridicule. But after the battle at Master Mountain, Lin Ling's name had shaken the upper 3 regions. No one dared to underestimate Lin Ling. Apart from the middle Royal Spirit Realm geniuses, it wouldn't be easy for the early Royal Spirit Realm geniuses to kill Lin Ling. After the tomb is over, I will definitely kill you. Among them, young Master Snow Spirit and young Master Purple Lightning coldly looked at Lin Ling. Young Master Tenglong did the same. Both of them had grudges with Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled indifferently. After all, in the tomb if he could break through to the next realm, then killing young Master Snow Spirit would be a piece of cake. It wouldn't be a draw. Let me emphasize one thing. The tomb is an unstable space. You are not allowed to fight inside. Otherwise the space will collapse and you will all die. Therefore you only need to search for treasures. Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire warned. His meaning was that no matter how big the grudge was, it should be settled after leaving the tomb. Soon after, the people from the 3 ancient countries took out their keys and collided them in midair. At the same time the wind and clouds surged and lightning appeared, occupying half of the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. Soon after, the sky was torn apart, and a pitch-black bronze door descended from the sky. The tomb was opened. Drip blood into the jade token and enter the tomb. Remember, treasures are important. Yes. Over at the Great Qin Empire's side, Lin Ling also received a jade token. After dripping a drop of blood into it, the jade token could reflect a person's condition. The tomb is full of danger. The jade token is the key to the exit. You must take good care of it. Qin Shao stared at Lin Ling and the other 4. The tomb was an unstable space. In fact, there were people who had entered before. However, when the time was up, they had to leave and the keys would disappear. Only by gathering the keys could the tomb be opened again. There were many treasures inside and everyone wanted to get their hands on the powerful spiritual weapon. However, until now no one had found it. Lin Ling and the other 3 nodded. Then looking at the bronze door they strode in. At the same time the other 2 ancient countries entered as well. Boom boom boom. The bronze door disappeared and so did the 3 keys. The crowd was disappointed. They didn't know if they would have the chance to enter the tomb again. Pop pop pop. The sound of a large number of bubbles bursting could be heard, but it did not last long. When Lin Ling's gaze focused, he realized that he had appeared on an ancient path. A stone tablet was erected beside the path of the heavens. Looking around, he saw that the other 9 people were standing at the side looking around curiously. Besides an ancient path that was about 20 meters wide, there was no other way forward. Beside the ancient path was a deep abyss filled with fog. It looked like a dangerous place. Lin Ling, I asked you to hand over the keys last time. How dare you not do it? The soaring dragon prince, the dragon god, withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and looked at Lin Ling with intense killing intent. He wanted to kill Lin Ling. Other than him, Prince Xueling and the leader of the Duan family also looked cold. There were no people from the Great Qin Empire here who could protect Lin Ling. Dragon Prince, you're crazy. If you attack here and cause the space to collapse, both of us will die. At this moment, Qin Ji said coldly. The soaring dragon prince frowned. He almost forgot about this taboo. Chapter 682. Heaven's Path. It seems like we can only turn enemies into friends. Lin Ling smiled calmly. His words made young Master Ting Long and the others' faces turn ugly. Turn enemies into friends? Is that even possible? Lin Ling was mocking them. Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying sound came from the front. It felt as though a giant was walking towards them. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard such a sound in this strange place. Among them, the heavenly concubine was nervous. There was also a female genius from the Justice Duan family who had a pale face. Lin Ling, go and take a look. The leader of the Justice Duan family said coldly. His name was Duan Tiangang and he was known as young Master Qianqi. His strength was also terrifying. However, he had just arrived at the Shenhuang mountain range 3 days ago. Therefore, he didn't know what happened at the old master's mountain range. The path ahead looked dangerous. He actually thought that he was the leader and wanted Lin Ling to take a look. Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll go just because you want me to? Lin Ling coldly laughed as he replied, his words causing Duan Tiangang's eyes to flicker with a sinister light. He then spoke in a low voice, among the 10 of us, your cultivation base is the weakest. If you don't go, who else can it be? We are all geniuses. It's not worth it to die here. However, you're just an ant after you die. He seemed to be saying that he was the 18th young master with a noble status. On the other hand, Lin Ling was a lowly commoner who deserved to die. Yeah, Lin Ling, you go. The dragon monarch said indifferently. After the 2 young masters of the ancient countries spoke, the geniuses behind them also started to complain about Lin Ling. They wanted Lin Ling to explore the path ahead. To them, not killing Lin Ling was a gift to Lin Ling. Therefore, did Lin Ling have the right to talk about conditions? Who do you think you are? What can you do if I don't go? Everyone spoke one after another. However, Lin Ling only smiled and shrugged. Duan Tiangang and the others frowned even more. Lin Ling was obviously shamelessly shaking his head and making it clear that he wasn't going. Although they wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling, they didn't dare to do it. If you leave the tomb, you won't be able to survive. Perhaps you will die in the ancient tomb. The dragon god and the others threatened Lin Ling coldly. However, Lin Ling remained unmoved. He merely smiled. Alright, you don't have the guts to kill him, so why are you still fighting with each other? Why don't the 10 of us work together and enter the depths of the tomb? Whatever grudges we have, we can talk about them after we leave the tomb. At this moment, Qin Ji suggested. Although everyone was dissatisfied, they still nodded. There has to be someone in front to take a look. How about this? The people from our 3 ancient nations will take turns scouting. That's fair. The dragon monarch also suggested. This was a pretty good suggestion. After all, the road was very long and there would definitely be more than one hidden danger. Therefore, the 3 great ancient nations would take turns to explore the road. This was very fair. If that's the case, then I will represent the Great Qin Empire and be the first to go. Lin Ling walked out. The heavenly concubine and Qin Jingtian wanted to say something but stopped themselves. They didn't want Lin Ling to be the first to explore the road. However, Lin Ling gave them a reassuring look and then strode forward. Haha, it's best if he dies in front. Young Master Xueling's lips curled into a gloating smile. At this moment, the fog in front of them was hazy and silent. It made one feel a sense of trepidation. They didn't know when a fatal danger would appear. Lin Ling was very cautious. At the same time, he released his soul power to guard against any sudden incidents. Gradually, the road ahead became clear. It was still an ancient road, but there were many statues on both sides of the road. Each of them was close to 10 meters tall and carved from fiery red stones. As Lin Ling got closer and closer to the statues, the sound of his footsteps caused one of the statues to open its eyes. Very scary. Judging from its aura, it seemed to have reached the Holy Spirit realm. Perhaps this was a tomb-guarding statue. One Holy Spirit realm statue wasn't scary, but if it was densely packed together, then this road was a little scary. Frowning, Lin Ling walked back along the road he came from. He was very careful. When he saw everyone again, he told them what he saw. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Holy Spirit realm statues and the entire road is filled with them? The dragon god frowned. If you don't believe me, then go and see for yourself. Lin Ling replied plainly. However, everyone believed him. However, the entire road was filled with those mysterious stone statues. How were they going to continue? However, I can sense that the stone statues seem to be in a deep sleep. Therefore, if we remain silent, it's not impossible to pass through there. Lin Ling said again. Everyone's eyes brightened. Lin Ling's suggestion wasn't bad. Okay, let's go in a group. Remember, we must remain silent. Duan Tiangang nodded. He still treated himself as the leader of the 10. After that, the 10 of them didn't say anything else and carefully walked along the road. Duan Tiangang and the dragon god walked the fastest this time. They led the way in front, while Lin Ling and the heavenly concubine followed behind. Qin Jingtian whispered, Lin Ling, this is a little unfair. You explored the road, but they reaped the benefits. I suspect that after this part of the road, when it's their turn to explore, they won't follow the rules. Lin Ling shook his head and said, for now, it's better if we don't clash with them. After all, our goal is the treasures in the ancient tomb. Qin Jingtian pondered for a moment and nodded. He admired Lin Ling's magnanimity. He knew the severity of the matter. Wait, look. Those are spirit crystals and there are so many of them. At this moment, someone in front of them exclaimed. That voice immediately caused the stone statues on both sides of the road to rumble. It seemed to have awakened the stone statues. Stop and be quiet. Duan Tiangang immediately shouted in a low voice. No one dared to walk any further and stopped their footsteps. Gradually, the stone statues that had awakened fell asleep again. Master Zhao, are you trying to get us killed? Everyone looked at the genius who spoke earlier with resentment in their eyes. After all, if the stone statues were awakened, all of them would die. After a moment, everyone continued forward. This time they were even more careful. They didn't even dare to look at the spirit crystals on the side of the road. Although there were many spirit crystals, they knew they couldn't get them. After all, it was too risky to get them. This road was very long. There were stone statues on both sides of the road. After walking for a full hour, there were no more stone statues in front of them. Everyone was shocked. If we work harder, we can leave this path of stone statues. Duan Tiangang thought to himself. Then his eyes suddenly turned cold. He exchanged glances with the dragon god beside him and nodded at the same time. Bang bang bang. The two of them attacked the stone statues on both sides of the road. Although they didn't dare to use too much strength, it was enough to awaken the stone statues. After doing this, the two of them rushed forward crazily. Duan Tiangang, dragon god, you are despicable. At the back were the people from the Great Qin Empire. At this moment, all of them were shouting angrily. The dragon god and Duan Tiangang were setting them up. Hee, in a place with treasures, the fewer people there are, the better. At the front, Duan Tiangang smiled coldly. He ran forward even faster and created more noise, waking up more stone statues. Rumble. A large number of stone statues moved. An ancient aura spread out, as if ghosts and gods had awakened from hell. Everyone's heart trembled and they quickly ran forward. Chapter 683. Walk slowly, Lin Ling, let's go. The heavenly concubine anxiously shouted. They were at the back of the group and were in the greatest danger. Lin Ling didn't need her to say anything as he madly ran forward. At the same time, he looked back and saw that behind him was incomparably terrifying. A Holy Spirit realm army had awakened. However, Lin Ling suddenly noticed a flaw. The stone sculptures were powerful and had a terrifying aura, but their speed wasn't fast. Brother Qin, heavenly concubine, wait. Lin Ling began to slow down as he anxiously shouted to the front. Lin Ling, you're actually walking slowly? You're crazy. Qin Jingtian heard Lin Ling's voice and looked back. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because there were already a large number of stone sculptures behind Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's speed wasn't fast and was only jogging. If this wasn't crazy, then what was? Don't worry, these stone sculptures aren't fast. Lin Ling said with a smile. This caused Qin Jingtian's pupils to constrict. When he looked carefully, he realized that the stone sculptures were moving as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. However, they were indeed not fast. I saw it before. After entering here, the pills that recover spiritual energy on us all withered. Moreover, there is no spiritual energy here. This means that if we use up our spiritual energy, it will be very difficult to recover it. If we use up all our spiritual energy to travel, then it will be even more troublesome when we encounter danger. Sigh. Lin Ling added. This was something he discovered after entering the road of heaven. It was just that he didn't say it out loud. Yeah, the spiritual energy recovery pills in my rune pouch have all withered. The heavenly concubine immediately checked her rune pouch and then shouted in surprise. Since the stone sculptures can't catch up to us, then we don't need to rush. Duan Tiangang and the others are rushing ahead, so we can let them scout the way. Lin Ling smiled and said. Not bad, Lin Ling. You're actually so attentive. You even noticed this. Sigh. Qin Jingtian laughed and also slowed down. As for the heavenly concubine, after she noticed that the stone sculptures behind them were slowing down, she collected the spirit crystals on both sides of the path. In this way everyone made a fortune. Ah, awesome. Qin Jingtian laughed loudly. It just so happened that Duan Tiangang and the others were running fast. If they also discovered that the stone sculptures were slow, then the three of them wouldn't be able to monopolize the spirit crystals on the roadside. Therefore, the three of them collected spiritual crystals as they walked. After walking for 2 hours, they finally saw the rest of the people resting in front of them. What? They're still alive. When Duan Tiangang and the others saw Lin Ling and the other two walking over casually, their faces instantly turned ugly. Jingtian, Elder Lin, are you alright? Qin Ji said worriedly. Previously it was chaos and he couldn't care about anything else. So he left first. Now that he saw Lin Ling and the others walking over, he suddenly felt a little guilty. Lin Ling didn't mind. After all, Qin Jingtian and the others had stayed behind to wait for him. That was because they had a good relationship with each other. As for Qin Ji, although he was one of them, it was the first time they had met, so their relationship wasn't that deep. Brother Ji, we're fine and we've made a small fortune. We've collected a lot of spiritual crystals along the way. Qin Jingtian immediately laughed. His words made the others even more puzzled. How could Lin Ling and the others be fine? Qin Jingtian wanted to anger the Dragon Monarch and Duan Tiangang, so he didn't hide anything and told them what had happened before. What? Those stone sculptures are very slow. Duan Tiangang's face instantly turned ugly. They wanted to frame Lin Ling, but they had become monkeys instead. Lin Ling and the other two from the Duan family were extremely jealous. After all, they could also collect the spirit crystals on the roadside, but because they were afraid, they didn't. Instead, they benefited Lin Ling and the others. There's one more thing that I think you guys should have noticed. That is, you can't recover your spiritual qi here. Lin Ling said with a faint smile, causing Duan Tiangang and the others to grind their teeth. In fact, they had also noticed this drawback in the following period of time. At that time, they had wanted to escape the pursuit of the stone statues, so they had run madly all the way. This had led to the consumption of a lot of spiritual energy. You guys have rested enough. Let's go. Lin Ling shrugged as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Young Master Shui Ling coldly shouted, Of course you guys have rested enough. You didn't even consume your spiritual qi, but we have consumed more than half. His tone was very bad. Obviously he was also in a bad mood. You can choose not to go, but I can tell you that although the stone sculptures behind us are slow, they are also slowly approaching. If they are surrounded, it will be difficult for you to leave. Lin Ling said with a shrug. Young Master Shui Ling's eyes narrowed. Now they had no choice but to leave even if they wanted to. Everyone's heart trembled. They stood up and continued forward, but their gazes towards Lin Ling were very fierce. They felt as if they had been played by Lin Ling. Rumble. A large number of huge figures appeared behind them. As expected, the stone sculptures were getting closer and closer. Everyone continued on their way. Other than Lin Ling and the other two who were walking slowly, the others were having a hard time. After all, the stone sculptures were not tired, but they were tired. Especially the geniuses of the Emperor Spirit Realm, they felt that they had consumed a third of their spiritual qi. Lin Ling, Heavenly Concubine, and the others were still walking slowly at the back. Lin Ling looked ahead. He knew that everyone here was at the Emperor Spirit Realm, and only he was at the King Spirit Realm. In terms of spiritual qi density, he could not compare to them. Only the purity of spiritual qi had an advantage, so he had to be more careful. Look over there. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. On the left side of the path, there was a floating rock, and on top of the rock was a table. There were 3 items on the table. One was a pill bottle, one was an ancient book, and the last was a mirror. These 3 items were very ancient. Even after countless years, they were still spotless. The ancient book emitted a mysterious aura, and the mirror emitted a light. No one dared to underestimate it. The tomb is indeed a treasure ground. Everyone's eyes shone. The stone was not far from the road, only about 20 to 30 meters. With everyone's strength, it was not difficult to jump over. The Great Qin Empire was the one to scout the path. This time, it is the Heavenly Dragon Empire's turn. Long Yishan, you go. Long Jun spoke first as if he wanted to monopolize the three treasures. Young Master Tenglong, aren't you being too overbearing? The Great Qin Empire does not have the right to scout the path this time. I agree, but the next scouting should be a competition between you and me, not the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Duan Tiangang said unhappily. The two of them seemed to think that the treasures were theirs. I say, you guys are the ones who are going overboard. The Great Qin Empire is the one to scout the path, but the treasures are collected by you two ancient countries. Are you all so thick-skinned? Qin Jingtian shouted angrily. Is this considered scouting? They obviously want to monopolize the treasures. Shut up, these are the rules. This is what the three ancient countries agreed to. You have no right to speak. Long Jun shouted coldly, causing Qin Jingtian to frown. His opponent was stronger than him and was using strength to intimidate him. At this time, Qin Ji walked out. He was the only one who had the strength to compete with Long Jun. However, just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling patted Qin Ji's shoulder and shook his head, indicating that Qin Ji should not speak. Chapter 684. Spiritual Yang Fruit, that's the rule. This time the two of you will compete. Lin Ling said. The Dragon God and Duan Tiangang laughed coldly and used their own methods to compete. In the end, the Heavenly Dragon Empire won. One of the geniuses laughed excitedly and shot towards the rock. Rumble. As soon as he moved, a black lightning bolt struck down from the sky and blasted him into pieces. It was a terrifying lightning bolt. It was black and dazzling like a forbidden lightning bolt. A royal spirit stage genius died just like that. The dragon god's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The three of them from the Heavenly Dragon Empire came in and one of them died in the blink of an eye. He roared at Lin Ling, you knew there was danger there and you didn't mention it. The tomb is already dangerous. Since it's a scouting mission, how can there be no danger? You can only blame yourselves for being too greedy. Lin Ling laughed coldly. Previously, he felt that the three treasures were right in front of him, but why didn't anyone try to collect them after so many years? He then used his eye of time and saw that there were people who tried to get close but were blasted into pieces by the mysterious black lightning. That was why he didn't compete with the dragon god. Ah, Lin Ling is right. How can there be no danger when scouting? You can only blame yourselves for being unlucky. Qin Ji laughed coldly. He was very happy to see the Heavenly Dragon Empire suffer. The dragon god snorted coldly, but he couldn't do anything. After all, he was the one who fought for the treasures, not Lin Ling. That was why he couldn't refute. Let's continue, there will be some treasures that are easy to get. Everyone looked at the three treasures helplessly and continued forward. They knew that the more valuable the treasure, the greater the danger. At the same time, in the outside world, the people from the three ancient countries looked at the jade tokens in their hands. Then one of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's jade tokens shattered. This made everyone know that one of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's people died. The Duan family and the Great Qin Empire's people rejoiced in their misfortune. With one person dead, the number of treasures collected would be reduced by 30%. This was what the two ancient countries wanted. At this moment, the group continued to move forward, and more floating rocks appeared on both sides of the path. There was an ancient tree with a large number of fiery red fruits hanging from it. They were red and glistening, emitting a rich spiritual energy. The yang spiritual fruit is the fruit of the essence of the world's spiritual energy. It can greatly improve a martial artist's physical fitness and strengthen the foundation of their realm. Thundergrass, that's the most important spiritual grass for thunder attribute martial artists. Many people cried out in surprise. Among them, the purple lightning prince's eyes were filled with greed. He could give up on other treasures, but the thundergrass could greatly increase his lightning power. This was what he valued the most. This time it's the Justice Duan family's turn to lead the way. With so many treasures, it's your lucky day. At that moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted in the air. Duan Tiangang's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was teasing them. After all, one of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's people had already died. This proved that the treasures in the surroundings weren't easy to obtain. Go if you have the ability, Duan Tiangang coldly said. This made Lin Ling smile, but he didn't say anything. The group continued to move forward. There were even more treasures on both sides of the path. Unfortunately, they could only see them but couldn't use them. Gradually, an even bigger ancient tree appeared on the right side of the path. Moreover, there was a table under the tree. On the table sat an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed. There's someone? Everyone's eyes narrowed. They didn't know whether the old man was dead or alive. If he was alive, then this old man was terrifying. Perhaps he was a hermit expert. Soon after, the old man slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the group and smiled. Everyone's heart trembled fiercely. That old man was really still alive. Heavens, if he was still alive in the ancient tomb, then he must be a hermit expert. But what did that smile mean? Could it be that he wanted to teach them martial arts? For a moment, everyone had different thoughts. They all wanted to go to the rock. After all, this might be their chance to soar into the sky. However, the more precious a treasure was, the greater the danger. Everyone knew this, so no one dared to touch it. Dragon King, that mysterious old man seems extraordinary. If you go to the rock, maybe after leaving the ancient tomb, you will become the first in the Heaven's Pride list. Yes. Lin Ling said with a smile. The Dragon King's eyes flashed. He also had the same thought. Perhaps this was an opportunity. However, he was still cautious. He said indifferently, "Previously, my heavenly dragon empire has already explored the path. Next it should be your turn." Yes. He didn't dare to go, so he wanted to let Lin Ling go. It would be best if he could be the scapegoat. My Duan family will give up this exploration. Duan Tiangang also said. He also wanted to go, but in the end his rationality calmed him down. Too trash. Trash. Lin Ling raised his eyebrows. The Dragon King and Duan Tiangang narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling called them trash? They were both in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit stage. Killing Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping their hands. But Lin Ling called them trash. If you don't go, I will. When I get benefits, don't be jealous. Yes. Lin Ling said again, making Qin Jing Tian and the rest nervous. Lin Ling wanted to go to the rock? But that rock seemed to have many treasures, but it was definitely more dangerous. Lin Ling was going to die. Okay, go ahead. We won't be jealous. Furthermore, that tree is a yang spirit fruit tree. If you pluck it, the great Qin Empire will be able to nurture countless powerhouses. The Dragon King suppressed the anger in his heart and said indifferently. He was tempting Lin Ling to die. That's right. Even if you don't give it to the great Qin Empire, if you consume it yourself, it will stimulate your body's potential and increase your strength by at least 10%. Duan Tiangang also said. I can't miss out on such benefits. If the two of you want to be trash, how can I be like you? Yes. Lin Ling smiled calmly and said no more. He walked to the side of the ancient path. He wanted to go to the rock. Very ostentatious, but only ostentatious before death. I want to see if you can come back alive. The Dragon King and Duan Tiangang's faces turned ugly, but they endured it again. The heavenly concubine and the rest were worried about Lin Ling. They wanted to persuade him, but they knew Lin Ling's temperament. Once he decided on something, even 9 bulls couldn't pull him back. Coming to the side of the path, Lin Ling stared at the rock in the distance. He estimated that the rock was about 50 meters away. It wasn't difficult to jump over it, but it definitely wasn't that simple. Before, he had been using the eye of time to observe the rock. He knew everything about it, which was why he dared to volunteer to go there. Whoosh! Lin Ling stepped out. His body didn't fly straight to the rock. Instead, he weaved left and right like a snake. However, what was surprising was that Lin Ling didn't strike down with the black lightning. His calm appearance made the eyes of the Dragon King and the rest red. Was Lin Ling going to succeed? On the rock, the eyes of the elder sitting quietly also flashed with a trace of surprise. Chapter 685. Get lost. Bang. After 3 breaths of time, Lin Ling finally reached the rock. The old man stood up and praised, "Not bad. Courageous but cautious. With such talent, you are qualified to inherit my legacy. However, your cultivation level is too low. If you want to inherit the ancient flame devil's legacy, you must increase your strength. I have a bottle of 9 heavens dew spirit here. It will allow you to break through to the Holy Spirit realm instantly. Consider it my gift to you." The old man smiled kindly like an expert. At the same time, a bottle of wine flew towards Lin Ling. In the distance, the Dragon King and the rest were furious that Lin Ling had taken all the benefits away. Lin Ling looked at the old man indifferently and accepted the wine with a smile. Without hesitation, he drank it in one gulp. "Thank you, senior." The old man saw that Lin Ling had finally drunk the wine and his face relaxed. He then laughed loudly. "I'm sorry, but you have indeed inherited my legacy. You are also the successor of this place. Next, you must guard this place. Before a successor appears, you will never be able to leave." "What?" In the distance, Qin Jingtian and the rest narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling could not leave the rock? They then looked carefully and realized that there was a faint layer of light around the rock. It was extremely mysterious. Ah, this tomb is really mysterious. I've been waiting here for 300 years. The last time I was lucky enough to get here, I drank the wine on the table and got trapped here. You can't drink the wine, it's a test. Once you drink it, you have to guard this place for the rest of your life. Every 100 years, someone will come to the tomb. Then I realized that I have a chance to leave. As long as someone drinks the wine, they can replace me and let me leave. Ah, little friend, you are unlucky. You drank the wine. The mysterious old man was extremely excited. The people in the distance gradually did not understand. The wine could not be drunk. After drinking it, one would not be able to leave the rock. They would be blocked by the light on the surface of the rock. If they wanted to leave, they would have to find a scapegoat and let another person drink the wine. Now, Lin Ling thought that he had inherited the mysterious old man's legacy and drank the wine. Who knew that he would be caught in his own trap? Ah, poor Lin Ling. The dragon monarch and Duan Tiangang immediately laughed. Killing Lin Ling could vent their anger, but seeing that Lin Ling was trapped here made them feel even more satisfied. Serves him right. He thought that a meat pie would fall from the sky, but in the end he made a mistake. The purple lightning young master also laughed in schadenfreude. As for the mysterious old man within the boulder, he laughed coldly and ignored Lin Ling. Instead, he intended to leave the boulder. However, when he took a step forward, the shield of light around the boulder continued to block his path. What's happening? The mysterious old man's expression changed. Who said I drank the wine? At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. Then he opened his mouth slightly, and a large amount of wine wrapped in flames floated out. Lin Ling did not drink. Previously, Lin Ling was able to reach this boulder because he used the Eye of Time to see that the mysterious old man was the first to reach this boulder. He seemed to be very familiar with this boulder, which was why he was able to avoid the black lightning and enter the boulder. Lin Ling naturally followed the old man's footsteps and also arrived here. Then the Eye of Time also allowed Lin Ling to see that everyone who passed by here would be bewitched by the old man. It was just that no one fell for it. Therefore, Lin Ling guessed that there was a problem with the wine. The old man was not an expert. In fact, he was the same as them, a martial artist who entered the ancient tomb to search for treasures. It was just that he had entered before them. How could you not be fooled? The mysterious old man roared. He had almost succeeded, but this young man was as cunning as a fox. He had been happy for nothing. Harming others will only harm yourself. Serves you right for being trapped here for 100 years. Lin Ling coldly laughed and ignored the old man. Instead, he came to the side of the ancient tree and collected a large amount of yang spirit fruits. At the same time, he collected and ate them. You dare to touch my yang spirit fruits? The old man roared again, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He pounced towards Lin Ling, late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm strength. Unfortunately, you've been trapped here for so many years that your Ling Qi has been exhausted. Now you only have an empty shell but no strength. Scram! Lin Ling coldly shouted. Scorching hot flames erupted from his left hand. A vermilion bird flew towards the old man and wrapped around him, burning him. Everything was as Lin Ling had guessed. The old man's cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, but the ancient tomb continuously consumed Ling Qi and could not be recovered. The old man had stayed here for hundreds of years and his Ling Qi had long been exhausted. How could he be a match for Lin Ling? Ignoring the old man who was being burned by the flames, Lin Ling collected the yang spirit fruits again. At the same time, he carefully examined them. This yang spirit fruit could allow a cultivator to be reborn. Moreover, the fruit contained a trace of the fire element essence of heaven and earth. It was extremely helpful to fire element cultivators. Of course, it was also very helpful to other element cultivators. It was an extremely rare heaven and earth fruit. In the distance, the dragon monarch and the others watched as Lin Ling plundered the yang spirit fruits. Their faces were all black with hatred. They thought that they could see Lin Ling's pitiful end, but who knew that Lin Ling was very calm. He did not treat the mysterious old man as an expert at all. Not only did he break the situation, he even obtained a great deal. Yang spirit fruits, if I get them, my strength will definitely increase greatly. Lin Ling, how hateful. Duan Tiangang and the others were also incomparably jealous. This is not ripe yet. The taste is not very good. I don't want it. Lin Ling collected the yang spirit fruits as he ate them. After the yang spirit fruits entered his body, a warm current flowed through his entire body, bringing him a step closer to the Emperor Spirit Realm. His body also received a great improvement, and his cultivation became more solid. Some of the fruits were not ripe yet. Lin Ling took a bite and threw them away. That kind of boldness made the dragon monarch and the others bleed in their hearts. Lin Ling was very hateful. He deliberately angered them like this so that they could only look and not obtain them. Moreover, the unripe fruits were priceless to them, but Lin Ling just took a bite and threw them away. After collecting the yang spirit fruits, Lin Ling looked at the wine jug on the table. There were still 2 more jugs, so he might as well take them with him. Junior, you're courting death. The old man was still being burned by the vermilion bird's flames. It seemed that Lin Ling was tyrannically sweeping everything away. He immediately roared again. If you treated others sincerely, they might have considered how to help you after entering this place. Unfortunately, you're always thinking of harming others. So you deserve it. Umph. Lin Ling smiled indifferently. He stepped out of the rock and jumped back the way he came. Lin Ling, everyone who sees the yang spirit fruits will have a share. Our 3 ancient countries will divide them equally. Young Master Qianqi Duan Tiangang, what do you say? After Lin Ling returned, the dragon monarch immediately said coldly. Duan Tiangang nodded and also looked greedily at Lin Ling. Divide them equally? Their calculations were not bad. All of them were hypocrites and treacherous. How could Lin Ling divide them equally? He coldly smiled and said, when there was danger, I explored the path alone. But after the harvest, you want to divide them equally. Can your faces be any thicker? I don't care. Dividing them equally is fair. I can't let you take all the benefits alone. Yes. When we were collecting spirit crystals, we didn't ask you to hand over a portion. That was already a great reward. Now you must hand over a portion of the yang spirit fruits. Yes. The dragon monarch and Duan Tiangang's attitudes were extremely firm. Chapter 686. Entering the cave previously, Lin Ling had asked them to explore the path. If they went and obtained benefits, Lin Ling would not be jealous, but they did not dare to go. Now Lin Ling went alone to explore the path, and after obtaining benefits they became jealous. Did they really think that Lin Ling was an ant that could be trampled on? Therefore Lin Ling did not bother to speak any more nonsense, only one word, scram. Lin Ling, you are very greedy. So many of us have asked you, but you did not even give us a single one. Since that is the case, why don't we join forces and subdue Lin Ling first? At this time, the purple lightning young master coldly said. He was trying to sow discord. After all, he knew that the Dragon King and Duanji were afraid of the ancient tomb's rules, so they did not dare to act rashly. But how could he let Lin Ling do as he wished? Lin Ling was stronger than him. This was something he had witnessed at the Master Mountain, but Lin Ling had humiliated him before. This enmity he would definitely avenge. In the short term he could not touch Lin Ling, but he could borrow the hands of others. Sure enough, as soon as his words fell, the Heavenly Dragon Empire and Justice Duan family's people became restless. You dare. Qin Ji naturally also quietly took a step forward, ready to guard against any unexpected situation. In front of treasures, people would be impulsive, sometimes even forgetting some taboos. The Dragon King and Duanji were definitely like this. Subdue me? Lin Ling's eyes became cold. He looked at the purple lightning young master. This person had lost to him last time and was still brooding. Now he wanted to sow discord. What was the point of keeping such a person? Since he wanted to kill Lin Ling would not let him go if he could kill him. Purple lightning young master, if you kept a low profile and did not provoke me, I would not have bothered with you, but now, you are courting death, boundless demon pupil. Lin Ling indifferently shouted. Both of his eyes emitted a mysterious light, causing the purple lightning young master's body to tremble. He was very close to Lin Ling, so he had no idea that Lin Ling would kill him. The moment the boundless demon pupil appeared, the purple lightning young noble's soul force was shaken. His mind went blank and there was only one thought in his mind. Lin Ling had gone crazy, attacking without any hesitation, treating him, the purple lightning young noble, like an ant. Suddenly he regretted it. He shouldn't have tried to drive a wedge between them, because this action would only lead to death. Blade of Nirvana. With a spurt of energy, Lin Ling condensed his soul force into 2 small blades that were as thin as silkworm wings and shot them straight at the purple lightning young master. No! The purple lightning young master roared in his heart. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. He could only watch as the soul blade came and crushed his soul. Plop. The purple lightning young master, one of the 18 young masters, had fallen here. Everyone's pupils constricted. He died just like that? All of this was like a dream. After all, they didn't think that Lin Ling would really dare to attack. Was he not afraid of causing the tomb to collapse? In fact, how could Lin Ling not have thought of this? However, his soul force attack was formless and colorless, so it wouldn't cause too much of a disturbance. That was why Lin Ling was so unrestrained. "Blabbermouth, you deserve to die," Lin Ling indifferently said, causing the dragon monarch and the others' eyes to be filled with killing intent. When they wanted to subdue Lin Ling said again, "The two of you together are indeed very strong, but if you can't kill me in one move, then I will cause a commotion in the tomb and everyone will die together. So if you dare to kill me, then come." Thunder. His voice was like thunder, causing the dragon monarch and the others to calm down. Lin Ling's strength might not be as good as theirs, but killing Lin Ling in one move was somewhat difficult. If they failed, then they would all die. This was not the result they wanted to see. "Then why did you kill the Purple Lightning Young Master? Are you not afraid of causing the Purple Lightning Young Master to resist and cause the tomb to collapse?" Duan Tiangang angrily roared. He was very unhappy in his heart. After all, they couldn't kill Lin Ling, but they had to watch as Lin Ling killed their people. "You can do the same, but the prerequisite is that you have the ability to kill in one move and not cause a commotion in the tomb. If you have the ability, then I welcome you to kill me." Lin Ling's lips curved into a disdainful smile. His attitude was extremely unyielding, even provocative. It was as if he was saying, "I'll stand here and let you kill me. If you have the guts, then come and kill me. If you can kill me in one move, then come. Go. Go." Duan Tiangang coldly shouted. He didn't have the ability, so he could only sullenly continue forward. The dragon monarch was the same. After the people from the two ancient kingdoms left, Qinji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Ling was even more powerful than he imagined. He was able to make the two young nobles suffer, and this was something that he, Qinji, couldn't do. Lin Ling also smiled. Then he took out a large number of yang spirit fruits to increase the strength of the heavenly concubine and the other two. The yang spirit fruit was a natural treasure that accumulated over time. It didn't mean that it would be ineffective after consuming it once, but the more it was consumed, the greater the effect. This would help Lin Ling build a solid foundation for breaking through to the king spirit realm. Then Lin Ling and the others continued forward. The ancient path still seemed to have no end, but the rocks on the path began to turn black, and the floating rocks on both sides were closer. When Lin Ling and the others arrived at the area, the dragon monarch and the others were already collecting treasures. Because the rocks were closer, collecting treasures wasn't as dangerous. However, the less dangerous it was, the lower the value of the treasures. They had collected many treasures, but they couldn't compare to Lin Ling's yang spirit fruits. TSK, a 5th grade emperor-ranked martial art, and there's even a cultivation method. Over there, that's a heaven and earth fortune fruit. It can change a martial artist's appearance and greatly change their innate spirit body. The remaining 8 people were all extremely excited, including Lin Ling. Lin Ling also obtained a few heaven and earth fortune fruits. This was a very rare natural treasure that could change a martial artist's innate spirit body. It was even more precious than the 7 Revolutions Awakening pill. For example, if a 5th grade innate spirit body swallowed a heaven and earth fortune fruit, it was very likely that it would become a 1st grade innate spirit body, instantly soaring into the sky. Of course, if Lin Ling's 5th grade innate spirit body swallowed a heaven and earth fortune fruit, it was very likely that he would become a water-type martial artist. And if he was lucky, it would allow his innate spirit body to rise in rank. But if he was unlucky, it might fall to a 1st grade innate spirit body. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't use the heaven and earth fortune fruit. In addition to the heaven and earth fortune fruit, there was also the yin-yang helplessness flower. This was very suitable for the heavenly concubine's Pisces innate spirit body. In general, everyone had a good harvest on this journey. No wonder everyone wanted to enter the ancient tomb. The path gradually widened and then a huge black hole appeared. It seemed that there were no other forks in the road ahead, only this one. But everyone was hesitant because the cave was emitting a cold aura. It seemed extremely ominous. "Let's go." Lin Ling's eyes flickered, but he planned to continue. After all, he hadn't achieved his goal of coming to the ancient tomb. His cultivation hadn't broken through to the king spirit realm, so he had to continue. Everyone nodded. They were all geniuses. Although they were a little afraid, they weren't afraid of any challenges or difficulties. After entering the cave, a fishy smell spread out, and there was the sound of dripping water. It was dark in front of them and visibility was very low. This made everyone even more serious. Chapter 687. Corpse Cave. Everyone could only vaguely see what was around them. They couldn't see anything far away. Only Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Previously, he had consumed a lot of soul force to kill the Purple Lightning Young Master. But in the following period of time, his soul force had slowly recovered. So even though he couldn't see far, his soul force was still spreading out like water. Moreover, he discovered that in the ancient tomb, it was difficult for a martial artist to recover their spiritual energy, but their soul force wasn't affected. This was the complete opposite of the outside world. In the outside world, spiritual energy recovered quickly while soul force recovered slowly. Careful. Suddenly Lin Ling shouted, causing Heavenly Concubine to frown and slow down her pace. What is this? Save me. At that instant, the terrified voice of one of the geniuses could be heard, causing the crowd's heart to skip a beat. They cautiously glanced in the direction of the voice and saw one of the geniuses being grabbed by the ankle and dragged into the ground by a rock-like arm. This place is a cave. Even if he explodes with his strength, it shouldn't affect the ancient tomb. Master Zhao, hurry and help. Duan Tiangang shouted, causing the genius whose ankle was grabbed to explode with his strength. Finally, the hand beneath his feet shattered, and a figure with a broken arm crawled out from the ground. It was a zombie. Moreover, this zombie's pupils were a dark gold color, causing everyone to guess that this was a golden corpse. Lin Ling had encountered zombies before in the cloud domain. However, what he faced at that time wasn't a golden corpse. It was said that golden corpses were refined from powerful martial artists using an evil secret technique after they died. After becoming a golden corpse, they wouldn't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. If they were released into the outside world, they would be able to swallow the clouds and ride the mist, living eternally. They were extremely terrifying. Kill? Duan Tiangang roared and rushed forward, helping that genius kill the golden corpse. After all, that genius was someone that their Justice Duan family had recruited. After the two of them joined forces, they finally killed the golden corpse. Behind them, Lin Ling and the others didn't move. Their eyes constantly flashed. Could they make a move here? In this way, Lin Ling was in a bit of danger. After all, Duan Tiangang and the Dragon Monarch's strength was terrifying. On Lin Ling's side, only Qin Ji could block them. As expected, after Duan Tiangang killed the golden corpse, he calmly walked back and exchanged a glance with the Dragon Monarch. Killing intent could be seen in the depths of their eyes. It was time to act. In that case, they should focus on eliminating some troublesome enemies. And Lin Ling was the first to die. The two of them had a tacit understanding in their hearts as they slowly walked towards Lin Ling. The killing intent at the corners of their mouths was extremely strong. On the other hand, Qin Ji and Qin Jingqian's expressions turned solemn. The other party had 4 people while they had 4 people on their side. However, no matter how they looked at it, their side was slightly weaker. After all, Qin Jingtian wasn't a match for the Dragon Monarch and young Master Xueling. Don't you all feel that this place is strange? At this moment, Lin Ling's casual voice rang out, causing Duan Tiangang and the Dragon Monarch to frown. However, they soon sneered, "No matter how strange it is, I will kill you first." Is that so? The people who were caught by the golden corpses have been poisoned. The golden corpses may not be able to block your attacks, but they are poisonous. Lin Ling said word by word. He had received the memories of the Wuji Sword Saint, so he was incomparably familiar with the golden corpses. What? The genius whose ankle was caught by the golden corpse was shocked. Then he looked at Lin Ling. "You have a way to save me?" "Yes, but why should I save you?" "Yes." Lin Ling's expression was still calm. His words caused the genius's face to turn sinister. "You don't seem to have a choice." "Yes." Lin Ling felt that it was very funny. These people wanted to kill him, but before they killed him, they actually wanted him to save them. They seemed to think too highly of themselves. Then he said indifferently, "I don't have a choice, but you don't seem to have a choice either. Because right now, a large number of golden corpses are surrounding us. Without me, you won't be able to escape from the golden corpses' encirclement." "Yes." Boom. This news caused Duan Tiangang and the others to tremble. Although they weren't afraid of the golden corpses were poisonous. Moreover, if a large number of golden corpses surrounded them, it would be difficult for them to escape. After all, fighting the golden corpses to the death was strenuous and unrewarding. They couldn't recover their spirit energy at all. Then they looked at Lin Ling in shock. This place was gray, but Lin Ling seemed to be able to see further than them. If they killed Lin Ling, they would be surrounded by the golden corpses. If they didn't kill Lin Ling, perhaps they could use Lin Ling to escape from the cave. Let's put this matter aside for now. Leave this place first. Lin Ling, bring us out of here. Yes. After weighing the pros and cons, Duan Tiangang finally said indifferently. Hypocrite. Yes. The heavenly concubine couldn't help but curse. However, Duan Tiangang didn't care at all. He still looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Lin Ling's lips curled into a mocking smile. You said you wanted to kill me before but you didn't dare to do it. Now you say you want to kill me again but you still don't dare to do it. Two pieces of trash. After saying that, Lin Ling saw that Duan Tiangang and the heavenly concubine's expressions were incomparably ugly. Only then did he say indifferently, however, since you don't plan to attack anymore then we can cooperate. Follow me. Follow me. Lin Ling was very clear that this cave might be a corpse cave or a burial cave. Therefore, leaving the cave immediately was the right way. Now that a large number of golden corpses had arrived, if he wanted to escape from the encirclement, he would have to borrow Duan Tiangang and the Dragon Monarch's hands. Therefore he planned to let the two of them force their way out together. Pa pa pa. At this moment, a group of golden corpses indeed appeared. They were densely packed and were everywhere in the cave. Those golden eyes made one tremble with fear. The most terrifying thing was that these golden corpses were poisonous. Go. Go. Lin Ling's expression was solemn as he shouted to the heavenly concubine. Then he looked for a way out in the gray cave. Everyone hurriedly followed. They knew that Lin Ling seemed to know the easiest way out, so they had to follow Lin Ling. Although Duan Tiangang and the Dragon Monarch had a grudge against Lin Ling, they couldn't care so much now. They needed to rely on Lin Ling and Lin Ling also needed their help. They were using each other. Kill. Kill. Even so, there were still golden corpses in front of them. Then everyone began to fight with the golden corpses. The entire cave seemed to be collapsing as spiritual energy sputtered in all directions. Lin Ling didn't attack at all. He still preserved his spiritual energy and let Duan Tiangang, the Dragon Monarch, and the others attack. At the same time, with their help, Lin Ling roughly checked the strength of the top 10 of the 18 young masters. They were indeed very powerful. They weren't ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators at all. Therefore, if Lin Ling couldn't break through in the tomb, then he would definitely be in danger after leaving the tomb. It was chaos. The entire cave seemed to be wriggling like a stomach. Ancient corpses awakened one after another and surged over like waves. The crowd was also in a state of chaos. In the end they scattered. Lin Ling had no choice but to enter one of the caves and run madly. However, Lin Ling believed that the heavenly concubine and the others had also escaped from the golden corpses' encirclement. It was just that the situation was urgent and they had no choice but to be separated. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling continued along the cave. This cave was very long. After a full hour, Lin Ling finally arrived at an even larger cave. The walls of this cave were fiery red and looked quite old. The tomb is indeed very mysterious. Lin Ling frowned and said. His gaze swept forward. Then he realized that the fiery red wall in front of him didn't seem to be a wall, but a demonic beast the size of a mountain. Chapter 688. Shayanshi. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He took a closer look and realized that the huge demonic beast was lying on the ground. Its neck was bound by a thick black gold chain, making it unable to escape. Could it be a tomb guardian beast? But this beast is really huge. Oh. At this moment, the huge beast on the ground opened its eyes. An ancient aura was released, causing Lin Ling's heart to tremble. This demonic beast is still alive. However, the demonic beast only looked at Lin Ling without moving. This made Lin Ling feel that the demonic beast's life force was very weak. It might die at any moment. It might have been tied up for thousands of years. How pitiful. Being used as a tomb guardian beast and tied up for thousands of years, this demonic beast must miss its hometown. Moreover, the demonic beast's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Lin Ling also saw that many parts of the demonic beast's body had turned into stone. This was turning into stone with the passage of time. However, Lin Ling saw a pair of clear eyes in the demonic beast's arm. Looks like there's a small demonic beast in the demonic beast's arm? Could it be its descendant? After pondering for a while, Lin Ling walked over. Only then did he realize that it was a small monkey that was slightly bigger than a fist. This monkey's body was covered in red fur, but the fur on its neck was white. It looked somewhat cute, but because it was too weak and hadn't eaten for a long time, this small monkey was also extremely weak. Lin Ling quickly took out the yang spiritual fruit and placed it in front of the small monkey. The small monkey was not afraid of Lin Ling. It stretched out its claws and grabbed the yang spiritual fruit and ate it. Moreover, it let out a happy laugh as if it had never eaten something so delicious since it was born. Whoa! The huge demonic beast let out a low growl as if it was thanking Lin Ling. It also seemed to be saying something to the small monkey. Tears flowed out of the small monkey's clear eyes, as if it was reluctant to part with it. It even passed the half-eaten yang spiritual fruit to the huge demonic beast. The familial affection between each of its actions caused Lin Ling's heart to ripple. Then Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He noticed that the huge demonic beast was looking at him, as if it was begging him to let Lin Ling take the small monkey away. After all, if it stayed here, the small monkey would die. Staring at the huge demonic beast, Lin Ling could feel that it was a mother's pleading. If it wasn't for the huge chain, the mother would have kowtowed and begged Lin Ling, "Okay, I'll do my best." Lin Ling nodded. His personality was sometimes kind and sometimes evil. He was fierce to his enemies but very kind to his friends and family. If he could help, he would naturally help. Moreover, the huge demonic beast was about to die at any moment. Therefore, if Lin Ling ignored the little monkey would probably die as well. Whoa! The small monkey seemed to know what its mother was thinking. It let out a mournful wail towards the sky like a wolf cub. Lin Ling gently picked it up and placed it on his shoulder. Then he bowed slightly to the huge demonic beast before continuing to move forward. Whoa! The small monkey was still wailing towards the sky. Tears flowed out of its clear eyes, causing Lin Ling to sigh in his heart. This made him suddenly think of his mother. He wondered where she was now. Finally, the small monkey's wailing became softer and softer. It seemed to have entered a deep sleep. Lin Ling sensed that the small monkey was fine, so he continued to move forward. At the same time, he gave the small monkey a name in his heart, Little Flame. Although the monkey was small, its fur was fiery red, like a ball of fire. Therefore the name Little Flame suited it very well. A man and a monkey walked through the cave. Along the way, Little Flame woke up a few times. Lin Ling gave it the yang spiritual fruit each time, which made the little guy happy. It seemed to like the taste of the yang spiritual fruit very much. After eating it a few times, Little Flame would enter a deep sleep again. Lin Ling sensed that Little Flame seemed to be recovering. After Lin Ling smiled, he also ate the yang spiritual fruit. He was a bit puzzled. Just what level was Little Flame? Seeing that Little Flame's elder was so huge and could become a tomb guardian beast, Little Flame's origin should be extraordinary. However, Little Flame was still very weak at the moment, so Lin Ling could not sense anything. At the same time, he could not tell where Little Flame came from. This corpse cave is very large. Just this corpse cave alone is so terrifying. This ancient tomb must be even more mysterious. Lin Ling looked at the cave again. It was still quiet, but a cold wind blew out, causing one to shudder. At present, Lin Ling only wanted to find the heavenly concubine and the others as soon as possible. Fortunately, their movement jade tablets had guidance. He only needed to follow the guidance. And at this moment, in another cave, Duan Tian Gang and the others were gathered there. Not far from them there was an exit to the cave. Light shone in from outside the cave, and that seemed to be the path to their next destination. But at this moment, Duan Tian Gang and the others didn't leave. All of them had solemn expressions as they stared at the blood pool within the cave. The blood pool was bubbling with blood. Above it was a giant heart that was slowly jumping. Every time it jumped, the hearts of Duan Tian Gang and the others trembled. An evil aura spread out from the cave. What is that? What a terrifying aura. The heavenly concubine and Qingjing Tian were also here. At this moment they didn't dare to move. They sensed that this was the heretical god's heart. This evil power came from ancient times. It had once roamed unhindered in a certain holy land for thousands of years. In the end, it was suppressed by the combined efforts of powerful martial artists. It was very terrifying. If the heretical god's heart wanted to attack them, none of them could resist. The reason why they didn't attack now was because the heretical god's heart wanted them to be a blood sacrifice. They couldn't leave. If they wanted to leave, they would be the first to die. The ancient tomb was very mysterious. It seemed to hide ancient secrets. Rumble. Before everyone's eyes, the beating heart flew out, emitting a blood-red light. An ancient voice rang out, spreading to everyone's ears. Only 2 of you can live and become my followers. The rest of you must be sacrificed. A deep voice sounded, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. Only 2 of them could live? Dream on. The genius who was scratched by the golden corpse shouted. How could he be trampled on? So he attacked. You're courting death. Endless blood-red light spread out. Under everyone's gazes, the genius's head was grabbed by a blood-red hand. Then, a large amount of blood essence was absorbed. The genius was actually sucked dry. No, save me. The genius was still screaming in fear, but his voice was getting softer and softer. That genius wasn't weak. He was also one of the 18 young masters. Although he was a little weaker than young Master Xueling, he could easily defeat those in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He was a true genius from one of the 7 great martial arts palaces. But he couldn't block a single move. Duan Tiangang and the others' hearts surged. They were afraid. Only 2 of you can live. Yes. Chapter 689. Mysterious heart. When that voice landed in everyone's ears, it caused their pupils to constrict. Some were even at a loss, and in the end their eyes turned red with hatred. They thought of many things. They thought of their childhood, thought of their growth, thought of how they would rule the world in the future. So they couldn't die here. At this moment, everyone looked at each other with killing intent. Only 2 people could live. This meant that the other party had to die, but they couldn't. Brother Ji, you want to kill me? Qin Jingtian looked at Qin Ji with red eyes. He sensed that Qin Ji, who had the same bloodline, wanted to kill him. Then, he looked at the heavenly concubine because he sensed that the heavenly concubine also wanted to kill him. Qin Ji, I knew that you were afraid that I would rise up and surpass you. So, you wanted to kill me, right? And heavenly concubine, you came with Lin Ling. In fact, you have been hiding a secret in your heart. It's just that we didn't know about it. Qin Jingtian retreated step by step. He released his aura. He wanted to kill everyone here even if he had to die. As for Qin Ji and the heavenly concubine, they looked at each other coldly. They didn't believe anyone but themselves. Only 2 people can live. To be safe, you all have to die. It's enough for me to live. Duan Tiangang and the others were also filled with killing intent. The atmosphere in the cave was extremely oppressive. To become my follower, I will definitely focus on nurturing you. The ancient tomb is an ancient battlefield. It has the desolate beast 9-tailed ancient flame devil, the spirit artifact great sky drum, the heavenly fish sacred halberd, the bloodline power, the power king's inheritance, and so on. Only my follower can obtain them. The evil voice floated out again. It seemed to be the master of the ancient tomb. Kill? Duan Tiangang, Long Sheng, and the others' eyes turned red. If they could obtain those treasures, they would soar into the sky and become famous in the rainforest. So they had to kill. The heavenly concubine, Qin Jingtian, and the others also attacked. However, at this moment a cold voice sounded, "If you are so powerful, why are you trapped here?" The voice was like a large bell, causing the murderous crowd to stop. There was a trace of struggle in their eyes. Soon after, they saw that the beating heart was still above the blood pool and had not floated out. At the same time, a young man in a blue and white robe slowly walked out from another cave. His expression was indifferent and there was a small red monkey lying on his left shoulder. When people looked at him, their hearts became even more solemn. It was Lin Ling. He's not dead yet. But even if he's not dead, he'll still die here. Duan Tiangang and the others stared at Lin Ling with bloodshot eyes. Lin Ling ignored them. Instead, he looked at the beating heart. If you are so powerful, you could kill them with a flip of your hand. Why did you trick them into committing suicide? Do I need to bewitch you? They don't have the qualifications and neither do you. You will know how powerful I am. The evil heart let out a low sound and a terrifying aura surged out. It was an aura that surpassed the Holy Spirit realm. It seemed to come from ancient times, from the distant continent. This evil god's heart did not seem to be a product of the rainforest continent. The aura was very terrifying, but when it enveloped Lin Ling was indifferent. Instead, he took a step forward. "This is your strength?" The cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing the evil heart to violently beat. "You have some ability, but that's it." But in the next moment, an even more terrifying aura bloomed. It was an ancient battlefield where countless ancient races were fighting. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Some were races with runes all over their bodies, while others were giants with 3 heads and 6 arms. These ancient martial artists all had king bodies. Pa. However, Lin Ling took another step forward, and the terrifying aura dissipated once again. How is this possible? The evil heart let out a surprised sound. Then, one treasure after another appeared in front of Lin Ling. There was the ancient flame devil with 9 tails, the heavenly fish sacred halberd's power, the power king's inheritance, the wind king's inheritance, the wind king's inheritance, the howling wind and clouds. These were all in the ancient tomb. However, Lin Ling took another step forward. "Do you think you're the ancient tomb's master? You're just a martial artist who entered here before. Because your physical body died, you used an evil method to survive. You're just an outsider and an outsider who has run out of oil." When this voice came out, the heavenly concubine and the others' pupils constricted. The madness in their eyes gradually disappeared. Could it be that this was not the evil god's heart? "You're so powerful, how about you take one of my moves?" Lin Ling said again. He extended his left hand and a surging flame energy gushed out, turning into a flame tongue that incessantly burned the hanging heart. "Ah, who are you?" The heart emitted a frightened cry. Then the blood pool surged and turned into a demonic arm that grabbed at Lin Ling. However, just as the arm was about to touch Lin Ling's large clear eyes on Lin Ling's shoulder suddenly opened. An invisible aura bloomed. It's actually it. How did you obtain it? The arm was suppressed by the invisible aura and began to corrode. This change surprised Lin Ling. In fact, the arm couldn't hurt him at all. This was because he knew that this evil heart wasn't that powerful. After all, after staying in the ancient tomb for a long time, even the strongest martial artist would exhaust their spiritual energy. What surprised him was that Little Flame was able to cause this evil heart to feel incomparable fear. Little Flame's origin was indeed extraordinary. Bang! The scorching flames were still burning the heart, but this time, the heart seemed to be afraid of Lin Ling. It sank into the pool of blood and then disappeared. What is going on? After the heart disappeared, Qin Jingtian and the others frowned and muttered to themselves. That strange feeling from before had suddenly disappeared. Illusion. Lin Ling said indifferently. Qin Jingtian and the others narrowed their eyes. They had fallen into an illusion? That heart is indeed a bit evil. I don't know where it came from, but it practiced unorthodox martial arts and had the power to control the secrets of other people's hearts. Therefore, at the beginning, it used an illusion to make you think that it was very powerful and had an ancient origin. It was impossible to resist, so you didn't dare to attack it from the beginning. Then it used the temptation of the ancient tomb's treasures to make you fall for it. Then it used life and death to make you kill each other. Lin Ling said again. The reason why he wasn't affected was because his soul force was incomparably powerful. Moreover, he had been watching from afar, so he knew everything. Then Lin Ling pointed at the genius that had been killed by the heart and said, "Actually, he's fine, but his heart died. He was affected by the illusion and thought that he was dead." Everyone looked at the withered genius and discovered that he hadn't withered at all. He was simply fine. However, he was affected by the illusion and thought that he was dead. In the end, his heart died and he died. What a terrifying illusion. However, Lin Ling, why are you fine? Chapter 690. The Path of Inheritance, because you're just trash. Lin Ling replied coldly. If the heavenly concubine and Qin Jingtian weren't here, Lin Ling wouldn't have made a move. He would have just watched Duan Tiangang and Qin Jingtian kill each other. Unfortunately, the heavenly concubine and Qin Jingtian were here, so he couldn't be so heartless. You dare scold me? This is a cave, so it won't cause the tomb to collapse. If I wanted to kill you, would you be able to stop me? Duan Tiangang revealed his killing intent. Haha, this isn't the first time you've said this, right? But when did you dare to kill me? Also, do you think that the evil heart has disappeared? Or is it still hiding in the surroundings, waiting for you to kill me and then control you, turning you into a zombie? Lin Ling smiled calmly and looked at Duan Tiangang fearlessly. If you want to kill me, come on. If you can't do it every time, how can you talk about martial arts? I think you're just a trash. He didn't show any mercy. After all, if he hadn't appeared, Duan Tiangang and the Dragon Monarch might have died. Now that he had saved them, not only were they not grateful, they still wanted to kill him. Lin Ling didn't need to show mercy to such people. Duan Tiangang clenched his fists tightly, veins popping out. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he was afraid of Lin Ling. After all, he couldn't stop that evil thing. So if he killed Lin Ling and that thing came out, he would be controlled again just like before. After leaving the tomb, I'll challenge you. Duan Tiangang clenched his teeth and said. Then he ran towards the cave on the side. The Dragon Monarch did the same. They had heard the heart say that there were many treasures in the tomb, such as the heavenly fish sacred halberd and the Power King's inheritance. If they could get these, they wouldn't need to fear Lin Ling, they wouldn't even need to fear the Great Qin Empire. So, they had to get the treasures before anyone else. Everyone left one after another. Only Lin Ling and the other three were left in the cave. Qin Ji looked at Lin Ling and said sincerely, Elder Lin, thank you for before. Previously, although he had spiritual intelligence, he was controlled by greed and almost made a big mistake. Fortunately, Lin Ling appeared and gave them a head-on blow, which made them rein in their horses at the edge of the cliff. Lin Ling was younger than him and his cultivation was lower, but he was stronger than him. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they would have been wiped out long ago. Don't worry, we're on the same side. Let's quickly leave the cave. That thing from before was very evil. I don't know what else it has up its sleeves. Lin Ling waved his hand and led everyone out of the cave. After Lin Ling and the others left the cave, a blood-red heart appeared in a corner of the cave ceiling, emanating an aura of resentment. Ferocious beast. That young man actually tamed a ferocious beast. You should know that ferocious beast's bloodline is even more ancient and ferocious than demonic beasts. Who exactly is that young man? Outside the cave, there was another ancient road, but the rocks on the ground were grayish-white. Along the way, everyone roughly explained what happened after they separated. As for the heavenly concubine, she curiously looked at Little Flame. She felt that Little Flame was cute and wanted to hug it. However, Little Flame didn't seem to recognize strangers and instead avoided the heavenly concubine. This made Lin Ling smile helplessly. None of them could see Little Flame's origins. They only thought that Little Flame was an ordinary demonic beast. Only Lin Ling knew that when the evil heart made its move, it was intimidated by Little Flame's aura. Therefore, Little Flame's position among demonic beasts shouldn't be low. However, Lin Ling still wasn't sure what Little Flame was. Not long after, a fork appeared in the road ahead. The road was divided into hundreds of small paths that were filled with mist. These small paths were filled with mystery and were strange of every description. Some were dazzling, some were filled with killing intent, and some were filled with dense spirit chi. They seemed to have reached a crucial point. There are footprints on a few of the small paths. Duan Tiangang and the others have just passed by here. Qingji looked at the ground and said. However, what surprised everyone was that Duan Tiangang and the others had separated, each taking a small path. If I'm not wrong, the appearance of these small paths only has one meaning: the end of the treasure. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. His words caused the heavenly concubine and the others to tremble. Had they finally arrived? They had already collected a lot of treasures before, but it was clear that the later the treasures were, the more valuable they were. However, there are many of these small paths. Not every one of them has precious treasures. Perhaps some of them have nothing. Lin Ling guessed. There was a problem here, and that was that it depended on luck. If one's luck was good, they would be able to obtain a peerless treasure. If one's luck was bad, then they might have come to the ancient tomb for nothing. The heavenly concubine and the others' hearts surged. The opportunity to soar into the sky was right in front of their eyes. Duan Tiangang and the others must have obtained some benefits. Qingji said with some envy. His strength was comparable to Duan Tiangang and the Dragon Monarch. However, if they obtained some benefits, then they would surpass him after leaving the ancient tomb. They would be high above him. Do you still have a chance? After all, you haven't chosen your own small path. However, this ancient tomb is quite fair. Everyone has a chance to soar into the sky. In the end, it depends on luck. Lin Ling smiled. He wasn't as nervous as Qingji and the others. Perhaps to him, he was already satisfied with being able to break through in the ancient tomb. Of course, he would be even happier if he obtained some unexpected treasures. Then, which path will everyone choose? The heavenly concubine said with anticipation. There were many paths, so everyone took their own path. The few of them fell silent. The choice was very important, so they didn't casually decide on a path. That path feels very familiar to me. I want to go there. The heavenly concubine then pointed at a path that emitted black and white light. Lin Ling and the others nodded. The heavenly concubine's luck was better than theirs. She felt a sense of familiarity with the small path. This meant that the small path might have something that the heavenly concubine wanted. This was a kind of intuition. Although it also depended on luck, it was still better than choosing a path without feeling anything. I choose that path. I choose this one. Qingji and Qingjing Tian also made their choices. Then they looked at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling smiled helplessly. To be honest, he didn't feel much about these paths. However, when he looked at them with the eye of time, he realized that these paths often changed. This meant that other than Duan Tiangang and the others, he wasn't very clear about who else had walked on these paths before. Little Flame, you choose. Suddenly, Lin Ling looked at Little Flame on his shoulder and said. Little Flame's ears perked up. Its fiery red long tail swayed and its claw pointed at one of the paths. That path was very ordinary. It was a muddy road with grass growing on the side. Compared to the other paths that emitted a dazzling light, it was much dimmer. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had chosen a path without any treasures. However, Little Flame was born in the ancient tomb. Since it had chosen that path, perhaps there was something mysterious there. Yi Lin Ling. Chapter 691. The Road Within the Road. I'm guessing that the end of this road is also the exit of the tomb. Let's meet outside. Lin Ling wasn't overly sentimental. After saying that, he led Little Flame towards the small path. Lin Ling, do your best. Heavenly concubine shouted from behind, making Lin Ling nod with a smile. Entering the path, Lin Ling discovered that it was extremely quiet. Both sides of the path were rock walls covered in moss. Judging from the mud on the ground, it was clear that no one had walked through this path. Perhaps this path was too ordinary. However, Linling was very cautious. After all, everything in the tomb was very mysterious. The quieter the place, the more dangerous it was. GG. On his shoulder, Little Flame's clear eyes were open. There was excitement but also fear. If it wasn't for following Linling, it wouldn't have dared to come here. Gradually Linling arrived at the end. What made him surprised was that this path was indeed very ordinary. There was no danger at all. However, at the end there was an ancient stone table. On top of it was a green-gray wooden box. It looked somewhat extraordinary. It seems that as long as no one has walked through a small path, there will be treasures, Linling thought. He was very sure that Duan Tiangang and the others had a great harvest. Perhaps they could soar into the sky. Soon after, he slowly walked towards the stone table. Little Flame jumped down from his shoulder and landed on the stone table. It gently opened the wooden box on the stone table. Inside lay a gray ring. This ring looked very ordinary. When Little Flame passed it to Linling, Linling realized that the ring was made of neither metal nor wood. The material used to make it was extremely strange. What is this? Linling was a little curious. After he poured his spirit energy into the ring, he immediately felt a connection with the ring. It was as if the ring had its own spirit. What made Linling shocked was that the space inside the ring was incomparably large. It was vast and boundless. It was even separated from the outside world. It had its own spirit energy. This meant that if Linling placed pills inside the ring, it wouldn't be affected by the outside world and wither. This was a half-spirit weapon. Linling was ecstatic in his heart. He carefully looked at the ring and found out that it had a famous name. It was called the Green Ring, and was also called a storage ring. It was a better storage item than a rune bag. After all, the things that were placed inside could be preserved for a long time. This showed how terrifying the ring was. For example, if a plant was placed inside, perhaps the plant would never wither, but the rune bag could not do this. Haha, the harvest from this path is not bad. Linling smiled happily as he placed the rune bag's contents into his storage ring. Soon after, he discovered that the already withered pills were slowly recovering. This meant that he no longer needed to be afraid of consuming spiritual energy in the ancient tomb. Rumble. After the ring was taken out, a huge bronze door quietly appeared behind the stone table. Linling's eyes flashed and he guessed that the bronze door led to the outside world. Sure enough, after obtaining the treasures of the small path, the ancient tomb's journey had come to an end. Linling's eyes flashed. He guessed that the others should have obtained the corresponding treasures. Linling felt that it was a pity. After all, the storage ring was good, but it was a half-spirit weapon. It didn't have the ability to attack and he hadn't broken through to the next realm. GG. At this moment, Little Flame pointed behind the bronze door. Linling's pupils constricted. There was a path there. Could it be that this wasn't the end of the ancient tomb? Linling's heart shook. He didn't leave through the bronze door but continued forward. At the same time, on another small path, Duan Tiangang and the others had obtained precious treasures. They were all overjoyed. After the bronze door appeared, they left one after another. There was a path behind the bronze door but they didn't see it. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't care. Because that path didn't look like it was meant for humans. It seemed to be empty, so they didn't choose to continue forward. Only Linling's path was more obvious. Maybe it was the benefit of the muddy path. Although it looked ordinary and the treasures were also ordinary, the path to the next location was clearer. In addition to Little Flame's unintentional pointing, Linling had a feeling that the ancient tomb wasn't as simple as it seemed. Maybe the previous one was just little treasure. The real treasures were at the back. The following path was still calm. The final destination was a cliff. There stood a figure wearing white clothes. It was like an illusion but also real. It looked indifferently at the cliff. As Linling gradually approached, the figure turned around, and Linling discovered that it was a very young man. "Take a punch from me and you can continue forward," the young man said indifferently. "How strange. It looks like a person but also like an illusion. It's half real and half fake." Linling was secretly surprised. Then he heard the young man speak again. "I'm not an illusion but a consciousness. My attack is real. If you can't block it, you will die. And if you want to go to the altar, you have to pass 3 checkpoints." Consciousness. Martial consciousness? Linling's heart trembled violently. Could it be similar to the limitless sword saint, a consciousness left behind by a martial artist? But if he wanted to continue forward, it seemed like he had to take a punch. "Okay, then let's test your strength," Linling said indifferently. The young man in white nodded. Without saying anything, he threw a simple punch at Linling. This punch seemed simple, but it was earth-shattering. Lin Ling even felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rolling, controlled by the young man, and turned into a punch. This martial consciousness was very terrifying. It could even borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the ancient tomb. Moreover, this area was like the corpse cave. No power could affect the ancient tomb's collapse. Since it was like this, Lin Ling didn't need to hold back. Boom. Scorching flames exploded. Lin Ling's right hand pulled out the big sword on his back. Holding it with both hands, he slashed out heavily, dominating the world. This sword was half a step to 70% martial intent. Boom. The fist collided with the sword intent, and an even more terrifying force exploded. Little Flame, who was on Lin Ling's shoulder, had to squint its eyes and wrap its tail tightly around Lin Ling's shoulder to prevent itself from being flung away. With your strength, you are invincible in the peak of the King Spirit realm. You can go to the next location. Yes. After a moment, the young man in white appeared and said indifferently. At the same time he stepped aside. His punch had been broken by Lin Ling, and his cultivation was at the peak of the King Spirit realm. Moreover, this young man was not an ordinary peak of the King Spirit realm. He was an existence even more terrifying than a prodigy. However, he still couldn't stop Lin Ling. You let me win. Yes. Lin Ling took a step forward, bringing Little Flame with him. At the same time he asked, the power you control seems to be somewhat different. It's the true meaning of martial arts, but it has a different flavor. Why is that? Yes. Control like silk. Yes. The young man replied indifferently. Then he disappeared from the cliff. Control like silk? Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew what control like silk meant. For example, his fire controlling water was one of them. When one's control of spiritual energy reached the level of detail, one could control a huge amount of spiritual energy like a thread. This was a martial technique that had reached the point of perfection. After all, when a cultivator cultivated, the more spiritual energy they had, the more powerful they would be. Sometimes, if one could control that power to the point of perfection, even a trace of spiritual energy could be controlled. At that time, one could display 120% of one's strength. Chapter 692. The Three Checkpoints Rumble. In the distance, a bridge slowly swam over, connecting to the path below the cliff. Lin Ling took a step forward and soon arrived at the top of a cliff. A white-clothed figure was also standing there. Upon closer inspection, it was still the same young man from before. However, he was much older and looked to be in his 20s. Take 2 of my punches and you can continue. Yes. The white-robed youth said indifferently, his words still the same. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly and he nodded. Interesting, the difficulty seemed to be increasing. After all, the youth before was at the peak of the King Spirit realm, but now he was at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. Apart from that, he had to face 2 punches. The white-clothed youth did not say anything else as he threw a punch at Lin Ling. What was surprising was that the spirit energy fluctuations brought about by this punch seemed to be weaker than the punch of the youth from before. However, Lin Ling didn't dare to underestimate this young man. His control of intent was like silk. This white-robed young man's control of the intent of martial was even more powerful. Hence, Lin Ling didn't sense any terrifying spirit chi fluctuations, but the power of that fist was definitely even more terrifying. Dominating the world. Yes. Lin Ling let out a low growl and a terrifying sword intent burst forth. Compared to the previous sword, he had a faint understanding of this sword. Controlling the martial intent. At the same time, his cultivation level was 1 step closer to the Emperor Spirit realm. The 3 king elephants in his dantian began to condense, forming a mysterious Tao platform. This was the Emperor Spirit Tao platform, the symbol of the Emperor Spirit realm. Tao platforms were the source of power, and also the core of the king elephant. Every Emperor Spirit realm expert had one. Of course, some had only 1 Tao platform while others had 2 or even 3. This was the difference between an ordinary Emperor Spirit realm expert and a genius Emperor Spirit realm expert. The clearer the Tao platforms, the higher the purity of the spiritual chi and the longer the endurance. This was the foundation of a martial artist. Lin Ling knew this very well. All this time he had been cultivating step by step, and his foundation was solid. Rumble. Under that sword strike, cracks appeared on the fist, but it still smashed towards Lin Ling. If it hit, Lin Ling would probably die here. However, when the fist got closer to Lin Ling, it finally collapsed. Being slashed by tyrannical song of the world was like a sword. If the leaves didn't shatter, they would shatter when they hit the ground. The white-robed youth's expression didn't change and he punched out a second time. This punch still didn't have much spirit chi fluctuations, but what was terrifying was that it caused cracks to appear in space. It felt as if space had turned into a piece of glass, and a crack had appeared from the punch. Space was void. To be able to create cracks in space, this true intent of martial intents will control like silk was even more amazing. Flames of the great vermilion bird. Lin Ling bellowed. He was already prepared. Raising both his hands, the blazing vermilion bird of fire appeared. This was also a true intent of martial, and it had reached 60%. Although the grade of this true intent wasn't as high as the true intent of sword, its might was much stronger than the true intent of sword. After all, fire was the martial Tao that Lin Ling had been comprehending since he was young. Rumble. The huge vermilion bird collided with the fist, and sparks flew everywhere. After that, a calm voice sounded out, 60% true intent of fire will control like silk, even stronger than the true intent of sword from before. You can go to the next location. Sigh. The white-robed youth stepped aside, his tone as calm as if he was talking to a friend. In truth, if Lin Ling couldn't withstand the previous 2 punches, he wouldn't even blink if Lin Ling died. Lin Ling didn't say anything and took a large step forward. Facing 2 bodies of consciousness, although his cultivation realm hadn't increased, his strength had increased by a full 10%. This allowed him to grasp the will control like silk, and this was learned from the other party. Of course, all of this seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. After all, Lin Ling was facing an invincible existence in the King Spirit realm, and an invincible existence in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. And yet Lin Ling still won. This showed how solid Lin Ling's foundation was. The next location was still the same white-robed figure, and this was the last checkpoint. Lin Ling looked over. It was still the same person from before, but he was older, about 40 years old, and his cultivation realm was at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. This checkpoint would be very difficult to pass. 3 punches. If you can withstand them, you can go to the altar. The white-robed middle-aged man said indifferently, and Lin Ling asked, "What is an altar?" "Yes. We are only here to guard the altar and we don't know what it is. But if anything from the outside approaches, we will kill without mercy." The white-robed middle-aged man said indifferently. Kill without mercy? This was the truth because Lin Ling felt that the consciousness would change according to the cultivation realm of the person who entered. This meant that no matter how high the person's cultivation realm was, as long as they weren't the strongest in the same realm, they would die. Begin. Yes. Without saying anything, Lin Ling exploded with full strength, not daring to underestimate the other party. It was still a punch, but this one was even more terrifying. It was silent, as formless and colorless as a soul attack. His control was like silk, and his control was even more terrifying. Even if his martial intent was weaker than Lin Ling's, he might be able to defeat Lin Ling's 60% martial intent. Dominating the world. Bang! The sword in his right hand slashed out heavily, and Lin Ling raised his left hand. The flames of the great vermilion bird were already brewing. Gotcha. The sword intent collided with the fist, and the fist shook. The sword intent that swept everything before it shattered like glass, and at the same time, the flames of the great vermilion bird burned. Rumble. 2 martial intents were needed to block the first punch. Swallowing a pill, Lin Ling focused. This time, the flames of the great vermilion bird appeared in his left hand, and he placed it in front of his chest. His right hand withdrew the sword and he raised it high. Blazing sun, the vermilion bird sun appeared. There was no sun here, but there was light. Although it couldn't make the blazing sun reach its peak, it was at least a little stronger than the flames of the great vermilion bird. After all, the light also contained the light of the sun, just a little weaker. At this critical moment, Lin Ling couldn't care less. He fought with all his strength. Rumble. The second punch arrived. The flames of the great vermilion bird exploded, and then the huge sun was smashed away by Lin Ling. The entire cliff had turned into a sea of fire, and it was incomparably terrifying. The second punch was blocked by Lin Ling again. Third punch. The eyes of the middle-aged man in white were filled with shock. Even though he was a body of consciousness, he seemed to be surprised by the sturdiness of Lin Ling's foundation. Lin Ling couldn't block the third punch. His spiritual qi had not recovered, and the forceful extraction of spiritual qi caused blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. In his dantian, the Emperor's spiritual Tao platforms were becoming clearer. There were a total of 3 of them, but they still needed some time to condense. Boundless Demon Eye. Saber of Nirvana. At the most critical moment, Lin Ling used his trump card. This was the clash of soul power and martial intents. Gotcha. The mysterious pupil appeared, and the middle-aged man in white was momentarily stunned. Although he was a body of consciousness, he still had a soul, and so he was stunned. And the saber of nirvana shot straight at him. Nirvana, soul-shattering. The middle-aged man in white's eyes narrowed. Clearly, he didn't expect Lin Ling to still have this trump card. Rumble. Shattered. The body of consciousness was smashed into pieces by Lin Ling's saber of nirvana, and countless soul fragments drifted away. This was also the first time that Lin Ling had killed the other body of consciousness. Even so, the middle-aged man in white's martial intents still injured Lin Ling, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. His blood boiled, and then he hurriedly sat down cross-legged. At the same time, the Emperor's spiritual Tao platforms in his dantian became clearer, and his dantian felt like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. He was about to break through. Chapter 693. Altar chirp chirp. Little Flame looked at Lin Ling worriedly. It knew that Lin Ling had almost died. Rumble. After the 3 checkpoints were over, the cliff slowly descended and appeared in a desert. This desert was very hot and the illusory air was floating around. There was nothing here except for Lin Ling, who was breaking through to the next realm. He was at the most crucial moment. Those who enter the altar, die. At this moment, an illusory voice came from the sky, causing Little Flame to panic. Soon after, a rustling sound came from the surrounding sand, and gray scorpions crawled out from the sand. They were densely packed and their tails were suffused with a poisonous glow. The scorpions crawled towards Lin Ling and covered the entire mountain. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling seemed to have unintentionally stepped into a forbidden area, and the other party wanted Lin Ling dead. Chirp chirp. Little Flame stood up angrily and waved its little fists. It would not let anything that wanted to kill Lin Ling get close to Lin Ling. To Little Flame, other than its mother, the only family in its life was Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the first person to give Little Flame food. Chirp chirp. Little Flame was even more worried when it sensed that Lin Ling would not wake up in a short period of time. Its clear eyes gradually turned red and the aura of a ferocious beast exploded from its small body. Even Little Flame did not realize that its ferocious beast bloodline seemed to have awakened when Lin Ling was in danger. Boom. Its body continued to expand, turning into a 2-meter-tall giant ape. Its long red hair grew out like bamboo shoots after the rain, and even dragged to the ground. Its head was white, and its tyrannical face was no longer as cute as before. It was more majestic, more domineering, and more crazy. Brr. The giant ape roared towards the sky and its huge fists were lowered to its chest. The dull sound was like the sound of a heavenly drum. Swoosh. It was very fast and pounced towards the scorpions in front of it. Its huge fists smashed the ground and with a bang the ground cracked open. A large number of scorpions were smashed into meat paste or even shattered into pieces. It seemed to have transformed into the most terrifying beast of the ancient times. Aoao. In the entire desert, it was the only one fighting. Any scorpions that dared to approach Lin Ling were all crushed by it. His mind was blank. The only thought it had was to protect its loved one. Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the second loved one it had seen in its life. The first was its mother. Therefore, in order to protect its loved one, it dared to go against the heavens with its life. Pa. However, more and more scorpions appeared in the desert, densely packed and endless. The huge ape slowly began to get tired, and the fiery red fur on its body gradually dimmed. After all, it was still an infant and had yet to grow up. However, it still firmly guarded Lin Ling's side. Time passed quietly, and the ground was covered with scorpion corpses. However, something even more terrifying happened. Black-horned wolves began to appear, and they were even more violent and crazy. Their fangs gleamed coldly, and those black wolves were all surrounding and attacking the giant ape. Aoao. The giant ape was constantly injured, being bitten until it was dripping with blood. Some wounds were so deep that bone could be seen. Those black wolves were also very cunning. They knew that if the giant ape did not die, they would not be able to devour the youth sitting cross-legged. Therefore, even if they had the chance, they would not devour the youth. Instead, they used the youth as a loophole to constantly attack the giant ape. That youth should be the giant ape's weakness. Aoao. The giant ape was getting weaker and weaker, but its face was filled with madness and violence. Only when it looked at Lin Ling would there be a tinge of gentleness in its eyes. But in the end it fell to the ground. Its right leg was broken, so it used its hands to support itself as it crawled towards the youth. It seemed like it wanted to say something to the youth. Behind it, the black wolves would sneak up on it from time to time. Every time they would bite off large chunks of the giant ape's flesh. At this moment, Lin Ling was still breaking through. He could vaguely sense the changes in the outside world, and knew that little flame was protecting him. However, he could not move. The Emperor's Tao altar in his dantian was condensing, and he had lost control of his body. He could only shout angrily in his heart, "Little flame, don't worry about me. Go." Huge waves surged in his heart. For the first time he saw little flame as his family. Unfortunately, he could not move, and could only watch as little flame was surrounded and attacked by those black wolves. If he could move, he only needed to take out the pills in his storage ring, and he would be able to heal little flame. However, he could not. He could not do anything. Whoa! Little flame had already crawled to Lin Ling's side. Its red eyes were filled with worry, as if it was asking if Lin Ling was injured. In reality, Lin Ling was under its protection and was not injured at all. Instead, it was heavily injured. However, it did not care at all. It was the same as Lin Ling with its own persistence and beliefs. Lin Ling was its family and it protected him. That was enough. Lin Ling had given it the best yang spiritual fruit of its life. This was its first meeting with Lin Ling. Eoeo. The black wolves around them attacked again, and this time they pounced on Lin Ling. Eoeo. Little flame forced itself to stand up, dragging one leg as it frantically blocked the incoming enemies. Even though 5 black wolves were biting it, it did not feel anything. Its neck was crooked, its long fur was messy, and one of its arms had been bitten off. Even though it only had one leg and one arm left, it still did not retreat. Little flame. Lin Ling sensed the changes outside, and his heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. He wanted to break through quickly, and he did not want to break through anymore. He did not want to see little flame die for him. Who was trying to harm me? He sensed that these scorpions and black wolves had been summoned by someone to kill him. He felt that he would teach this person a lesson. Plop. Little flame finally fell, its red eyes looked at Lin Ling and tears flowed out. In the end, it did not manage to protect Lin Ling, and let Lin Ling die slowly just like its mother. It could not accept this. However, even more black wolves pounced over, drowning it and wanted to tear it to pieces. Little flame. This bullshit Emperor's spirit realm, so what if I don't break through? Lin Ling's entire body was trembling, and he continuously attacked the Tao pillar in his dantian, trying to break it down and wake him up. He had forgotten everything and only wanted to protect little flame with his own strength. Just like when he had first arrived in this world, Hua Leiting had always been protecting him. Those were his family, how could he give them up? Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura finally exploded. The sand of the entire desert rose into the air, and in that instant the desert became a sea of fire. Countless flames appeared out of nowhere, and even the sand was burned. This Emperor's spirit realm I will not break through. A cold voice came from the depths of hell, and the black wolves in the desert stopped what they were doing and began to tremble. What did they see? They saw the flame demon. Not a god but a demon. Touch my family, die. Rumble. Chapter 694. Statue woo woo. The remaining black wolves wanted to escape. Their instincts told them that the youth who stood up was terrifying. At this moment Lin Ling's eyes were red. His body was burning with flames. He walked out step by step like a fiery demon. He did not know if he had broken through. Previously, he had forcefully destroyed the Tao platform so that he could regain control of his body. Now you want to leave? You're finished. Die. A deep voice filled the air, and an even more terrifying flame swept out from Lin Ling in all directions. Following that, a sword slash swept forward. Fire. That sword slash was actually condensed from flames. If there was a martial artist here at this moment, they would definitely be shocked because that was the fusion of the true intent of sword and the true intent of fire. He was the first person to fuse intent in the rainforest's sacred ground. After all, the two intents were different. One was sword and the other was fire. Fusing them was harder than ascending to the heavens. They would clash and even cause martial artists to injure themselves due to the difference in power. Only by being able to control the intent of martial arts would one be able to achieve such a terrifying feat. Boom. The desert erupted like a volcano. Fire dragons shot up from the ground. Wherever the flames passed, it was a forbidden land. After a long time there was nothing left in the desert. There was only a large area of flames burning, and it was burning the sand. In the desert, the youth took out a large amount of elixirs to treat the huge red-haired ape. Then he carried the huge ape on his back and slowly walked forward. From afar the youth seemed to be carrying a mountain. Every step he took left a footprint in the desert. He looked lonely but determined. The youth walked towards the altar. He sensed that someone did not want him to get close to the altar, so they wanted to kill him when he was breaking through. The youth did not know who the other party was, but he would take revenge. No matter who the other party was, he would make them pay. Whoosh! A scorching hot wind blew past. The desert was desolate and uninhabited, as if it was a corner abandoned by the world. In the vast desert, two lonely figures were slowly moving forward. One of them was extremely tall and sturdy, like an ancient beast. Although it seemed to be injured, its innate battle bloodline made its recovery ability incomparably strong. In front of the huge ape was a youth in a blue and white robe. He carried a huge sword and looked ahead coldly. These two were Lin Ling and Little Flame. They had been walking in the desert for 3 days. Their goal was to find the person who had harmed them. Ancient desert leopards began to appear in the distance. They were nearly 3 meters tall and as large as cows. Each one of them had the strength of an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. In addition, they were in packs. They were incomparably terrifying. But when the huge red-haired giant ape looked, a violent and crazy chi was released. It caused the desert leopards. It was extremely terrifying, a type of innate suppression, the aura of a vicious beast. Little Flame, you haven't recovered yet. Don't move around. Lin Ling was. Bye. They were afraid of Little Flame's aura, but they seemed to have been summoned by something. So they still tried to stop Lin Ling from moving forward. Lin Ling did not even look at the horned black wolves. He stretched out his left hand and a burning vermilion bird appeared. He then waved it. The taboo of fire exploded. The vermilion bird condensed from flames flew past, smashing down like a meteor. Countless single-horned black wolves died, and from the flames that filled the sky, the figures of a man and an ape walked out. Their speed was neither fast nor slow, as if the flames from before weren't created by them. Although Lin Ling had forced himself to wake up, Little Flame had supported him for most of the time. In the end, he had successfully reached the Emperor Spirit Realm. The Emperor Spirit Realm had increased his strength by more than 2 times. Moreover, he had comprehended the fusion of martial intents in a moment of desperation. That was the fusion of sword intents and fire intents. Its power was comparable to the blazing sun of sparrows. And it did not take as long as the blazing sun of sparrows. Therefore, after reaching the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, his strength had greatly increased. A vermilion bird Dao platform had appeared in his dantian. It looked like a vermilion bird dancing in the air. Below it was a lotus platform. This was the symbol of the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm and the source of his power. Originally, Lin Ling could have formed 2 vermilion bird platforms. But because he was anxious, he forced himself to break through, resulting in only 1 vermilion bird platform. Even so, this vermilion bird platform was incomparably clear, its spiritual chi was pure, and it could last for a long time. Boom. Lin Ling continued forward. Wherever he went, as long as a monster appeared, he would kill it. He wanted to see how many monsters the other party had for him to kill. Finally, the ancient voice sounded in the sky. Human, you have crossed the taboo. Human? This person did not seem to be from the rainforest. You want to kill me? Lin Ling did not stop. His face was cold. The altar is not allowed near, so you must leave. The ancient voice still sounded in the sky. You want to kill me? Yes. Lin Ling still said the same thing. Did the other party want him to leave? No. He was completely treating him like an ant. If he wanted to kill him, he would kill him. He had almost killed Little Flame. The sky was silent. Soon the ancient voice sounded again. Go southeast. Everything you want will be there. It is one of the treasures of the ancient tomb. Kill? You want to kill me? Kill. Lin Ling was unmoved. The other party seemed to have compromised, using a reward to let Lin Ling leave. But how could Little Flame's life be exchanged for any treasure? Don't go too far. Kill. Sensing that Lin Ling was still moving forward, the ancient voice in the sky seemed to be angry. Puny human, only in the Emperor Spirit Realm. Killing you will be as easy as killing an ant. Kill? If you could kill me, why would you let the monsters do it and not you? Kill. Lin Ling continued forward. Gradually, an ancient city appeared in front of the desert. The city was somewhat dilapidated, and many of the city walls had collapsed due to the passage of time. A huge statue could be seen sitting there, and a strange aura was surging towards the statue. In addition, there were mysterious and ancient runes. The formation. The altar seemed to be setting up some kind of formation. As Lin Ling approached, the ancient voice in the sky seemed to be anxious. Stop or die. Stop. Lin Ling sneered. Not only did he not stop, he walked toward the city with Little Flame. That was a formation. It was very likely that the person who wanted to kill him didn't want him to get close to the formation, so they let the monsters ambush him. If that was the case, then Lin Ling would be even closer. The more the other party wanted to protect something, the more he wanted to destroy it. Do you really want to die? Yes. The ancient voice was finally angry. It seemed to be angry at Lin Ling for not knowing what was good for him. If you could kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why are you trying to scare me? Chapter 695. Nine-tailed ancient flame devil Lin Ling did not know what the other party was, but he sensed that it was not here. Perhaps it was far away, so it was anxious, but it could not do anything to him. Gradually Lin Ling came to the statue. The statue was very large and was carved from a fiery red rock. It was nearly 100 meters tall and looked like a ferocious fox from afar. However, it was even more tyrannical and crazy. Even though it was just a statue, it made people tremble in fear, as if the statue would come to life at any time. The most attractive thing was that the huge ferocious fox had 9 tails, which were extremely dazzling. GG. Behind him Little Flame made a sound, which made Lin Ling's heart freeze. Little Flame was actually afraid of the statue. What exactly was that statue? One must know that Little Flame did not have the bloodline of a normal demon beast. It seemed to be a fierce beast, even more ancient than demon beasts. But even Little Flame was afraid, which meant that the statue's origin was even more terrifying. Perhaps it was an existence that surpassed fierce beasts. Do you want to revive this stone statue? Or do you want to control this stone statue? Yes. Lin Ling calmly said, which made the ancient voice in the sky even more anxious. Leave immediately. If something happens to the altar, all of you will die. Yes. Seems like I was right. You are borrowing the power of the altar to revive this stone statue, or maybe you want to control this stone statue. This stone statue seems to be very important to you. Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly, then he slowly raised the sword in his hand, which made the voice in the sky panic. You are crazy, you woke it up, you will die. Yes. The owner of the voice knew that Lin Ling wanted to destroy the altar. This young man was so hateful and arrogant, he was not afraid of it at all. Then let me see if I will die. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of its threat at all, as if he was not afraid of the surprised statue. The sword in his hand slashed towards the statue. Crazy. If the owner of the voice was here at this moment, his killing intent would be monstrous, anger would attack his heart. All of its threats were useless against Lin Ling. This young man was simply not afraid of anything. If anyone dared to provoke him, even if this young man was an ant, he would still give you a painful blow. Rumble. With a slash of his sword, the huge fox-like statue swayed. However, it remained unscathed, causing Lin Ling to frown. But very quickly he discovered that the statue's eyes slowly opened, staring at Lin Ling as if it was looking down on the world. This caused Lin Ling's heart to freeze. What a terrifying gaze. That gaze caused Lin Ling to feel as if he was in a sea of fire. One had to know that he was a fire tribute martial artist. However, the eyes of a demonic beast could still allow him to perceive fire. This was very frightening. It was obvious that it was not fire but pure fire. Pa pa pa. At this moment, cracks began to appear on the huge stone statue. At the same time, the entire desert erupted with terrifying flames. It was as if fire dragons had rushed out from the desert, causing a large number of demon beasts to die. The entire world had turned into a sea of fire. Junior, you've ruined my efforts. The ancient voice in the skies angrily roared. It had prepared for thousands of years and was just about to succeed. However, a nameless ant-like youth suddenly appeared, and with a single sword strike, all of its efforts were wasted. So what? Lin Ling sneered. However, although he was smiling on the surface, he felt bitter in his heart. He seemed to have awakened something. After that terrifying aura was awakened, it seemed like it could easily obliterate him. You've caused a disaster. Everyone will be burned by the 9-tailed ancient flame devil. The ancient voice in the sky sounded again. Lin Ling vaguely understood that the 9-tailed ancient flame devil seemed to be a terrifying inheritance in the ancient tomb. It was unknown when the mysterious person had obtained this inheritance. However, to control it, an array altar was required. Hence, the mysterious person had spent a great deal of effort to set up the array altar. Just as it was about to succeed, it was disrupted by him. However, his guess was correct. At this moment, the voice in the skies was incomparably furious. It was disrupted. Everything was disrupted. Rumble. At this moment, the cracked statue shattered. A terrifying fiery red shadow pounced towards Lin Ling as if it was running between heaven and earth. This caused Lin Ling's expression to change. In his eyes, it was an ancient wild beast. A wild beast that was above the ferocious beasts. It was probably something that existed since the creation of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was very hot. Lin Ling felt as if his body was about to melt. Rumble. Lin Ling was unable to block it. The fiery red shadow disappeared into his body. Lin Ling's body turned red as flames erupted. It was as if he was going to be incinerated. Little Flame, who was at the side, suddenly became anxious. It wanted to save Lin Ling, but it could not get close. Those flames were the aura of the ancient flame devil. It was of a higher level than Little Flame. "Junior, you must die." In the skies, the ancient voice was filled with murderous intent. It caused the entire desert to shake apart from the flames that blotted out the sky. At this moment in Lin Ling's dantian, a demonic beast covered in flames was wreaking havoc. It was running in all directions. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, this demonic beast did not devour him. Instead, it stayed in his dantian like an outsider, causing the imprint of a nine-tailed firefox to appear in his dantian. The appearance of the nine-tailed ancient flame devil caused even the vermilion bird Dao platform to be extremely wary. However, the nine-tailed ancient flame devil disdained the vermilion bird Dao platform. It shamelessly continued to cultivate. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. His mouth was agape. He was extremely surprised by what had happened. That terrifying nine-tailed ancient flame devil had treated his body as its home. "You are a fire attribute martial artist." The angry voice in the sky sounded again. All of this belonged to it. Originally, the nine-tailed ancient flame devil should have settled in its body. However, because of the youth's interruption, it had all been taken advantage of by the youth. "I seem to understand a little. The altar that you painstakingly set up seems to have married me instead." Lin Ling chuckled. He had snatched the fruit that the mysterious person had prepared for many years. He believed that if the mysterious person had not set up the array altar and caused the nine-tailed ancient flame devil to change, the nine-tailed ancient flame devil would have rushed into his body and he would have died. In fact, if he was not a fire attribute martial artist, he would have died too. And now, the array altar had tempered the nine-tailed ancient flame devil for many years. Its demon heart had gradually dissipated, allowing Lin Ling to easily obtain the nine-tailed ancient flame devil's inheritance. All of this had been predestined. Even Lin Ling himself did not know that after Little Flame helped him choose this path, he was the one who had benefited the most out of all the geniuses. "Kill him." Rumble. At this moment, space fluctuated. In the distance, space was forcefully torn apart. Terrifying figures appeared, angrily rushing towards Lin Ling. These people seemed to have been summoned by the mysterious person. And these martial artists were different from those in the rainforest Holy Land. Some of them had 3 heads and 6 arms, some had purple skin and some were half mermaids. Their innate talent was similar to that of beasts, and they could transform into ancient fey beasts. And their goal was to recapture the nine-tailed ancient flame devil. Chapter 696. Leaving the ancient tomb, what a powerful aura. Is it a martial artist from another place? Or a martial artist from this space? It seems like the world I know is still too narrow. Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he pondered. He planned to summon the mysterious nine-tailed ancient flame devil in his body. After all, this person was too powerful. Boom. Muttering in his heart, Lin Ling communicated with the terrifying nine-tailed ancient flame devil in his dantian. However, the nine-tailed ancient flame devil seemed to have a trace of intelligence, so its response was disdain. But after knowing that Lin Ling was in danger, it still came out. After all, Lin Ling's dantian was its new home. If Lin Ling died, it would also disappear from this world. Boom. In the void, layers of flames appeared. These were white flames. A dazzling flame flew out from Lin Ling's body and transformed into a nine-tailed firefox that was nearly 100 meters tall. Its 4 limbs were on the ground as it bared its fangs. Its cold eyes had a trace of indifference and evil intent. Around its body, there were circles of flame ripples. These were also white flames. It seemed to have intelligence, so when it stared at the ants around it, it actually revealed a sneer. Lin Ling was behind it and immediately saw that the nine-tailed firefox only had 4 tails. Each tail was of a different color. The firefox didn't seem to have recovered to its strongest state. Most importantly, Lin Ling saw that the terrifying desolate beast had turned around to look at him. It even had a feeling that it wanted to devour Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't seem to be able to completely control this flaming desolate beast at the moment. Kill. Kill. In the distance, a large number of foreign martial artists rushed over. To them, Lin Ling was just an ant. But when they attacked, the terrifying desolate beast didn't move. It wagged its tail in satisfaction, as if it was hesitating. It wanted to borrow the hands of the foreign martial artists to kill Lin Ling. "If I die, you will die too." "Kill?" Lin Ling said coldly, which made the desolate beast's pupils constrict. It roared unwillingly, and then an even more terrifying white flame erupted. That was a real flame, not fire. A circle of white flame rippled outwards. Space seemed to freeze and time seemed to freeze. Those martial artists that were rushing towards Lin Ling froze in midair, and in the next moment, all of them turned into ashes. One move and they were all annihilated. There were even Holy Spirit realm experts among them. Lin Ling drew in a cold breath. What a terrifying, desolate beast. Ancient flame demon. Could it be that it specialized in ancient flames? Junior, you ruined my plans. Even if I have to mobilize the entire clan, I will still kill you. In the sky, an ancient man's figure finally appeared. His upper body was bare and he was mighty and domineering. Mysterious runes covered his body, and his long white hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an ancient war demon, and his aura was unfathomable. He was the strongest enemy Lin Ling had ever seen in his life. But after Lin Ling's soul force spread out, he couldn't help but laugh. In truth, the other party wasn't here. What appeared here was only a wisp of martial arts aura. There was no need to care. If you want to kill me, then come. Kill? Lin Ling coldly said. These words caused the man's aura to become even more tyrannical. He wished he could kill Lin Ling, but he couldn't. Lin Ling was too far away. Come back. Kill? Lin Ling didn't say anything else. He coldly shouted at the ancient flame demon. The ancient flame demon looked around unwillingly, and then finally turned into flames and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. It looks like I still need some time to control it. So before I completely control it, I should use it as little as possible to avoid it attacking me. But this desolate beast is truly terrifying. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then he brought little flame and left the desert, completely ignoring the tyrannical man. At the same time, in another cave far away, lava erupted. A man with tattoos all over his body stood up in anger. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the entire cave to shake violently. There were many other martial artists in the cave, but at this moment, their hearts and bodies were all trembling. Junior, I will find you. Junior. He was about to succeed, but everything had been interrupted by Lin Ling. Even his blood, sweat, and tears had been taken away by Lin Ling. He was filled with incomparable regret and anger. If he had known that this junior would be so difficult to deal with, he wouldn't have killed him from the start. He even didn't hesitate to offer a huge reward for this junior to leave the desert. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. His wrong move had allowed the powerful desolate beast to be taken away by this youth. He was certain that this youth would be an existence that could look down on a region in the future. At this moment in the desert, Lin Ling was slowly walking forward with little flame. This trip's harvest was not bad. Not only had he broken through, but he had also obtained a storage ring. Most importantly, he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient flame devil. If the ancient flame devil's intelligence disappeared one day, then Lin Ling would be able to transform into the ancient flame devil himself. GG. Little flame had already returned to its former appearance. It stood on Lin Ling's shoulder, feeling happy for Lin Ling. I'm afraid that my harvest from this trip to the ancient tomb is the greatest. Moreover, the ancient tomb isn't as simple as it seems. There are still many secrets in its depths. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I would have continued to explore. Lin Ling looked at the distant sky and said. Then he looked at the jade tablet and looked for the bronze door to leave. While he was searching, the ancient tomb's space fluctuated. A large number of figures appeared and chased after Lin Ling. However, it was already too late. At that time, Lin Ling had already walked out of the bronze door. At this moment, a large number of figures had gathered in Xinhuang City. Countless people were looking at the geniuses from the three ancient countries, who had the greatest harvest from this trip to the ancient tomb. Young Master Qianqi, Young Master Tinglong, Young Master Xueling, Young Master Bei Wu, Young Master Xuanwu, Lin Ling, and Heavenly Concubine. They didn't die. Perhaps one of them would soar to the sky. On the Heavenly Dragon Empire's side, the Dragon God stood quietly on the city wall with a confident smile on his face. He had just come out, but he had gained a lot in the ancient tomb. He was confident that no one could compare to him. Duan Tiangang? After he, the Dragon God, had obtained the inheritance, he no longer feared Duan Tiangang. As for Lin Ling, if he saw that junior again, he would definitely torture him to death. That's right, torture him to death. The confident smile on his face made the crowd guess that the Dragon God was going to soar to the sky. Not far away in the Justice Duan family's camp, young Master Qianqi, Duan Tiangang, naturally saw the smile on the Dragon God's face. However, he didn't care about it. He believed that the Dragon God had gained a lot, but he was sure that his gains were much greater than the Dragon God's. As for Lin Ling, Qin Ji and the rest, there was no need to look at them. To him they were just ants. Everyone has come out except for Lin Ling. Maybe he's already dead. Duan Tiangang said indifferently. Young Master Xueling's lips curved into a cold smile. Could it be that Lin Ling is trapped in the ancient tomb? The crowd was also discussing spiritedly as they looked at the sky. There was still no sign of the bronze door. However, many of them were gloating over Lin Ling's misfortune. These people were from Heavenly Dragon Empire and Justice Duan family. Not long ago, Lin Ling didn't give them any face and humiliated their noble bloodline. Therefore, now that Lin Ling was trapped in the ancient tomb, they were even happier. Riding through the night, it's so cold. I've already updated, but it seems like it's going to be daytime soon. I'm going to explode with updates. I'm begging for monthly votes. Chapter 697. Lin Ling's return. Those from the Great Qin Empire frowned. They were also worried about Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's jade tablet did not shatter. This meant that Lin Ling was not dead. However, why had Lin Ling not come out yet? Was he really trapped in the tomb? He will come out, the heavenly concubine said firmly. However, she knew that it was not impossible for him to be trapped in the tomb. Previously, they saw that the mysterious elder who framed Lin Ling was trapped in the tomb. If he wanted to leave, he could only do so when the tomb opened again. Harming others will only harm himself. The 10 of us entered the tomb and he killed so many people. Now that he is trapped there, this is what he deserves. Young Master Xueling's gloating voice could be heard, causing the heavenly concubine and the rest to frown. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound could be heard. Under the sky, a giant bronze door appeared. Then it was slowly pushed open and a slender figure walked out. Everyone's gaze froze. Lin Ling had come out. Lin Ling. On the Great Qin Empire's side, everyone shouted in surprise. On the Heavenly Dragon Empire's side, the Duan family's side had ugly expressions. This Lin Ling was really a cockroach. At the last moment he could still come out. This was especially so for Duan Tianhe. He stared at the youth who walked out calmly and clenched his fists tightly. Every time he saw the youth's calm expression, he was infuriated. Lin Ling, how's your harvest? After Lin Ling walked down from the sky, the heavenly concubine and the rest immediately asked. It's all right. Lin Ling smiled. From the looks of the heavenly concubine and the rest, they must have obtained a great opportunity and benefited a lot. However, in terms of harvest, no one could compare to him. I obtained a half-spiritual storage ring and broke through to the next level. After smiling, Lin Ling said again. He did not mention the ancient flame devil. After all, this was his biggest secret. Unless it was a critical moment, he did not want to reveal it. Half-spirit artifact storage ring? Qin Shao and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. With their seniority, they naturally knew the value of a storage ring. It was a treasure that was even better than a rune bag. The crowd's eyes were filled with envy. Lin Ling had also obtained some benefits. It seemed like everyone who entered the ancient tomb had gained a lot. Although the storage ring is precious, it's only a supplementary item. In this world, strength is everything. If you don't improve your strength, you might not be able to protect your treasures. At this moment, a disdainful voice was heard. It was young Master Xueling. From the looks of it, he seemed to have obtained a treasure that was even more valuable than Lin Ling's. Therefore to him Lin Ling's harvest was like trash. Young Master Xueling is so dashing. At a corner of the city wall, a large number of young geniuses cheered. These people came from the same martial arts palace as young Master Xueling, so it was natural for them to worship young Master Xueling even more. In addition, not long ago Lin Ling's battle had left young Master Xueling helpless. They felt that their idol had been humiliated. Therefore, when they saw that their idol had regained his former pride and high spirits, they were even happier. Lin Ling is just a clown. If it weren't for the arrival of a big shot, he would have died at the hands of young Master Xueling. One of the young geniuses shouted the loudest. He seemed to want to attract young Master Xueling's attention and receive guidance from him. His words made young Master Xueling look over and nod his head in appreciation. That's not true. When young Master Xueling battled with Lin Ling, he seemed to be helpless against Lin Ling. Although young Master Xueling is the 18th young master, it doesn't mean that his reputation can crush everything. However, there were still people who spoke from a fair point of view. After all, they had all seen the battle at Master Mountain. Lin Ling had battled several people and finally faced young Master Xueling. Although he didn't defeat his opponent, at least he didn't lose. Therefore it was clear who had won and who had lost. You're a disciple of the Great Sun Temple, right? You're not from the martial arts hall. I'm talking about the 18th young master. What does it have to do with you? Lin Ling is just a piece of trash. If he dares to face young Master Xueling again, he will die. The young man's face turned cold, and his eyes revealed a murderous intent. It was as if the other party had rebutted him in public and made him lose face. The young man who had spoken earlier frowned and fell silent. He was just speaking the truth. Moreover, although he was a disciple of the Great Sun Temple, he somewhat worshipped Lin Ling. After all, he had inquired about Lin Ling's deeds clearly. He was the most outstanding genius of his age. Of course, his rebuttal attracted the cold gaze of young Master Xueling from afar. His aura was like snow in June. The young man fell silent. He couldn't afford to offend him. Some people really have a lot of dogs. Their mouths are dirty. Did they eat shit? Calm. Everyone looked over. They saw that Lin Ling had been talking to the heavenly concubine and the others at the beginning, but now he was also looking over. The young man who had disdained Lin Ling felt his heart tremble, but he still looked back unyieldingly. The 18th young Master Xueling, was here. Why would he be afraid of Lin Ling? Moreover, he supported and worshipped young Master Xueling. Was there anything wrong with that? Everyone had the right to worship their idol. What right did Lin Ling have to talk about him? It's fine to worship others, but stepping on others to elevate the person you worship is too ugly. Most importantly, you said it in front of that person. Therefore, I'll give you 3 slaps to teach you a lesson. Slap. Lin Ling spoke indifferently. He gently waved his right hand and a strong wind attacked. It turned into a palm of spiritual energy and slapped towards the young man. How dare you? Slap. The young man roared. Lin Ling wanted to slap his face in front of young Master Xueling. You can't see yourself clearly. 10 slaps. Slap. However, an even colder voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Then slap, 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 slap. The young man's mouth was bleeding, and his body was sent flying. He was in an extremely sorry state. Many people secretly laughed. That young man was simply asking for a slap. After all, he worshipped others and no one objected. However, he dared to talk about Lin Ling in front of Lin Ling. Wasn't he asking for a beating? Did he think that he could look down on everyone just because young Master Xueling was here? However, Lin Ling was also arrogant. His strength was only about the same as young Master Xueling's, or even slightly weaker. Now that he had slapped young Master Xueling in front of him, how could young Master Xueling get out of this? Lin Ling, you hit my people? Slap. In the distance, young Master Xueling clearly didn't expect Lin Ling to slap him. That slap landed on someone else's face, but in fact, it also landed on his own face. Why wouldn't I dare? Let him try saying another word. I'll kill him on the spot. Kill? Lin Ling looked indifferently and replied coldly. Young Master Xueling's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was even more arrogant than before he entered the ancient tomb. Killing someone who worshipped him in front of him was not giving him any face at all. As for the young man who was sent flying in the distance, his face turned pale. He thought that Lin Ling was actually afraid of young Master Xueling, and that was why he dared to speak. However, looking at it now, Lin Ling was not afraid of young Master Xueling at all. Moreover, if he dared to say another word, Lin Ling would really kill him. Chapter 698. Demand justice. The truth is the truth. You dared to speak with the truth. This is your reward. Lin Ling said with a smile. The young man was a sensible person. In fact, it was clear who won and who lost in the Battle of Laoi Mountain. It was just that many people were afraid of the name of the 18th young master and did not dare to say it. However, the young man insisted on his own position and was not afraid of power. He must be a person with a firm heart of martial arts. Thank you. The youth said gratefully. Lin Ling continued, in the future you will surpass that youth with bad breath. He only worships others and not his own efforts. He is a piece of trash. However, you have your own stand and worship is not blind. Thank you. The young man said again. That guy is so lucky. On the side, many of the young geniuses from the martial arts hall were jealous because Lin Ling had rewarded them with a heavenly material and earthly treasure. If they had known this would happen, they would have stood out to speak up. Unfortunately, even if they spoke up now, Lin Ling might not give them the yang spiritual fruit. Young Master Xueling, I know you are not satisfied. I can give you a chance. If you want to fight, come now. Lin Ling looked at young Master Xueling in the distance. Young Master Xueling frowned. He also wanted to fight, but this was not a good time. After all, there were too many strong cultivators from the 3 ancient countries. Lin Ling shook his head. He knew that young Master Xueling was afraid, so he did not bother to say more. He would find young Master Xueling to end this battle. Ah, everyone had a good harvest. Let's go back. Qin Nan from the Great Qin Empire said plainly. With his seniority, he naturally did not care about what happened before. The only people who could make him wary were Lord Long from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and Prince Duan from the Duan family of justice. Wait. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. The person who spoke did not seem to want the people from the Great Qin Empire to leave. The crowd was puzzled. The battle at the old tomb was over and the three ancient countries each had their own harvest. However, why did someone not want the people from the Great Qin Empire to leave? A figure walked out. He had one hand behind his back and his long robe fluttered in the wind. It was the soaring dragon prince, the dragon god. After he walked out, the people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire remained silent. They seemed to be supporting the dragon god. When the 10 of us entered the old tomb, we had already agreed that we would let go of all grudges. But some people took the opportunity to frame others. The dragon monarch said indifferently, causing the crowd to come to a realization. That's right, 10 people entered the tomb, but the 4 from the Great Qin Empire didn't die. On the other hand, only 3 people from the other 2 ancient countries were left. There was definitely something fishy going on. What are you trying to do? Qin Nan as the leader of the Great Qin Empire. Only justice for the dead. The dragon god was not afraid of him. Lord Long stood behind him. His eyes flashed but he remained silent. He was also supporting the dragon god. The Great Qin Empire did not lose a single person, so the spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits and treasures that they obtained will naturally be more. However, both of our ancient empires have lost people and they were framed. This will cause our harvest to decrease. However, things have already happened and we will not be calculative. However, your harvest must be split equally. The dragon god spoke again. He valued Lin Ling's yang spiritual fruit. After all, the 2 ancient countries may have obtained treasures, but in terms of value, they could not compare to the yang spiritual fruit. Bastard, who do you think you are? Do you think you can take it whenever you want? Qin Nan shouted sternly. Master Qin, why are you so angry? Am I not speaking the truth? If it wasn't for Lin Ling among you who framed our people, how could our people have died? Lord Long finally spoke. His face was calm. The words of the Heavenly Dragon Empire are also the words of the Duan family. Prince Duan was still riding on his qilin. He spoke coldly. The 2 ancient countries were forcing the Great Qin Empire to hand over their harvest. The reason was because too many of their people died in the tomb. This was brought by Lin Ling. Nonsense. Qin Jingtian could not hold back anymore. Were they the ones who killed the 2 ancient countries? The first was killed by the Black Lightning because of his greed. The second was poisoned to death by the golden corpses in the corpse cave. If it wasn't for Lin Ling leading the way, the 2 countries would have been completely annihilated inside. Furthermore, it was Lin Ling who saved them from the mysterious heart. It was fine if they were not grateful, but they wanted to share Lin Ling's harvest. How despicable. Lin Ling knew that the first person who died was dangerous, but he did not mention it. Isn't he the one who killed them? Lord Long said coldly. Yes, and in the corpse cave our people were captured by the golden corpse. Lin Ling could have saved them but he did not. This is also Lin Ling's fault. Duan Tiangang also spoke, targeting Lin Ling. Lin Ling was very familiar with the tomb but he did not warn us. Sometimes he even led us in the wrong direction. He wanted us to be wiped out. This person is too evil. And because of our agreement, even though Lin Ling's cultivation was the weakest, we did not attack Lin Ling. Therefore, the Great Qin Empire should compensate us. Lord Xueling's voice also sounded. The 3 of them were involved, so they had the right to speak. The eyes of the heavenly concubine and Qin Jingtian turned red. These people were despicable. They wanted to kill Lin Ling many times in the tomb, but they did not dare to because of the taboo in the tomb. Yet they said it was an agreement. Furthermore, those people were seeking death. Lin Ling did not save them, nor did he stop them. Their deaths were blamed on Lin Ling. This was too tyrannical. Some people are very thick-skinned. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lord Qianqi, Duan Tiangang, Lord Tenglong, and Lord Xueling were saved by him. Although Lin Ling did not save them intentionally, they were still indebted to him. However, they were not grateful. Instead, they wanted to kill Lin Ling. Did they think that he was a pushover? Lin Ling, stop pretending. Since you don't want to hand over the reward, fine. The Heavenly Dragon Empire is not a tyrannical country. Let's fight and the winner will get your storage ring. This is very fair. The dragon god looked at Lin Ling and said, That's right. The Great Qin Empire will take out the reward and share it with the battle. Duan Tiangang agreed. Can you be any greedier? Using battle to decide the harvest, but the Great Qin Empire's harvest is to be shared. Why don't you guys also take out all your harvest and share it fairly? Qin Nan said angrily, causing the people from the two ancient kingdoms to become silent. The dragon god thought that he had gained a lot. How could he take it out? Duan Tiangang was the same. They used the battle to decide the reward and share the Great Qin Empire's reward. What a bunch of hypocritical and selfish people. However, if you want to reap the rewards, then fight to the death. Prince Duan, Lord Long, although your two ancient kingdoms have joined forces and are stronger than us, I can guarantee that after this battle, other than the two of you, everyone else will die here.